Variety welcomes you to its Entertainment Marketing Summit presented by Deloitte. We would like to thank presenting partner Deloitte, premier partner NBC Universal, official partners Innovative Artists, Havas Play, supporting partners Discord, NVE Experience Agency, Spotter, Stack Adapt, Vizio. Please welcome to the stage Michelle Fine-Smith, SVP, Global B2B Partnerships, Variety.
Good morning. Is everyone caffeinated? Yeah. Good. Get another cup. It's going to be an exciting day. Welcome to the Variety Entertainment Marketing Summit presented by Deloitte. It's an exciting and also very challenging time to connect with audiences. Breaking through isn't just about being louder. It's about being smarter and more attuned with what truly resonates. That's what makes today so important. Variety is proud to offer a platform that brings together many of the most innovative minds in our industry. We have a supercharged day of programming, and we are confident that you will leave today with new ideas, new opportunities, and new friends. Variety is known for its star-studded Hollywood coverage, but our brand is as deeply ingrained with covering the business of entertainment. Following today's Entertainment Marketing Summit, please join us at Cannes Lion next with what is shaping up to be our largest presence yet across the multiple events we're hosting there that week. This fall, we are also excited to return with our Entertainment and Technology Summit as we roll out our events throughout the fall during New York Advertising Week after that. Let's continue the conversation. Before we get started, Variety would like to thank its presenting partner of today's summit, Deloitte. Thank you for your many years of collaboration, contribution, and support. I'd like to now welcome to the stage Stephanie Dolan, U.S. Entertainment Leader, Deloitte Consulting, LLP.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I am so excited to be here with you today. I am Stephanie Dolan. I'm a principal in Deloitte's Technology, Media, and Telecommunications practice, where I lead our entertainment subsector. It's a pleasure to be here with you at Variety's Entertainment Marketing Summit, and we are especially excited to be back as a presenting sponsor for our 9th year. When you step back and look at where the entertainment industry is right now, it's clear that the landscape is being reshaped in real time by the intersection of storytelling, technology, and data. And most importantly, in that intersection, how people discover, engage, and build relationships with content every single day. At the same time, platforms are expanding, expectations are rising, and fans are more in control than ever. For marketers, that creates both an opportunity and a responsibility to connect in ways that feel more personal, relevant, and meaningful. This summit has long been a space where we can come together to explore how our industry continues to evolve and meet those shifts. One theme that's coming through more clearly now is that the relationship between audiences and content is no longer episodic, it's continuous. As part of Deloitte's ongoing work, we recently released the 20th edition of our Digital Media Trends Report, which looks at how consumer behaviors are evolving and where the biggest opportunities are emerging. This year, we focused on how to capture always-on fandom. And what you're seeing is fans are engaging across platforms, formats, and communities year-round, not just at release moments, creating these opportunities, but also new challenges and how we build and sustain those relationships. I encourage you to scan the QR codes at your tables to explore this year's findings and consider what they may mean for your organization. You'll hear a range of perspectives on creator, AI, fandom, and more throughout today's session. From Deloitte, we're excited to be part of several parts of these conversations that bring these themes to life. Winnie Katzenstein will join Netflix to explore how gaming is expanding storytelling and deepening fan engagement. Dennis Ortiz will join Mythical and CAA to discuss how creator-led companies are building enduring brands by continuously evolving how they connect with audiences. You'll also hear from Jasmine Jacks, who will join Qualcomm to discuss how brands are using AI to move at the speed of culture and build lasting relevance as a growth engine. And coming up next, Michelle McGuire will join LA28 to explore how amid rapid growth in global sports, a more digital, connected, and data-driven approach is enabling meaningful engagement for fans, athletes, and communities. Across all of these conversations, and really across today's entire agenda, you'll see a common thread. The future of entertainment marketing isn't just about reach. It's about relevance, continuity, and connection. On behalf of all of us at Deloitte, thank you again for being here. And in addition to the Deloitte speakers that you'll hear from today, we have several Deloitte professionals here that are excited to speak with you and continue the conversation. We look forward to the discussions ahead and to shaping what's next for the industry together. Thank you.
Please welcome the main event, Best of Experiential Live and Event Marketing, moderated by Jennifer Maas, Senior Business Writer, TV and Games, Variety.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for our event and our first panel, which is all about events. So I'm going to start off with Tim Clark, a Chief Brand Officer, NASCAR. I'd love it if you could just set up for us what specifically is your role right now, and then I believe we also have a clip to show something recent.
Sure. So I think, you know, the way I think about my role is I'm the main steward of the NASCAR brand, and for us that means a couple of things. It's content, it's marketing, it's communications and PR, but it also includes things like gaming and you know, really how we're going to engage with fans in a little bit of a non-traditional way. It's a little bit tricky to get fans to commit to coming to a visceral experience like a NASCAR race for their first taste of the brand. So the ways we can make it easier for people to engage with the brand is right up my alley.
Perfect. James Finn, Global Head of Brand and Content Marketing, Audible. Again, I'd love if you could just set up what your role is, and then also I wanted to mention I was at BookCon this past weekend, and I saw a pop-up from Audible, and so I'm going to ask you about that next. But first, if you could lay out your role at Audible.
Sure. Yeah, I oversee brand and content marketing, which is inclusive of organic, social, and experiential globally across Audible. And we are an audiobook and podcast service where it's a subscription service, but also a la carte, and with one of the world's largest audio libraries in the world.
So could we get those images up there?
Oh, I think I'm doing this.
Oh, are you cueing this? Okay, I will.
I always bring one of these with me when I travel.
This past weekend, I was at BookCon, and I got to see a sneak peek of what Storyhouse will be. So Storyhouse hasn't launched yet. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? It's a bookless bookstore.
Yes. So basically, we came up with this idea: what would a bookless bookstore look like? And what emerged was Audible Storyhouse. So it's launching in New York next Saturday. I have some renderings that I can show you. We did preview it at New York BookCon this past weekend, where Jenny was, and I heard you had a lot of fun. And the idea is it's a community hub and a listening lounge. So whether you're a dedicated member or listener of Audible, or somebody that is curious or just haven't had time to embrace the concept of listening audio to audiobooks or podcasts, we wanted to make it into a place where everybody's welcome to come. And we're doing, here, I'm going to show you a few slides here. This is, it's downtown in New York. It's across the street from the new museum. If you're going to be in New York in the month of May, please stop by. And the idea is we're going to have programming throughout the month. Everything from panels with authors and narrators around romance to true crime to lots around book talk and influencers talking about their favorite genres and their favorite projects. But also it's a place where fans can come together and have meetups and discover new content And we have these really cool things that we've really we've developed called story tiles. And the idea is, instead of a record or a book, you're able to pick up these translucent tiles and tap your phone on it, and then you can listen to a free preview of any of the books that are in the story house. So I'll just quickly. This I'm really excited about. So this is a listening bar. What we have is, behind the bar, we have what we call story tenders. So if you're not sure what you want to listen to, or you're curious about what is resonating or what's trending on Book Talk, you can go over and speak to one of the story tenders and hear more about that. And this is a little bit of the preview that we just had this past weekend at BookCon. How was that? I have some slides to show you of my kids, too, next, if you want.
I think we're good. We can come back if we have time
right.
later.
I have no idea what to do with this, but I'll put it in my pocket.
Next, Kathryn Kai-Ling Frederick, Chief Marketing Officer of the Los Angeles Rams. Can you tell us a little bit about your role?
Absolutely. I have the great privilege of being able to share the incredible stories of our players, our teams, with the world. Everything from storytelling to experiential to all the different ways. We're unfortunately, given 17 guaranteed games a year, but how do you make that 365 days relevant? And so that's our plight, and one that we take with great joy.
And I think you're queuing up something? Zillow Draft House, what is that?
So every year at the draft, I think if you look over the history of Sean McVay's time as head coach, he has successfully executed a single first-round draft pick. So year after year, we saw a need to bring relevance to the team early around draft to really kind of steal the moment. And every year, we continue to build upon that. And this year, for all of you here in LA, the draft experience that you just saw right there is already open, but there will be a 3-day full-on fanfare carnival. So please bring your kids, bring your families. There'll be a Ferris wheel and lots of fun rides, games, and prizes. But that will be essentially setting the stage for the new brand launch that we just launched on last Thursday. And for those of you who haven't seen it, check out our parody of the movie Friday, which is called Thursday, which launched last week.
I saw that. That was so good.
It was so much fun. We had a blast.
We're all going to text you so we can go.
Amy Durini, Chief Marketing and Strategy Officer, Taco Bell International.
Hi. I'd like to say my job is to steward taco culture around the world. We often say at Taco Bell that we're not just a quick service restaurant company, but we're actually a culture-led brand company. And what that means for us is just constantly listening to our fans, and listening is becoming more and more real time. And so we often joke that we use the comment section as our brief, and that's a real thing. And so we often like to co-create with our fans, and so that's what makes our events so special. And so what I'm going to share with you today is an event that just happened actually last month, just down the street at the Palladium, called Live Maas Live. And actually, interestingly, it comes from reading the comments section when at some point our fans were leaking our innovation pipeline out into the world on Reddit. And we decided, you know what, if our fans want to see what we're putting out in our restaurants, let's just co-create something with them and showcase it in a really fun way. And so Live Maas Live is actually an event where we invite our fans in to actually preview our up-and-coming innovation in a really fun way. And so what I think was really interesting this year is we actually turned it into an entertainment moment also, so we could democratize the event, and we actually live stream it on Peacock. So take a look.
Great. And then Brett Hyman, founder and CEO, NVE Experience Agency. You are an outlier. You are speaking on behalf of the other side of evaluating events.
Sorry, I'm out there.
Out in the world, I think, out in the world.
What was the last part of the question?
Yes, sorry. So your role is different from the others on the stage. And so I want to ask about putting that together from the outside and looking at and evaluating events.
Yes, we're definitely out there. I'm the founder and CEO of an independent experiential agency called NVE. And we're definitely out there. We produce over 300 activations and events a year for the world's most iconic brands. And it's a wide spectrum from Diageo and Amazon and Google to beauty brands and tech brands and everything in between. So we're out there seeing a lot. And really what we believe and what my job is now at NVE is to help CMOs and brands understand how experience has moved to the center of the marketing mix and how it's no longer the event or the activation as an endpoint, but a vehicle for cultural relevance. So at NVE, we've spent a lot of time layering a new strategic and creative strategy side that layers in the production scale that we have so that way we can deliver a business result. And a lot of what you will see is us really synthesizing how brands will build a two-way relationship with their consumers and have a deeper and more meaningful relationship than any other form of marketing. No offense to other advertisers.
And you've got something to share too.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for your introductions and your sizzles. We have a good layout here to start from. So Tim, I want to come back to something you said up top, which is talking about NASCAR getting someone invested enough to go to a first one. That's a big commitment as their first live event related to it. So I want to know, how do you all figure out how to circumvent that? What is the process around that? What have you all done recently? And what do you find to be an authentic decision to make to get someone to come out to a NASCAR event?
Yeah, I think I'll hit on two things. So I say this all the time. We don't have a brand awareness problem. I've never introduced myself and said that I work at NASCAR and got a quizzical look. But the look that I do get in response is typically like, you feel some kind of way about this brand. And it could be, I think I get it, and it's not for me, or I don't really understand it, but I'm familiar with it. I think it's just cars racing in circles. So I think there's two things for us. One is, what you saw with that campaign that we launched at the beginning of this season was a little bit of, I hate to say this for a 78, 77-year-old brand, but probably us maturing a little bit, where you go through this period of time like your adolescence where you're trying to fit in with the cool kids and you're not really sure who you are. And I think just recently we're like, wait a minute, I think we're okay with who we are. I think if you think that it's people racing in circles, then maybe that is what it is for you, but you should come and check it out because it's a pretty good time. And I think if you look at these sporting events that happen or entertainment events, what have you, all across the planet, like, people aren't going to the Kentucky Derby because they are just thirsting for horse racing. They're going because it's a really good time and it's a great event. And I think for us, the idea is to create events like that and be more comfortable in our own skin telling that story. So the second thing I would lean on more around the live experiences is it is kind of hard. We are racing in Talladega, Alabama this weekend. And as I told Kat earlier, I think I'm the only person on the planet that will be in New York, LA, and Talladega, Alabama this week. If anyone else is hitting that, I'd love to have a conversation about the why. But it is a little bit tricky to get someone to come for their first experience with the NASCAR brand at a place like Talladega. So we have, over the last couple of years, gotten a little bit more comfortable bringing events to people. So we put a race in the LA Coliseum a few years ago. We raced in downtown Chicago around Grant Park. This summer, we're going to run a race on the Coronado Navy base in San Diego. So it's one thing for us to ask people to come to us to, engage with the brand, but in some cases we have to come to them, and I think we're more comfortable doing that now.
That's a great way to look at it, and meeting new fans where they could be and bringing that, and not changing yourself though, but making yourself more accessible. I want to know if you all have seen that in different ways when you're approaching events, like how you're balancing being able to find a new audience, but not ignoring your existing fan base and who you are to them.
I think there's been an opportunity where the audience is now a distribution channel. It's for so long because of the one-to-one nature of events, we just thought of the endpoint as the audience, as who came. And now the audience acts as a distribution channel into a network that you can't buy your way into. And we as marketers need to think about the people in the room as part of the production itself. And there is tremendous opportunity, both with social media and the extension of AI for us to think of them as validators and bigger amplifiers of the experience. And it's the network and the affinity that can be developed through the audience is them as a distribution channel. And it makes it much, much grander. And I think that solves a lot of, a feeling problem. We can make people aware through marketing, but we can only make them feel a certain way through validation via the audience.
Yeah, I think what I would add to that is how you approach those moments with intention. I look at what we're doing this year for draft as we have new marks, new uniforms, like this need to kind of be there with our fans as they experience this. But last year, when we were kind of turning the corner to draft, LA was experiencing the LA wildfires, and so we picked up a game during the playoffs and kind of moved that. And when we think through that type of experience, you also think about how the community is going to meet that moment. And so for us, I do think that wasn't consumer facing, but that was emblematic as a love letter to the city. And so how do you choose to curate your experience? How do you design them with the intention that you want our fans to receive it with? And so when you think about that evolution, it does kind of push and pull throughout time. And I think that fluidity is really important when you're thinking about how a brand translates.
I just think it's so smart. We obviously feel the same way. I talk about the only thing, and as an addition, just to say, our fans are so smart now too, right? They can sniff out what doesn't feel genuine. And for us, it's always this idea of like, how do we make sure that it's in service of the fans and not in service of the brand? And that's actually when it starts to feel really authentic.
And that's where some of the greatest partnerships, I think about shipping Devontae's house into SoFi Stadium.
We do some work together.
for that week one experience, and I think it was just so unexpected, and that's what culture is about, which is how do you design for the moments of unexpected joy?
That's right.
I think with fans and with audiences and for us with listeners, it's not us creating the communities, they already exist. And are we invited in? Are we invited to be part of that? And how can we help scale that? How can we help celebrate it? We had mentioned briefly Dungeon Crawler Carl and Matt Dinneman's book and his series and Bobaverse and Project Hail Mary. The fans that love these books or love these series or these authors are so passionate and so dedicated. That is so much more valuable than me being out there. Them being out there and scaling it and talking about it and saying that you have to hear this is so strong. So we're always putting the fan front and center.
When you're planning for events at this stage, do you look at what should be live, what should be digital, what could be an experience that crosses over different platforms, and what you have the budget and time for each time? Like, how quickly can we do this? If you have an idea, great, but is it actionable at this moment, kind of thing? What does the planning stage look like when should it be live? How would we do that, and when?
My group, which is great, we have the full circle. We're social, we're experiential, we're brand, and we're content marketing. So for me, I'm looking at it really how to hit the audience first, and where are they, and how can we show up? And I use it all together. So if we're doing a live event or we're part of South by, what is the connection to digital? What is the connection to live streaming? And if we're working with influencers or with talent, how does that moment and that event live beyond the physical activation, and how does it scale? So it could be a great moment at South by, and then a video from somebody who experienced it hits 1 million views on TikTok later that night, which is an incredible extension of it. So for us, I feel like it's a lot more than is this offline or online, is how do I pull all these things together?
I mean, I don't know about everyone. If I had the budget, I would do them all the time. I wish it wasn't an either or, but I think it goes back to your last question about authenticity. A lot of times it's about how did the idea come to life, and then how do we honor that? And so when we relaunched Mexican pizza a few years ago, that was we had taken it off the menu during COVID, and it was detrimental for a lot of our consumers. Anyone a Mexican pizza fan? All right, I hope there's a few of you out there. So actually, the most vocal Mexican pizza fan was Doja Cat, and so we decided, instead of bringing it back as a normal product launch, how do we do it back in service of the fans? And it came as a very viral, very internet-based conversation, and so we left it to the fans. We actually didn't put on top paid media. We actually left it as a social conversation for it to come back, and it was one of our most successful launches ever. And I think that authenticity of understanding what channel, based on the audience, is the most important part of it.
Yeah, and I think it scales up and down. Like I said in my last answer about that fluidity, like how you meet the moment. What we do in schools across LA is very different than what we are doing for the Super Bowl or for our Melbourne game. Like, so the goal is to be as omnipresent as you can, and for global fans, that's largely storytelling, it's content. For our local fans and certainly for the youth in LA, like, we want to be with you on that journey. And so it means being there, like making sure that we've got clinics in the Inland Empire and down in San Diego. But it allows us to kind of layer that story. And so when you think about a brand, I think it's really important, especially as a sports brand, to tip your hat to what your values are, to who you are on the inside, who you will sustainably continue to be. And that has to peek its head in content, in experiences, and in the way you show up.
I will argue my own counterpoint to this, actually. I will forever evangelize what James pretty much said, which is the audience is this distribution channel. We're all learning to build these experiences with all these tools for the audience to amplify it, socially, digitally, et cetera. And I think audiences we're about to see, everyone needs to know what's real. That's the AI apocalypse coming in terms of content, right? So we're gonna be you're gonna see us all, I'm sure, using experiences to give PR a story of what really happened, to give social content proof that it happened. It's going to be proof of the promises that everyone is making digitally. But the counterpoint that we experimented with is, yes, there is so much content that we can amplify. Then we go to Coachella last week, and we executed the exact reverse. We created a Pinterest experience where we locked up everyone's phone before they walked in. With the Yonder pouch, which is really an amazing tool, and put them through this magical Pinterest moment within Coachella, which, by the way, the Coachella being the influencer social media Olympics, as you know, we locked their phones up. And and everyone's like, what are you talking about? We spent all this money, time engineering this beautiful masterpiece of an experience, and we're not gonna let people capture the content within it. And you walked through, it was a charm bar, it was what the kids really want nowadays. The kids, I'm 42. So what ended up being the output of that was a ton of content of people talking digitally, Reddit, TikTok, Instagram, media trade of, did you hear what happened at the Pinterest Coachella experience? And people trying to sneak videos, people outside of it taking content. So sometimes that access point, sometimes that anti-content moment can be a content story as well. And again, I think illustrates some of the more creative and strategic layers that we're going to be adding to Experiential to generate the proof. And honestly, that's what we need right now, is just proof of the promise.
Yeah, I think one of the words that's come up a couple of times is authentic, and I agree. I think for us, for sports, and I think this is true in entertainment, music, whatever the case may be, there's a lot of follow the leader. I think there's constantly this, you guys should do a Manning cast version of NASCAR, or you should do a full speed version of NASCAR. Well, even if we did do that, and even if we did it well, it would always just be comparative to whoever originated it. So why not come up with the original idea, and then having to solve the distribution problem is kind of easy by comparison. If you create such a great experience that your biggest problem is we need to scale this to get it to more people on more platforms, I think I speak for all of us, I would welcome that as the challenge versus having the big idea.
When it comes to measuring the success of these, Brett, maybe you can start off for us because you look at so many different areas.
Oh God, the measurement question.
Which is the measuring success. At the end of it, great, we did it. And then you have to go to the next one. For something like Pinterest, what was the benchmark when you look at that? What is the benchmark of success? And you know that went well, and this is something we could execute again.
I think there's many different dimensions of answers. We could do another session on that one because we present a lot of options and CMOs have a lot of opinions about whether they want to know, the answer to that between us and you. Truth is that success, a sophisticated brand side marketer understands the power innately and is starting to see the traditional marketing funnel of like awareness to consideration. Every other form of marketing moves people one stage forward, right? Awareness to consideration, then that's your digital ad, and then the retargeting kind of moves them into trial. We demonstrate that brand experience activates and fires 3 or 4 of those simultaneously at the same person at the same time, right? We're getting trial, we're getting brand affinity, we're getting an opportunity for conversation, we're getting content. So we're collapsing the funnel. And by doing that, we can illustrate the power of experience just right there before we get into the metrics of measuring the social listening and all that fun side that people tend to not want to pay for. But the reality beyond that is understanding that a brand's cultural relevance, whether people are returning to them, defending them on their own rather than having to be retargeted to keep them as a loyal brand follower, is really the metric that we tell people to look for. Most of our clients are really happy with that result.
What about the rest of you? What's success look like?
For me, it's about resonating rather than reach. I think there's many other ways to really scale and reach a broad audience. But if you're not coming genuinely and authentically, as you said, to these activations and these events, where you're resonating with those that are on the ground, and then there's an emotional connection that's created, and it either validates their fandom or there's somebody that's introduced to a new fandom or a new community, that actually is incredibly valuable for a brand. And not every brand is leaning into that space, but it's scalable if you think about it in the context of the value that it's bringing to the audience, and then how they then share that following the event, or how digital will bring that to life in other ways. So authenticity is key.
I mean, what I would add to that is I completely agree with if it doesn't work at multiple parts of the funnel, it just doesn't work, because there's an assumption that you just hop people into the top and then they trickle their way down. I think that's unrealistic. And so I think for us, it is, how do you, in every way that you show up throughout that 365, how are you constantly reinforcing, I meet you where you are, right? If that means that you're casual and you love the entertainment of it all, great. If you are, especially for our youth, like they're voracious, they're eating it up. How does each moment add on itself? And then when you get there and you get to experience it live, how does that become that thing that sticks with you? It sticks in your soul, it sticks in your bones. This experience feels like me, and I'm gonna remember this. And that's what creates the advocacy, right? That's what creates the amplification. And so when I think about things like that, I think about, okay, that moment in the school with Rampage also shows up at draft. It also shows up when I'm watching that game on Thursday night. And how do I connect the dots and essentially validate our fans that this is a virtuous cycle of fandom for them?
Did we just become best friends?
Absolutely.
That was good.
Last one for you. We only have a little bit of time left, but I'd love to know if anyone has something specific they want to say about trends that they're seeing right now, or what they're hoping to see coming to live events in the future. Just general across the board. What's exciting you? What's something you want to get involved in?
I think we're contractually obligated to mention AI. I think that's just a prerequisite.
You can.
Here's what I would say, just to further the joke. I think that some of the stigma or maybe the fear around AI is a little bit misguided for a couple of different ways, not the least of which is I think we can get back to dictating better questions. Sure, the technology may be better and more evolved to further an answer or solution, but it's got to be predicated off of something. So whether it's us as marketers or whatever area of your business it is, there still have to be some human connection and ideas and hypotheses to put into a technology like AI. And if it becomes a more a quickly processed solution or something to react to and have a debate against, I think that's a good thing.
The AI is going to be jet fuel for our industry because the more content, the more promises brands make, the more they're going to have to prove it. And we're going to be there to help create the experiences where brands prove everything and then supercharge every other content stream, from social to earned media to storytelling to the advertising campaigns. We're going to be that catalyst. I'm drinking my own Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
You know I am.
You're right.
But bring it on, AI, for that purpose.
Yeah, we talk about it as a supercharger, like an enhancer as well. But we also, as a food company, and I think obviously in sports too, there is a human element of that I think we see more and more with this younger generation wanting to make sure is still a part of their lives, like putting them in their phones for a moment, maybe at Coachella, but also just to touch grass, right? To like be a part of something. And I think it has to start somewhere. We're saying that it has to start at the core of a human event that then we can supercharge or expand out. It'll be an amazing enhancer, but it won't be a replacement, I don't think.
No, I think it goes back to the humanity of it all. Like at the end of the day,
humanity?
Like I'm not going to create an Aaron Donald avatar, right? Because people want to experience the real thing. Yeah. And so how do you, in a world where there is increasing noise and clutter, how do you still break through? And I think those live experiences pay off the stories, to your point. It is about putting authentic proof, not just any proof.
When I think of trends, what I'm seeing happen, and I reflect on San Diego Comic-Con, where like 300,000 people descend on this city every year, and I think a lot of the ideas from Experiential really stem from that being a place where we've tested and learned. It used to be that people would go there and they want to take a photo in front of a superhero in a glass case. Now they want to be in the experience. Now they want to be the superhero. Or they want to co-create with you as a brand, or co-create with you as IP or a title that they're passionate about. So I think that co-creation is something that I'm continuing to see emerge.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Introducing Building the Digital Marketing Backbone for the LA 28 Olympic and Paralympic Games, featuring Michelle McGuire, Chief Data and AI Officer, Olympic and Paralympic Partnerships, Deloitte, and Alex Merchon, CMO, LA 28.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us, braving the valet gauntlet, every Angelino's worst nightmare. So thank you for being here. Good to see everyone. I'm Michelle McGuire. I'm the Chief Data and AI Officer for Deloitte's partnership with the Olympics and the Paralympics. That includes the International Olympic Committee, Team USA, and of course, LA 28. Deloitte as a firm is committed to our partnership and our top sponsorship as the technical integration partner and the digital transformation partner. So much so that we've dedicated an entire team to using data and AI to transform the Olympics overall, but also reducing operational complexity, creating amazing fan experiences, leveraging data and AI, and ultimately making the games more accessible for whether it be host cities or media rights holders, advertisers, in a way that truly is elevating the games from a data and AI standpoint. So that's a little bit about me, but joining me today is Alex. I'll have him introduce himself, and then we'll chat a little bit about the games.
Hey everyone, thank you for having me here. Alex Michon, CMO for LA28, been here about a year now. First of all, thank you, Michelle, Deloitte, Variety for having us. We are 814 days away from putting on the world's biggest sporting event. Don't mean that lightly, that is truly a fact. And with that, it's not just bringing the Olympic and Paralympic Games to Los Angeles, it's having a hand in shaping a cultural experience for LA, and really to spotlight all the great things about Los Angeles to the rest of the country, to the rest of the world, on a truly global stage.
Yeah, no, you're a busy guy. No small feat. But so you've been in the role now for about a year. You have a very interesting, eclectic background that I think really uniquely positions you as a CMO to really, put your stamp on it. And we'll talk about brand here in a minute, but share with everyone kind of a little bit of your background.
Sure. One of the things that I think about is I never knew that the role for the LA20 Olympics was a thing, right? So luckily, I think the last 25 plus years prepared me for this. Has spent a career really in early days of curating and curating customer journeys, understanding fan engagement when it was analog and then digital. Creating in real life experiences and activations for brands and the experiential side. All of that across different industries, whether it was TV or retail, hospitality, concerts, sporting events, and all that really culminating to here, to being able to do it all at once. The unique thing, unlike any other business where you're looking at in real-time dashboards or daily results or weekly results, we've got a payoff that won't show up till July of 28 and August of 28. So it's exciting to really bring those past experiences and harness it into one specific effort in bringing the Olympic and Paralympic Games to Los Angeles.
The scale is massive. I know that we think about it as 35, we as Deloitte, as we're the games platform provider, operator. We also operate the fan data platform, so things that are core to operations. I know the scale is immense, but LA's had 11 years to prepare, or what by the time we get there, will have been 11 years to think about it. So tell us a little bit about how you approached branding, to your point, what is going to be the largest games in the history of the Olympiad. It's going to have 57 sports, which is the most, 49 venues. It'll be the first time that there are more women than men competing as athletes. So
and
it's
that was
all,
intentional.
Yes,
that was intentional.
That's a huge milestone for us. But the scale of it is immense. So talk a little bit about how the scale and the brand come together to tell a story of how LA is so unique.
Sure. We recognize that these games, at the success of Paris in 24 and the Winter Games just now along Cortina, have really set the bar high. And so with that, we're fortunate enough to have some lead time here and really look at those opportunities and see how we can build upon them. One, Los Angeles as a cultural and sports hub for the world. I think we're leaning into that and really something we can bring something unique to the table. As far as execution. And then from a technology perspective, I mean, this city is built on innovation in so many ways, and such a rich city, people forget of all the pecking order of things that LA has to offer. That's one of them. And so really leaning into that as a key focus on how we bring the games to life. The competition within the line field of play will happen, but we will influence everything else and everything from a fan experience and how you perceive, ingest, and take in the games, whether it's in person or from home or wherever you might be. And we know we have us and some key partners have a key role to play in that.
I know both as a fan, I'm excited about it coming to our hometown and being in our backyard. There'll be so many opportunities for people to engage with both the LA brand and the rings more broadly, so that's exciting. So when you started to look at how do you brand a look and feel of what is obviously an iconic brand in the rings, arguably one of the most recognizable in the world. Tell us a little bit about the task of uniting the rings, what is uniquely Los Angeles, and then obviously the scale. Tell us about that brand exercise.
Sure. One thing that LA definitely is all things, art, branding, creative. I mean, LA in its essence is really made up of all that. And so how do you properly represent Los Angeles through the games? And so one of the key things, there's two key areas, but one that we just announced a few weeks ago is the look of the games. Every edition of an Olympics and every organizing committee, every OCOG, is responsible to develop a comprehensive design system that truly becomes the palette and the system by which you take in the game. So whether you're showing up to Los Angeles and seeing the banners on the streets and billboards on out and about, walking up to a venue, the environment we create around you, broadcast or watching it streaming at home, all that is really defined by the look of the games. And so a very thoughtful approach to represent Los Angeles in a powerful way, but both visually and with elements that represent Los Angeles. We took the inspiration of the Super Bloom. We call our look of the games LA in full bloom. For those who maybe aren't from Los Angeles or haven't experienced a Super Bloom, I mean, truly, it's a rare and electric phenomenon that has to have many, many things happen and happen just the right way for the city, for the landscapes around Los Angeles to really become enveloped and blossom in wildflowers everywhere and really powerful, bright colors. And so big inspiration for us to represent LA in a very unique way and bring that to life as far as our visual identity and signature for the games.
Yeah, and I think we've got a quick look with a video so you guys could experience the Super Bloom.
And if you happen to have been to any of our professional sporting events in LA in the last 3 or 4 weeks, you may have seen this and some other activation elements we did across all pro sports in town, men's, women's, indoor, outdoor. Really, the city, our venue partners, our team partners have all embraced it and really helped us start to really amplify what you will start to see a look that will take over Los Angeles in the coming years.
Yeah. Another design element that I know we as a sponsor are very interested in is, one, obviously the look and feel. You've made it available early for us as partners in order to engage in our own branding as we think about the lead up. And it's, 2 years will go by like that. So it's important for us as a brand to be able to leverage those elements, but also for us, what you're seeing on the screen now is what we call the Deloitte A for both the Olympics and the Paralympics, designed by our team, our brand. The ability to do that and put our own stamp on it. Tell us a little bit about the origin story of the different A's for those who don't know.
For any marketer out there, this is a bit of a paradox. It's a little bit challenging because it unlocks endless potential, and that on its own as your core mark becomes a challenge. And so what you see here is the Deloitte version of our LA28 emblem. And so the initial concept behind a dynamic emblem is that Los Angeles and the story of LA can't be told with a singular method. And so every story, every person, every partner, every element has a unique story. And so we can tell that through the dynamic A. As an emblem in general, we see it as a very optimistic emblem. It's forward-leaning into the future, and it allows us some flexibility. The L, the 2, the 8 will always be static, but the A allows us to be a little bit creative. We've got a few categories. We have organizational A's that represent the values and pillars of LA28. We've got A's that we've partnered with different figures across sport, art, and music. People like Anderson .Paak, Kobe Bryant, Bobby Hundreds, all of which are able to use their signature A to help tell our story and amplify what we're doing. And then, of course, for a select few commercial partners, we work with them and develop their own partner A. And so Deloitte, over the next 2+ years, is able to leverage this as their association with LA28. And between the emblem and the look of the games, the powerful thing here is that it allows brands to connect and integrate with LA28 in a unique way that you usually don't get with any other IP. The fact that we allow this with the emblem, we have a very similar element with the look and feel, the look of the games that can be adopted to a brand. But the fact that we've delivered these 2.5 years out, 3 years out, really allows brands, as they start planning into 27, 28, to consider using this as part of their architecture and their plan for their campaigns coming into the Summer Games.
Yeah, it's definitely the most coveted merch inside of Deloitte with the branding, as well as, there's a culture of pin collecting. So the Deloitte pin with either logo for us, everyone it's very coveted.
I don't have your pin yet, so you'll have to give that one to me.
Might have to
fix that
afterwards. Okay, so let's pivot a little bit. You mentioned technology. I know NBC recently did some research around when you think about the LA28 brand and the Olympics. What do you associate with it? And a couple of things that fans said were innovation, modernity, the ability to, think differently, fun, diversity. There were some great words in there, but I glommed on to innovation because I know we as Deloitte are thinking about the true transformation from end to end, leveraging AI and data so that fans experience it differently. But tell me a little bit about how you envision technology to achieve that goal of being the most technologically advanced, data-driven, AI-enabled in the history of the Olympiad. No small feat. But tell me how you guys think about the use of technology for the games.
Yeah, that's fair. Technology is not just a function of the games. It's going to be what powers everything that we deliver. We have set the very ambitious goal of being the most technology advanced games ever delivered. And it's not just about planning and setting that goal. I think we're in a perfect time. It's ripe for us to bring those elements and proven opportunities to the games. And it's not just doing it alone. I mean, we're going to be able to achieve this with a lot of the key partners we have already signed up. So, for example, with Deloitte's already been in charge of standing up our cybersecurity, which is, at the foundation, one of the most critical things that we're working on, as well as our tech infrastructure. We're working with Google to redefine the fan experience from both leading up to the games as well as games time and on, understanding our customers and how we best engage with them digitally. We've got partners like Omega. Omega is in many spaces, beyond just making luxury watches, a great technology partner. They're the official timekeeper. If you think about every result ever recorded in the last 33 Olympic Games, which is what they've been involved in, all done by Omega, and there's a whole slew of technology that they've shared with us that's really exciting in the back end that they also bring to the table. And then, for most people around the country or the world who won't be here in person, partners like NBC Universal are critical in terms of curating and developing a very unique and immersive way of taking in the games, whether you want to do from your couch, from your device, stream, broadcast, and they're also finding innovative ways of driving technology and data into how it's done. So all these pieces together, we look to deliver a very sound, forward-thinking and data-driven games more than ever so before.
Yeah, we love the vision. We love to partner with everyone in the stack that you mentioned as the technology integration partner. It's our job to be the integrator of integrators. And so how do you convene those parties in order to provide a seamless experience for fans, for athletes, for partners, volunteers, employees? The landscape is diverse. And then to ensure that experience is one that is flawless is definitely our goal as Deloitte. But so on the marketing technology specifically, let's chat about how you're thinking about using AI for fan engagement, how you're thinking about personalization. How do you enable that for such a vast landscape of Southern California and all of those venues? But then how do you also create it personal in the seat at SoFi, for example, if I'm watching swimming? How are you thinking about your MarTech stack and AI and how that enables that?
Sure. I think the first thing to think about is it's a double-edged sword. The idea that we're starting so far out and we've announced and released all these things 2.5 years out. The slippery slope, or the challenge there is we have to now keep fans engaged. Tickets just went on sale. The first batch window closed last week. Phenomenal reception and excitement globally and locally on acquiring those tickets. But the intention of how do we now keep fans engaged is going to be critical. So understanding our customer, knowing where they're at, how do we engage with them, whether which channel and the frequency, and what are the messages, products, experiences that they're looking for. That's one. Two, for those who know Los Angeles, it's not easy to navigate. And if you think you're just going to jump off the plane, come here, and get around easily, we know we have to educate people in advance on how to get around. And if they're staying on a certain part of town, how far is that in relation to where they want to go? And so all that preparation, all that to mass scale, to fans all over the world in endless number of languages, all will be things that we will lean into technology, AI, through our partners and some systems we have in place already to make sure we make this a great journey for a fan from the planning process now all the way through landing on the ground and even navigating around on site. And so, we are in a fortunate place to leverage technology to where how do we translate things on the spot? How do we make things more accessible for those who have special, requests or different needs? And so technology, I think, will be the first place to look to facilitate some of that in solutions that have been around, but now we can get there much faster and make a bigger impact.
Shout out to our friends at Google for their translate capability, also a local sponsor. So there's obviously a lot to be excited about between now and, you said it, 814 days from now, right? Which will go by so quickly, I am sure. I know I'm excited about cricket coming to the games for the first time. That's super exciting. Educating an American populace on cricket as a sport, I'm sure that's no small challenge.
Second biggest sport in the world.
Right, a billion
and in the US,
fans.
we don't know about it.
Yeah, 1 billion fans worldwide, can't be wrong. So we as Americans are probably going to have to figure out. So for me, that's what I'm most excited about, is new sports and it being in our backyard and having the world come to Los Angeles and experience it the way we experience as Angelinos. But for you, what are you most excited about for the games in 2 years?
I mean, the idea that after 3 decades, it comes back to American soil, I think will be an exciting thing. There's a whole generation out there for different reasons that have not experienced the games. And I'm sure half this room, probably fall in that group. And so the idea that it's in our time zone, it's in our backyard, it's in the U.S. at least, if you're, maybe living on the East Coast or whatever. The excitement that it's real, it's here, it's for us, will only elevate the importance of this being not just the world's biggest sporting event, but the idea that being Los Angeles, being a little biased, living here and all, we've got so much richness to share that, again, the cultural and the multi-layered dimensions that we have to offer, I think, just add that much more. And so I think that's going to be the most important thing, to unlock that for a new generation that will honestly, just like what Paris and Milano Cortina did for the games, help elevate things to a whole new level.
Well, we're excited to be on this journey with you. I know most Angelinos are as well. So thank you for your time. We look forward to spending more time on all things fan and tech with you.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Thank you all.
Thanks all. Enjoy your sessions.
Announcing a keynote conversation with Apple's Oliver Schusser, VP Music, TV, Sports, Podcasts, Beats. Moderated by Stephen Horwitz, music reporter, Variety.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing?
Good morning.
Good morning, Oliver. Thanks for joining us.
Stephen.
I think just to get things a little started, we can get a little silence in the room. Thank you very much. Oliver, you were just introduced as your title. Obviously, you oversee a lot of aspects of Apple. Apple Music, podcasts, Beats, sports. I mean, there's a lot of things that you do. So how do you manage to balance all of these different verticals and areas of the company?
Well, I've been at Apple 22 years. So my team and responsibility has grown over the years. They're all sort of in the entertainment space. And we've got a lot going on at any given time, so I just sort of go with the flow, whatever is a priority at the time.
I want to talk about Apple Music. You and I were talking right before this. One of the things that sort of distinguishes Apple Music from other DSPs and competitors is the fact that you don't put numbers out there. I found that to be so fascinating because we live in such a statistics-based society, especially in the music space where stats have become currency in a way for fans, for artists to really value how successful something is. So what's the reason that Apple Music doesn't share that kind of information?
I think you almost have to go back to, we've been in the music business as long as Apple existed, over 50 years now. We love music. We make hardware for creative people. We make software for creative people. And if you look at the portfolio of music assets in Apple, I mean, most artists make and write music on our devices. They use Logic or GarageBand. And we got Apple Music, we've got iTunes, we've got Shazam, we've got Beats. So there's a number of music properties. And we're doing this because we love music. And we're doing this mostly to support artists, give artists tools and flexibility. And our focus has always been building great products, not talking about our numbers. And just competing on a numbers level, we think is boring and not interesting. We want to make great products. That's what we focus on.
And one of the other distinguishing factors about Apple Music is the fact that it is a subscriber-based model. There's no free tier. You're really having people buy into Apple Music. And other competitors, they stuff ads into free tiers and things like that. It really breaks up the user experience. So why is it that Apple Music chooses to have that subscription-based model?
Well, we look at music as art, just like photography or films or any other sort of art form. And everything we do is for artists. When we make any decisions, when we wake up in the morning, we always ask ourselves, well, what's the right thing for artists? And we don't think it's the right thing for artists to give away music for free. They spend years, months, to make a piece of art, whether it's an album, an EP, or just a song. Who are we to just give it away for free? So we just don't believe in that. We think it's the wrong thing for artists. I also personally believe it's the wrong commercial thing. If you look at where we are with music streaming as a business, it's been great, but I think it could be much greater if there was no free tier.
I want to switch gears and talk about the Super Bowl. Obviously, Apple Music partnered with the NFL you guys came in 2023, and I want to sort of take a look back at the past few years. How has Apple Music helped elevate the halftime show experience, the Super Bowl experience at large? How would you describe that?
Well, we have always, at Apple, in iTunes and in Apple Music, been involved in live events. I remember the first live event that my team and I did, I was based in London at the time, was with the Stereophonics in 2005, in April, in an Apple store. And we had a series called Live from London, Live from New York, and these were all Apple stores. We actually had a festival for 10 years in iTunes that we ran in the UK, which is a big hit. We've got a monthly concert series on Apple Music, so it's called Apple Music Live. So we've always wanted to engage with artists on live performances. Like, what is the #1 live performance in a year in the world? It's the Super Bowl halftime show. It's actually more than even a music event. It's like the cultural highlight of a year. And so when we saw an opportunity to work with the NFL and to work with Rock Nation, we jumped in, and our goal was to make the halftime show better, bigger, and more global. That's how we approached it. And we had Rihanna, we had Usher, we had obviously an incredible year this year, and I think we're on a great path. It's been incredible. Every year was bigger than the year before. Bad Bunny was bigger than Kendrick Lamar, and then Kendrick Lamar was bigger than Usher, and it continues to be a culture phenomenon. What was great in particular this year was. Is that it was such a global moment. I've been traveling to Japan and Australia early in the year, and it was wonderful to see that even there, this was like a big moment.
I'm sure a lot of people in the room are really interested and curious about how a halftime show comes together. So just sort of looking at it from your involvement and Apple Music's involvement, what was it like, for instance, with Bad Bunny this year, and how did you sort of go through the process of getting it across the finish line?
Well, first of all, obviously, the Super Bowl is run by the NFL. And they partnered with Rock Nation, Jay-Z's company, for the halftime show. And so effectively, it's between the NFL, Rock Nation, and us. Rock Nation are the official sort of producer and sort of the event. So they run the production. But the good news is, in the case of Bad Bunny, we worked with Bad Bunny literally since day one of his career. We have people on my team who saw him when he hadn't even released music. And we have a very close relationship with Jay-Z and Dez and that team at Rock Nation. So there's a lot of love in the room of people who have the same understanding of trying to do what's right for the artists and for their work and their art and building a great show. You know, typically after the halftime show, which is in February, you know, there's like a month or two where we don't speak. But then we start talking to everyone about next year. And it's micromanaging every single detail about the announcement, about the show, how we can amplify it. We bring all of Apple's ecosystem to it. I mean, we literally, it was probably the biggest promotion we ever ran across anything for music. And we have, there's a lot of wonderful partners involved. So it's been great.
What's, you know, Apple Music comes in 2023, and obviously you're trying to build a cultural experience, a memorable experience. I'd say that you've been very successful in doing that. But what's the ROI on something like a partnership with the NFL for the halftime show? Is the idea to get branding out there? Is it to get people to subscribe to Apple Music? What's sort of the end game for Apple in this sort of realm?
Well, believe it or not, but we look at everything. Everything starts with the product. Is like, are we collectively, as a team, in working with everyone else, are we building a great product? Was the halftime show great? And that's not just the show, because a lot of it is obviously the artists. It's overall the campaign, how we announce it. We typically announce around September, and then there's a 6-month ramp with lots of activity. Is the artist happy? I mean, we really start with that. And I think the team has knocked it out of the park. I think we've had, the last 4 years have been absolutely amazing. It's very great. It's great for the brand. And we look at it obviously as a marketing exercise. And it does also drive business. But we didn't get into this with the ideas like, oh, wow, we're going to get X and Y out of it. We got into this with the idea of, hey, we think we could do something really wonderful here. That would really stand out, and you're operating at the highest level. I mean, there's no bigger show or culture moment of the year than the halftime show.
Right. So you said that after the halftime show, the Super Bowl, you don't talk for a few months. So are you guys already ideating on how you want to come to the Super Bowl next year?
Well, obviously we talk to Rock Nation every week because they have many other projects going on. But we have already talked. We're already talking about next year, of course.
Right. You've been at Apple since 2004. It's been, the industry has changed in so many ways, but particularly it's gone from a purchasing music economy to a streaming economy in a lot of ways. But you and I were talking right before this, and we were talking about how iTunes has sort of evolved alongside that. You came in, helped launch iTunes. It obviously changed the way that people consume music. How has iTunes progressed over the years, and how do you value that as part of the Apple ecosystem?
Well, when you look back in the early 2000s, the music industry was not in a good shape. Piracy was rampant, and really iTunes and Apple started the digital music revolution. And it was really the magic between the iPod and the iTunes Music Store and the simplicity of a 99-cent song, and every song was available to purchase. And we're very proud of that we brought sort of the music business back on the right track. And the download business has become a great business for everyone, and it still is today. It's still a very big business, and there's a lot of people around the world that like to own music and download it and collect in the libraries, and there's a lot of young people who actually like to do that. But it also opened the door to streaming, because when we launched iTunes in 2003, 2004, there was really no licensing infrastructure in place. So we launched with 400,000 songs. By now, most streaming services have more than 150 million songs. But it took a long time for the industry to develop the right infrastructure, the right operations to even deliver songs. We're very proud of that. And the other thing, as I mentioned, I was based in London in my first sort of 15 years at Apple. The music business was really in like 20 or so markets in the past. And we were able to get it to 175 countries around the world. which is phenomenal, which allowed Apple Music then to launch in 175 countries as well and really bring streaming to the world.
So if people are able to stream music, stream anything they want at any given time from anywhere essentially, why do people download music still, do you think? You said iTunes still has a hold in the music industry. What's the value of downloading a piece of music?
I think the value is in choice. There's people who like this, there's people like that. Some people buy CDs, some people buy vinyls. For us, we always want to give the customers the choice. I think you can see here, one thing you don't really find in streaming as much is this sense of fandom and being a true fan, because you and I have the same library. It's 150 million songs. In the physical world, people were collecting products and everyone had a different library, and it was part of people's brand. And so you see that in people buying T-shirts, people buying concert tickets, people buying vinyl, people downloading music. I think it's fandom. And I think that's wonderful for us. We don't really care. We give customers the choice.
I want to switch gears and talk a little bit about AI. Obviously, it's probably going to be brought up many times today at this conference. And I saw something last week. There was an AI artist who was at the top of iTunes. And I am curious what your take is on the proliferation of AI, the use of AI in music, and how it's become such a hot button issue in the music industry.
It is a hot button, but it's also technology. And the music industry has done well. If you look at the last 50, 60 years when it comes to technology, it takes a moment to adjust. Let me walk you through it. So we get millions of songs delivered to Apple Music every month. That's nothing new. We got millions of songs delivered even before AI. It's relatively easy to make a song and to sort of publish it. Yes, a growing number of these songs that are delivered every day, every month, are made with AI. And so we have technology sort of that we developed at Apple that lets us sort of understand what's AI and what's not AI. And so we have a really good overview on sort of what we have in our catalog. There's nothing wrong per se with AI. The number of people who actually stream or listen to an AI song, the percentage of streams is very, very small. It's literally tiny. Now, I'm sure it'll grow over time. Don't know how big it can be. What's important is two things. Number one, we are adamant that we don't want any fraud on Apple Music. We have for 20 years, since the iTunes days, have always been focused on eliminating and reducing fraud. And I think we have an industry-leading sort of ops system and back end that has done incredibly well. We have by far the lowest fraud in the industry. And we need to continue to make sure that that fraud is as little as possible. So one thing we've done a couple of years ago is we introduced a penalty that if a label sends us fraudulent music or we catch them at doing fraudulent activities, that we have a penalty. And what we do with that penalty is we actually throw it back in the pool to go back to real artists that weren't fraudulent. And so one of the things we've done is because we saw an uptick in fraud with AI over the last sort of 6 months, we've actually doubled the fraud penalty just 2 months ago. And that's incredibly effective. And so I feel like that's under control. The second thing is we need to, as an industry, be more transparent about fraud. And so we've introduced sort of tags. We want labels to sort of tag content when it's made with AI. And when I say that, I'm talking about the recording, the songwriting, the photo, and the video, because there's multiple components in a song. So I want to know if the artwork is completely made with AI, if the songwriting is written by AI, and so on. And so we've announced that, I would say 6 weeks or so ago, and there's a lot of labels around the world that are already tagging the content to us. At the end of the day, my pitch to the industry has been, we need to come together as an industry in some forum where you have representatives of every part of the industry, labels, publishers, artists, songwriters, maybe DSPs, but we don't even have to be involved, to define what is actually AI. Because right now, it's very gray. Is a 1% AI song, is that AI? Is it only 100%? Those are the questions that I think we need to solve on an industry level. And I've been saying this to the CEOs of the major labels. I'd really encourage them to come together and develop some kind of view and standard for the industry.
A lot of artists can be very anti-AI, that music should be organic, it should be a person with a guitar, that kind of thing. Where do you fall on using AI in music creation? Do you think that it's useful as a tool? Do you think that, or do you fall in the more organic category? How do you feel about it sort of becoming part of the creative process?
Well, our goal is to be #1 with artists. And by the way, this is not an Apple Music goal. This is in general at Apple. This is nothing different to in iTunes. That's what we built. We built radio studios for artists to come in and make radio shows or give interviews. We have a production space here in LA, in Culver City, where artists come in and do live events or unplugged sessions. And so we've always believed in working closely with artists and empowering artists. And we don't want Apple Music just to be some jukebox in the sky that's completely anonymous. So we work with artists every day. I told you I was at Coachella the last 2 weekends. That's our life. And whatever is good for the artists is good for us. New technologies is good for the artists in general. I think if it allows them to make better music or maybe to make it faster, we're all for it. I think we need to just define the rules around it as an industry.
I want to ask you about podcasting. Podcasting is so woven into the fabric of culture these days. Apple is very much on the ground floor with podcasting. So with the proliferation of podcasting, Spotify has partnerships with podcasters, and they put video on and all these things. How does Apple remain competitive in that area of the industry?
Well, thank you for asking. I love that you're asking. Some of you here in the audience might not know, but we started podcasting in 2005 when podcasting was really, really early, and the name is derived from the iPod, and we put it into the iTunes Music Store. And so we've been in the podcast business for over 20 years, and we're very proud of it. And again, we're just enabling the creators. That's all we do. We're a platform, and so it's been amazing what has happened over the years and 2 decades, how podcasts have become such a huge success and has evolved from, there's subscriptions, there's video, and for us, we're just trying to make our product better to enable sort of creators to have a business and find their audience, whether it's for fly fishing or for cooking or for true crime. And we're super excited. We've got hundreds of millions of people on Apple Podcasts. The platform is growing. We continue to innovate. AI is actually, one of the great things about AI is, we talked about AI and the risks on the content side. AI is wonderful to actually make a better product. Like, one of the things we did in podcasts is we introduced transcripts, which is a hugely popular feature. And obviously AI is incredibly helpful because you've got literally millions, tens of millions of podcasts, and we have transcripts for all of it. And so we're using AI to make great, just like in music where we just launched a playlist feature and we've got auto mix and a number of other things. We're trying to use AI as a technology to make Apple Podcasts and all of our products better.
We are almost out of time, but I want to leave you with one last question. What's a record that you've been listening to recently that you'd recommend for everyone in the room?
Oh, wow. That's a tough one. I can tell you the last vinyl I bought was a Harry Styles vinyl. You and I just talked about that.
Yes.
I just told you I was at Coachella the last 2 weekends, and I was so happy for Justin Bieber. I thought the show was perfect, and his essentials have been, in the family, have been on replay for, I think, the last month or so.
So Justin Bieber, essentially.
I'll go with that.
Okay, well, we can leave it there. Thank you so much, Oliver.
Thank you, Stephen. Thanks, everyone.
Introducing our next session, in conversation with Pearlena Igbokwe, 100 Years of NBC and the Next Era of Must-See Entertainment, moderated by Cynthia Littleton, co-editor-in-chief, Variety.
Hey everyone, thank you so much. My goodness, we're so happy to see this room so full. We know we must be on the right topic. Thank you, folks. Thanks for sticking with us here. Please, if folks in the back could settle down, we want to hear our speaker here. Thank you, appreciate it. Well, I am so very pleased and grateful to be introducing Pearlena Igbokwe. who is, she has a very long title, Chairman TV Studios for NBC Universal Entertainment and Peacock Scripted. I think of her as the big boss of most of TV at NBC Universal. Pearlena, thank you for taking time out to be here with us.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, and thank you all for quieting down. Appreciate it. I wanted to start, as we know, we've been talking about, inordinate amount of change in our business, and there's been a lot of change at NBC Universal in the last, 12 to 18 months. So Pearlena, set the table in terms of the company as it stands today. NBC Universal in December and January went through a pretty big transformation with Versant Media, the linear cable channels, USA, Sci-Fi, CNBC, MS Now, have now transitioned into a separate company. Tell us now, so for NBC Universal now, it's streamlined, there's focus. Tell us, sort of set the table in terms of the vision for NBC Universal going forward and the specifics of what you do, because you do a number of things in the business right now.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I think at NBC Universal, I would say that we are positioning ourselves for the future of entertainment. We've brought, in this restructure, we have brought our 4 TV studios, NBC, Bravo Network, and Peacock under one umbrella, under Donna Langley. And I think that it's really helping us to operate the business on a holistic level. So for me, as you said, based on my long title, I oversee the studios, NBC, and Peacock Scripted, and that means that in working with our teams, I'm involved in making decisions about who we're in business with, the creators and storytellers that we're in business with, to the development of those ideas, to launching those ideas on the platform, all the way through working with the international distribution team and putting them into syndication. And I think it's been a pretty effective system for us. NBC, I believe this is going to end up as the #1 network in prime time. Bravo, we know, is a leading network in terms of key female demos, and Peacock just had its one of its best months this past February, during Legendary February, with the Super Bowl and the Olympics and launch of one of our new series, The Burbs.
The Burbs, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Keke Palmer she has
Palmer.
sizzle.
Yes, she's gold.
She was on Variety's cover a couple weeks ago, and a lot of interest in her.
Yeah, well, she's fantastic, and once we knew we had Keke, we knew that we could really help launch that show. So that's the structure of how we see the business, and we see it as really operating as one. We're not standalone businesses. We're not a standalone linear network. We're not a standalone streaming, platform. We are the combination of linear and streaming, and we reap the benefits of all of that.
And that seems, for you, a perfect mix of your background. You had many years at Showtime before you came to NBC Universal, and this is a mix of your programming and now your production instinct.
Exactly.
And you can see where having one person seeing all of that through, making decisions about, like you said, who you're going to be in business with. Do you find that streamline, that focus, is been very beneficial for the business?
I think it has been very beneficial for us and beneficial just for all of our teams, so that we can. Sometimes businesses can get siloed, and everyone is doing a great job in their part of the business. But I think in a really competitive environment, what you need is that connectivity so decisions get made faster, and also they're made better because you can look across everything and say, what's the best thing for the entire business? So hopefully, we become, the sum is greater than the parts. So, everything's not perfect, but I think it's better, and I think we are operating in a more efficient way.
Can you talk about how you are using the the linear asset that you have in NBC, the mighty NBC, which you might have heard, is celebrating its 100 going back to the days of radio, which is pretty darn impressive. That
some people are like, "What's radio?"
Those original, those original brands, they endure.
Yeah.
But can you talk about how you how you work to kind of thread the content to make sure that those procedurals that drive NBC, we all know that those procedurals drive a lot of streaming hours. Can you talk about how that works sort of together as a flywheel?
Sure, sure. It's interesting you said thread it together, because I do see it as kind of a quilt, that we're making. But, we have the NBC audience, and that's an audience that loves watching its, mainstream dramas, crime dramas, action, sports, comedies, live events. We have the Bravo audience that is very female-led, female-forward, aspirational fare. We have lots of great shows on both of those networks, both of those platforms. And we offer, our Peacock subscribers the opportunity to watch all of those shows if they want next day on Peacock, because, on linear networks, it's very much about your show is on at a very specific time. And there are plenty of people who love that. My show is on at 9 o'clock and I'm right in front of the TV. And then there are plenty of people who want it whenever they want to watch it. And so we offer them that. So like a show like SVU, which has been on for about 28 years. And
one more season, I saw, right?
Another season coming. And continues to be a very popular show, on NBC, one of our highly rated shows on NBC. Also does incredibly well on Peacock, on streaming. And so that show reaches about 9 million viewers a week cross-platform. But the audience for SVU on NBC, average age 67. Average age in streaming, 45. Same show, different audiences. So
that would be the unduplicated viewing of our dreams,
exactly,
right?
Exactly. And so it's really allowing us to maximize our reach by really trying to program across the platforms. But then we also super serve those audiences on Peacock by offering them obviously exclusive sports, live events, comedies, but also original entertainment. And we're All Her Fault is an example. Is a series, limited series that we aired this past November that really appealed to that female-led aspirational Bravo audience, but also that mainstream NBC audience that likes its crime, thriller, procedural element.
Boilers.
Exactly. Yeah. And those two cohorts led that show to become one of our most successful show, reaching about 75 million hours viewed. So, as I say, if we're, by really looking at it as a combination of elements, it's not just programming to NBC or just programming to Peacock or just programming to Bravo. We really look at it as how can we be programming for all of the audiences that we, that are in our flywheel or that are in our ecosystem, and it's been working.
And so interesting because I wouldn't have off the top of my head thought of the Bravo audience, but of course that is, after
it's a
few
huge,
hours
passionate
of
audience. Yeah.
Below Deck and Top Chef, you're going to want. And Sarah Snook was so good. That casting was absolutely terrific.
She was great.
And so with all of this threading, there's I would imagine ample opportunity to cross promote. You can help bring people to different platforms by.
Absolutely. And the wonderful thing about having a broadcast network in our ecosystem, there's no bigger megaphone than broadcast TV, right? I still say, when the streaming networks want you to know what's on their platform, they advertise on broadcast, right?
And they're doing a lot in NBC. I've been watching so much basketball because there is so much in it, and I count the number of times. Yeah.
Right, and and obviously during the playoffs, there are lots of eyeballs. So we are very fortunate and very lucky that we have, NBC, a broadcast network, as part, of our infrastructure that really can help us amplify what's going on in Bravo, what's going on, on Peacock. And so I feel it's really one of our great advantages.
Absolutely. They don't call them the big three for nothing.
Yeah.
And NBC, as we know, was the first oar in the water, antenna in the air. Is really impressive. I want to talk to you about, excuse me, I want to talk to you about NBC. Actually, I want to talk to you about, because in your role as studio chief, you wear a number of hats. In your role as studio chief, you are also, Universal is still very active in producing for non-NBC, non-NBC platforms.
Correct.
How do you balance that? How do you balance that, the amount of energy and attention that goes into something, making a great show like FBI, or that franchise for CBS, or CIA now, they're going into a new three-letter agency.
Right. We do it, yes. We have, as I said, 4 distinct studios under Universal Studio Group. And we have incredible teams there. And, our first primary objective is you make sure the home team has what it needs. So we produce the majority of things on NBC and a lot on Peacock. But we work with a lot of really prolific and ambitious storytellers, Dick Wolf, Mike Schur, Tina Fey, Lorne Michaels. They've got a lot of ideas. We don't have unlimited real estate,
As much as you have, it's
as
not
much as we have, right? And if it makes sense that there is an idea that works better on another network or platform, we will sell it there. If it's not right for our home network. So as you noted, the FBI franchise, and that's becoming the CIA franchise on CBS, is produced by our studio for CBS. Hacks is a show that we produced for HBO Max. We produce multiple shows for Netflix, the upcoming 4 seasons. We produce Tina Fey,
not insignificant talent.
Gilded Age was a show that we sold to, HBO. So I'm just really proud. And we have an upcoming show, Cape Fear, on Apple. So, we have shows everywhere. I think it's about up to 21 different platforms globally. But we just do it with intention. What's the right home for a show is critical to its success. So where does it belong? Where is the audience? Who's the most passionate about the show?
Do you find that it basically boils down, though, that that an idea that's right for CBS wouldn't exactly be right for NBC? Do you find those distinctions, or is it a little more challenging sometimes?
I don't know if it's challenging. I mean, I think in the broadcast world, there's probably more similarity than, say, streaming, But, I would say there's a world in which FBI could have been on NBC, but we already had 3 Chicago shows, right? And SVU and Law and Order. And, why not spread it around? And it allows us to build an entire new franchise, which helps our library, because ultimately we, the studio, still own those shows. So the more we can spread our seed around, the better for us.
And Liz Jenkins, your chief revenue officer, loves those licensing checks coming in from CBS, no doubt. But no, I mean, that makes sense in a diversified portfolio. All right, we got 2 more topics that I want to talk about before our time gets short. One of them is pilots, and one of them is co-viewing.
Pilots.
Co-viewing, let's start with co-viewing. I know that's really important to you, especially on the bigger tent of NBC and Peacock. Can you talk about sort of what the sweet spot of that is right now in terms of having multiple generations either watching at the same time or consuming the same show, which that in itself is a feat these days.
Yeah, and I think that's one, co-viewing was really one of the hallmarks of broadcast TV, right?
Everybody on the couch.
Everybody, first it used to be we all crowded around the radio, then we crowded around the TV, but the entire family can watch, and that is important to us. And we have a lot of our shows, are shows that are, score high on co-viewing indexes. So, like The Voice is a show that I know when my kids were younger, we'd sit and, and watch. And so, obviously sporting events, are big on co-viewing. And it is really, for us, those shows that span generations, obviously, are great because we're trying to, you need to create that next generation of viewers. So it is something that we think about a lot when we're, when we're developing and creating shows.
I'm a fan of St. Denis Medical.
St. Denis Medical, it is great.
Is that something that lends itself because it's to co-viewing? Because it really is there's nothing I wouldn't have been embarrassed to watch with my son.
Exactly. It does on NBC. Streaming, not every show. I think streaming is very much because it's a whenever you want, wherever you want, experience. But there are, I know there are lots of couples who say, like watching a show together that's their thing, right?
Don't go ahead of me.
Right, exactly.
They'll be held
and
to pay.
so, and as it turns out, like a show like All Her Fault, also rated very high on co-viewing experiences. It's either, women watching it with other women because of the conversation that it generated, or women watching it with their boyfriends or husbands because of that conversation that it generated. And if you watch the show, you'll know what I'm talking about. But yes, co-viewing is a really important objective for us.
I will tell you, All Her Fault is maybe not what you expect. I thought it was one thing and was pleasantly surprised it was very different. All right, well, we don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to get you to touch on pilots because it's important for for the community to understand what you're thinking. But, an old-fashioned idea has been revived and I know refined a little bit. But tell us why you did, I believe, at NBC 8 to 10 this year?
We did we made 8 pilots because we missed them. We missed making pilots. When I first got to NBC in 2012, we probably made 18 to 20 pilots. And every network was doing that, right? And it was exciting because making pilots is how you found the next great show,
Even if it didn't work.
Even if it didn't work,
oh, but there's
right.
so much promise.
Yeah. I mean, the whole pilot process is about, it's taking the risk, It's, let's see if this script, translated to screen, is what we think it can be. From director to actors, different things happen, and sometimes you get magic, and maybe you don't, but at least you know where the problems are. But, in my early years at NBC, the way we found our hit shows was by making a pilot. My first season, The Blacklist, was a show that my team and we developed, but we had to make that script and make that pilot.
And I remember, and it was fairly low profile. It wasn't.
Correct.
It wasn't like one of
no
the.
one was checking for that show.
Profile. 9
matter of fact,
seasons later.
10 seasons. And matter of fact, like the Sony execs still tell me, and no one in town even bought the pitch except for us.
Right, and that came from an outside studio.
Correct, came from an outside studio to NBC at the time. But it's you just don't know. You don't know until you make the pilot. So we're making 8 pilots. And we're excited to find the next great, must-see show. And hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll be seeing them and selecting pilots. And hopefully next time I talk to you, you'll be telling me about that new hit NBC show.
You went 8 for 8.
Yeah, exactly.
I have no doubt. But I mean, we've all seen shows where you're like, why, they didn't see the hole in this? Why wasn't this? And I think that a little bit of that discerning, watching in a crowded, dark room and people getting that sense of the temperature check of the room that was, for so long, it decided it had to be different. But now I think like everything.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's a lot of great things about streaming. One of the things I think we lost in the streaming area was making pilots because we just went full steam ahead to make the show, and it's not till episode 3 or 4 that you go, oh, that's the problem, right? So yeah, we're excited to make these pilots, and we'll see what comes of it.
Oh my goodness! Well, I wish we could go for 20 minutes
that was
more.
So fast.
It was very fast, and we have a packed day, so we're going to stay on schedule. But I do just want to leave the room with, they have NBC and Universal have so much fun stuff coming for NBC 100. Watch this space. There's going to be some really cool stuff. You are deeply and deservedly celebrating your heritage, as you should.
It's an amazing 100 years, and for me, so much of my childhood into early adulthood is punctuated by NBC shows, right? With Frasier or Cheers or Family Ties or, all of those shows, or Friends. And so it's just a really proud moment for, us to look back and then to look forward, on what NBC has achieved, but also the way NBC has been a part of the cultural fabric for 100 years.
100%.
Yeah.
Really, really rich opportunity. Pearlena, thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure.
For your
Thank
time.
you.
Please welcome Leveling Up Fandom, How Games Extend Entertainment IP, moderated by Jennifer Maas, Senior Business Writer, TV and Games, Variety.
Hello, everyone. We're here with Elaine Teskin, President of Games at Netflix, and Winnie Katzenstein, Managing Director, Technology, Media, and Telecommunications at Deloitte. Thank you all for joining me today.
Hello.
Hello. I'm going to start off with what is probably a broad and difficult one to zero in on here with an answer, but I'd love to just talk about how video games are evolving as an entertainment category right now and what trend it is that's standing out to you.
Me first?
Yes, you.
Well, listen, I started a long time ago in 2D when we were making game in floppy disk, and all my friends at university were telling me, what are you doing? This is really for a very small and niche audience. And today, we have around 3.3 billion people, 3.3, 3.5, who's counting, playing games. And if you look, and this is overall, if you look at the younger generation, under 18, you probably have like 85% to 90% of kids playing games. So it is not a subculture anymore, it is the culture. And I think that, what we're trying to do is really to reach maximum amount of people, giving them an entertainment, an interactive entertainment that they appreciate and can play every day, multiple hours a day, and where they get, something very special that complete the area of entertainment.
I think we used to say gaming was pervasive. I think it's now ubiquitous. I think when we look at fans, it's amazing what has been happening over the last couple of generations, to a point where over half of our younger generations, Gen Z, millennials, they are literally saying to us, we are gaming fans, and they're excited to see all their different IP really in a much more expansive universe. So it's an exciting time.
Talking about the younger category there, we're going to look at a sizzle right now, and I wonder if you could tee it up for us, because what we're talking about is basically the youngest possible gamers that you could be dealing with that Netflix has now launched an app for.
I'm very excited about this. So Playground, it's an app for kids under 8, and this is a place where, children are finding the world and interacting with the characters that they love to watch, on TV. So very excited to show this right now.
All of that is Netflix IP, and that's all brought together within Playground.
Well, not all of it is Netflix IP, but IP that you can find on Netflix. I think it resonated a lot. We're launching it worldwide in the 28th, I think, and. What is it really? It's a place that you see all these characters, you can interact with them. It's incredibly safe. It's a great value. It's quality experiences, and we feel that in a world where we want our kids to be entertained the right way in the right environment, we're offering really a solution to a real problem for parents in general.
When you look at that, what do you see as the problem that it is solving specifically?
Well, I think from an organizational perspective, when somebody falls in love with an IP, they want to engage with it in lots of different ways, and specifically with kids. frequency is a really important component. And so if you think about the opportunity to really gap those times when milestone content is coming out, gaming is a beautiful way to do it. It's something that kids can access, and particularly when it's done in an environment where parents feel really good about it, I think it's a wonderful way for Netflix to think about how they can scaffold IP in a very interesting way.
You started off talking about, gamers are very different, the demographics are very broad. If you could zero in on for our audience, who is a gamer, or what different kinds of groups are there, and what groups are Netflix looking at specifically?
I think gaming now, as we said, it's everywhere, and it's inspiring more and more entertainment in general, and I have a little theory about it. 1952, one of the best movie was Singing in the Rain, based in the 20s. 1978, Grease, based in the 50s. 2016, Stranger Things, based in the 80s. There's kind of a pattern here of 20 to 30 years difference. And usually is when, creators come into their prime, they look what they really affected them, in terms of emotion, and usually is going back to their childhood. And today, we see amazing games that are inspiring this creator, because these games, when you look at it, came around 15, 20 years ago, and is exactly now what we feel is the inspiration for this generation, which is everywhere now. And if you look at, The Last of Us, or what we've done with Arcane on Netflix, I think we had comic book inspiring a lot 20, 25 years ago, and you had, by the way, movies based on games that were maybe not the highest quality because the people making them didn't live them through, were not touched emotionally. And today, we see creators in Hollywood in general, or everywhere in the world, being inspired by the world of video game because they are players.
And I think we all want to be immersed deeply in the things we love the most, and gaming is such a wonderful platform to do that. Usually it's a live entertainment experience. You can go to a theme park and be in the middle of something, but in gaming, you can access that on a much more frequent basis. So I think it's really turning the way people are thinking about entertainment.
And you've been with Netflix for a few years now. You came in to run the games division. It's still young, but it's definitely growing, and it's a big part of the conversation surrounding Netflix's evolution. So I'd like to know personally how you view it within the Netflix ecospace and what you see it contributing to TV and film and what you see them contributing to it.
18 months, yes. I think it's a long-term bet for Netflix, and Netflix has been, known for doing long-term bets. We believe it is important because it's just a natural place to find, a show or a TV series or a movie, and then go into this world. So Playground, is really an exemplar situation of this. But you can imagine watching a show, and at the end of the season, you don't want the show to end, and it takes time to do the second season, but here you can continue the experience within the game. And this is what we're going to start developing more and more. Not only this, but I feel that there's a natural way of doing this on the platform where it's so easy, where we eliminate any friction. You don't change ecosystem. You just watch the show, and then you go directly with your phone as a controller on the experience in a very seamless manner. And we feel that in a world where there's a secular trend of people being, more and more impatient and sometimes a little bit lazier, we feel that we offer something that's in the same place. You can go to your favorite show and then, launch the experience that's related to the show.
What games specifically is Netflix most interested in now? I know there are a few categories that you're experimenting with, but you've also kind of zeroed in on what you're good at and what you hope to make more of.
So we organize in 4 different areas of focus. You just saw the kids one. We have narrative. Netflix is very famous for storytelling, place. So we have narrative game. We're going to come with some very interesting things this year. We have party games. So this is really, from Bogle to Pictionary to mini golf, all the things that you want to do when you're with your friends, and you don't need anything but, having Netflix to have the games, and everybody has a phone. and we're starting to see really interesting pattern of people coming back every weekend to play that with their friends. And we have mainstream games. We announced FIFA, that we reimagine these games for everyone in a very approachable manner. Everybody in this room will be able to play it and enjoy the thrill of representing your country and winning the World Cup. And we have yes, mainstream, so that I just talked about. So we have so many different games that are coming. We're trying to offer games that are reaching different cohorts of players, but we eliminated a lot of games. So we are focused on higher quality games and fewer games, but focusing on these 4 different areas that we feel can reach the different cohort of players that Netflix has.
What learnings brought you to those choices? I know that there were a lot of games in the works and there are different choices have been made, so reallocating resources and deciding what Netflix is good at and what you want to continue to make. How did you view what was working, what people were most interested in?
Well, it's just as, looking at what we can be good at, how diverse is our audience, and trying to find, the filter. I mean, it's not perfect like any filter, but we feel that this was the filter that was able to really get, we know kids are very important. We have almost 100 million, kids profile, and half of them are using a mobile or tablet to watch the show. So we feel that, this is something that we can really be in. We know that Netflix, you watch it with your friends, so we felt that, offering party games was something important. And for narrative, I just explained, I think, it's a place where we have something to say, something innovative, and you're going to be hopefully delighted and surprised, by the end of the year with some of the offering what we're going to come with.
Winnie, what do you think is most critical for entertainment companies to succeed with video games right now? Are there certain genres they should be looking at, or things that are particularly connecting with today's players?
Can the answer be yes? All of the above? Okay, great. No, I think what's been interesting about this conversation specifically with what Netflix is doing is that understanding that fans of games are huge fans of everything else that gets produced by everybody in this room. And so I think understanding, to your point, when you're translating a game to a piece of IP, to a traditional piece of media, you really need to understand the ethos of why they're fans of that particular IP, and I think that's something you touched on earlier. I think also understanding that when they fall in love, whether it's starting with the game or starting with the content and going towards a game, is they want to be able to access that fandom, that content, in lots of different platforms and ecosystems. So I think when you're talking about increasing engagement for Netflix and really thinking about how Stranger Things is going to extend itself both from viewership and a laid-back experience into being into that world in more of the gaming platform, that you know that these are things that are going to be connective, and finding those opportunities within the IP to really monetize them at the most intense way possible.
With that, I wonder how much you look at Netflix IP and think, okay, this could be a game, this could never be a game. Like, what works as a game and what doesn't? And if there's space for all IP to be gamified in some way, or if it's inauthentic to take certain things and make them into a game.
That's a great question, because it is not only about being very known and worldwide, I mean, it will be very difficult to make a game on adolescence, for instance, even if it's one of the best shows that, we've seen. Games, I mean, sometimes I simplify it saying, linear entertainment, you have to care. You care about the story, you can care about the story of a little bee or a penguin. But in games, there's one little difference, is that you are. And you want to be usually super me. And you cannot fail. So, and you want to be in a world where you can express yourself. So take all of this and filter all the things. So obviously, things like K-pop Demon Hunter, I want to be in this world. I want to dance, on stage. I want to fight the demons. Peppa Pig, I want to hang out with them. And other worlds are more adapted to this. Obviously, even if it's not on Netflix, if it was Harry Potter, I don't want to be Harry Potter. I want to be myself in this world. I want to be a wizard. And I want to express myself in this world. So it's really about finding the world and building this generational IP where I want to express who I am and have my own adventure. and usually trying to win.
I'm happy to ask for more Bridgerton gaming content.
I have been bothering him about that
If anybody
for
else
a couple
is with
years
me,
now. Speaking about existing games that you do have that are tie-ins, when you have something like Squid Game Unleashed, and you all worked, I know production timelines are difficult, but you worked to have an update to that come out when the final season did. So when you all are looking at that, when you see the best time to release something and when it's most possible even to release something, what it looks like behind the scenes, and how you see that from the outside, is that the most possible benefit coming out when a new season comes out, or coming out when the show comes out, or is it soon after, or is it before? Like, where can this fall?
I think ideally you would like to start on the last frame of the episode or of the movie, and continue the adventure, and you want to finish the interactive adventure at the first frame of the next season, right? So I think that will be the ideal, because then you can, like you were talking, Winnie, continue in the world and having this adventure that never stops. If it's a world that you want to be in, and today we have so many worlds that already exist at Netflix, or that we are in development, that we are very excited to work with, and I feel this is all under the same ecosystem, the same company, if you will. We have the opportunity to work with the creators, to work with the showrunners, and very early on, and as we talked about, they know about games now because they know that their fans, want to be in this world. So we have this incredible opportunity at Netflix in particular to work hand in hand directly as colleagues on creating, the show on one hand, but then the continuation of the experience on the other hand.
I would agree. I mean, I think it's beautiful that you guys are working in concert with each other to really think about that content timeline, the pipeline, et cetera, and keeping people engaged, again, in between those maybe traditional content timelines and milestones. Again, I think what is really great about the gaming component of it is it keeps people so ingrained in the world and excited, and bridging in between the time periods of where those longer production timelines are really going to be a meaningful thing.
We only have a little bit of time left, but I did want to ask about you're experimenting both with, you do mobile games, and there are games that you can play on the TV, and you're rolling out more and more of those. So when it comes to developing the games, what you're looking for in each of those categories. Mobile games are much more solo activity, or you're playing in a connected space, but couch games, party games, you're playing next to someone you know, and that's an activity together. So what you're looking for, and how advanced you see the possibilities being for a game like that, because you're playing with an app or you're playing with a controller.
Well, ideally what you would like to create is something where you use the immersive aspect of a big TV screen with the sound system to have an experience with your friends or by yourself, but then also having something to do connected with on the phone where you can continue the experience, maybe something different. If it was like a sports game, I can train, when I'm taking, public transport, my player, and then when I come back to play on the big screen, then it's a little bit more accurate in this shot, etc., etc. Here, the advantage is, again, because we are under the same platform, we can offer these seamless things without having to download something special extra. You have the Netflix app, you have on your TV and on your phone, and they talk to each other, without any friction. So that's, I think, something really exciting. Not only doing something specifically for phone and specifically for TV, but something that has kind of a flywheel between one to the other.
I think you hit on it, which is fans love their IP. The less friction possible is the best way to keep them in their ecosystem. So whatever you can do to take that friction away is going to be really important.
All right, you've kept teasing stuff is coming later in the year that we're going to be excited about. Can you tease a little further? Which titles? What could we expect?
Further, I cannot talk about it, but it's exciting. A lot of exciting things are coming. But I think in the far future, I can talk about what could be incredibly exciting as a possibility. And I thought, I was not going to see it in my career, but I think I'm going to see it in my career. So imagine a show that you're watching, but it's not really a show, it's an instance of a game running. And then you see a battle or an action scene, and you feel like, you know what, I can maybe do it better. And you take your phone and you pause the show, and you engage directly, and you redo the battle, and maybe you lose an arm, maybe you win a weapon, or maybe you lose a colleague or gain another colleague, and say, yeah, this is how it's done. You put it back, and then the show continues with the action that we're in. I feel this is so exciting, and with the progress of technology in general, we feel that this is something that will be very, very special and engaging. Another way to engage with content, and I think the new generation, when they see content, is not only a lean-back activity, it's also, I want to be part of this content. I'm not saying that everything should be like this, but I feel that these possibilities are coming, and we are at Netflix in one of the best places to anticipate and take action against it.
Great. Well, thank you, Winnie. Thank you a lot
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Introducing Breakthrough Brands, Innovating Through AI. Moderated by Jay Tucker, Executive Director, Center for Media, Entertainment, and Sports, UCLA Anderson School of Management.
Hi, everybody. How are we doing so far today? That's it? Really? Okay, that's a little bit better. All right, so as they said, my name is Jay Tucker. I run the Center for Media, Entertainment, and Sports at UCLA's Business School. I'm super excited about this session, in part because I've got a bunch of student fellows in the house who actually did a research project specifically on AI adoption. And this conversation, we're going to be talking about the real-world impact and opportunities around AI in the space. One of the things that has changed since the last time I sat for a conversation like this is it seems like everybody is starting to adopt. Just by show of hands, if you are using AI in some way to help with your workflows on your teams, raise your hands. Right? We're getting there. We're getting there. All right, so I'm going to jump right into it and start with Jill. So Jill, we spent some time yesterday because you had to make me a little bit smarter about the advertising business. Can you tell this audience a little bit more about the advertising process and some of the key workflows where you see AI making a positive impact?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. My role focuses heavily on the operations of the U.S. ad sales business for Warner Brothers Discovery across our portfolio of streaming services, linear television networks, and digital destinations. So we're definitely in the crawl to walk phase, but we are invested in pushing AI through to our entire ad sales tech stack to modify and progress workflow operations. Right now we have 2 to 3 actual AI processes embedded and working in production. And what's that? That includes something like ingest of orders from a client, creative ingestion for application to deals. And that's taken a 6 to 7 step process down to 2 steps for our teams. And it just moved us faster, allows us to be faster getting deals to order and responding to our clients. Where we want to go is really embedding AI in the whole workflow so that we can make more intelligent decisions for our supply, but also more intelligent decisions for our buyers and what they want to eventually buy through. So it's definitely something that's ambitious, but I do see it becoming the way of the future for many, many media companies and being more real-time, more intelligent. And it doesn't mean that the humans are not going to be involved. They're going to still be the decision makers at the end of the day, but certainly being able to take friction out of the workflow, maintain your speed to market, and making more recommendations on the vast portfolio of assets that we have while protecting the premium content, that's our goal for the future.
I love that. Can you just talk a little bit about the journey itself? How long did it take you to get to a place where you have AI in flight helping your team?
Yep. So I'd say the experiments that we've done, it's been a 3 to 6 month journey from start to finish. I think the biggest, in the past year, you've seen a lot of hesitation become a lot of commitment in investing and learning the tooling. I don't think it will take that long to really have AI make an impact on your workflows. The speed at which these tools operate is just so fast. But what you have to have sitting aside your engineers who are building these tools is your business owners and your experts on the business, because the data in is what's going to give you the output. And if the data isn't sound and the rules and the guidelines aren't upheld based on what you know about your clients, based on what you know about your brands and your content, it will all definitely blow things up. So I don't think it will be that slow. I think it will be pretty fast and supercharged, and we'll see. But I don't have a specific timeline to give you, but I mean, I know in my head what we're thinking about, but it's definitely faster than you think.
Okay, all right. I'm going to pivot to Jim because Reddit is such a human-driven platform. There are conversations that are actually driven by humans, and I think it's one of the places where people would think AI wouldn't really have a home. But can you talk in this kind of AI-driven world about how brands can show up on the platform and how AI can potentially help them find the right conversations and the right groups where they can kind of be a part of those conversations in a meaningful way?
Yes, Reddit has been around for 21 years now, which is kind of hard to believe. And it's gotten more and more important just over the last few years for all the things that you're saying. So it is, on the one hand, powering all the LLMs because it's the number one cited source within the LLMs because that's where people are having these conversations. And then on the other hand, it's the antidote for AI because, to your point, this is where it's the most human place on the internet, why it's become scarcer and more important. And it is, of all the things, so people are talking about everything in 100,000 communities across the platform. And the most talked about topic is entertainment, from fan theories about Baby Jane Doe, if you watch The Pit, to all the special artists that were unannounced that showed up at Coachella last weekend. This is what people are talking about. So a lot of what we're focused on is helping businesses and brands show up because this is where people are deciding what they watch, what they buy. Being part of those conversations is so critical. So we got on that, and you have to show up like you have to show up human, honest. It's like going to a dinner party. You don't just walk into the dinner party and start shouting. You walk in, you get a feel for the vibe, you get a feel for what people are talking about, and then you kind of work your way into the conversation. And we have ads products that help you accelerate that process, but you always want to show up, be very honest, be very candid, and be very human as you're participating in these conversations.
Okay, that is great. Gina, so DoorDash was interesting, sticking to this kind of human and culture piece. DoorDash, in terms of its marketing and campaigns and everything, has really found interesting and creative ways to embed itself into pop culture. Can you talk about how AI can help you with marketing campaigns?
Yes, absolutely. So at DoorDash, everyone's trying to adopt AI as quickly as possible. And about a year ago, we were in this phase of like deep experimentation and trying to learn and understand even like what tools to use and how to use them and how it can help us as a marketing function and show up best for all of our audiences. And we've really worked a lot over the last year or so to both build tools, bring in tools, and like create an ecosystem. It's a journey that will never end, but I feel like we're in a much better spot now than we were a year ago when we were like, what the hell do we do? So one of the things, like I'll give you a pretty good example to like highlight, the question that an answer to the question you're asking. Our Super Bowl campaign is a pretty good example of this. We called it Beef 101. So for those of you that didn't see it, we forgoed a traditional TV spot in the Super Bowl, which we had for like 4 years leading up to it. So it was kind of like, should we do this? Should we not? We think we have something meaningful to say without a spot, so let's try. So we went out with the Social First campaign with 50 Cent. And it was like pretty successful on social. There were some publications that said it was like the best spot in the Super Bowl, and we didn't even have a spot. So it was pretty successful for like driving culture, being relevant to the consumer in the moment. It was all about the Super Bowl is about heated rivalries, right? And so 50 Cent came and like dished the beef essentially. And during that campaign, while the video spot that we had was not done with AI, the follow-up very much was. And so we leaned on AI quite a bit to be in the moment as the consumer was interacting with the campaign. So like, for example, we had, a 1-minute spot, we had a 30-second spot that we ran on social, and based off the responses that we got and how consumers reacted to what we put out there, we were developing content on the fly. And what that meant is we really needed a nimble creative team, our social team, our product organization to be like kind of ready for anything at that moment. When Bad Bunny went up during Super Bowl halftime, we created this meme that we put on social. That was using AI and the team like leveraging AI to build something like literally at neck-breaking speed. Another example was when we saw it catching on, we thought, okay, how can we pull this moment more into the product? So the team was able to mock up like a carousel that would be in the DoorDash app to show the product team, hey guys, this is kind of what we have in mind. Can we put something in the product that shows like items that would deliver beef, for example? And so the product team saw that, they're like, okay, no problem. Within 2 hours, we had something in the app, which is incredible. Being able to showcase like what we wanted to do, express that using AI, and then have the team go build that thing for us. Another example, like small one, it was catching fire, and so we wanted to launch gift cards. So we created these like cheeky, kind of funny gift cards with 50 Cent's face all over them, like making snide remarks and comments so that you could actually purchase on the platform. Team also used AI to go develop like what that would look like within minutes, honestly. And then that actually pulled it into the app. So being able to be responsive in the moment, being able to find the efficiencies, like creative-wise, to be able to like bring something to life immediately without having these, huge production budgets in order to do it, and like act nimbly. So from an efficiency standpoint, amazing. From a speed, amazing. And then just like the quality of work we were able to output and be responsive in the moment, I think, was absolutely enabled by everything AI created.
I love this. Just out of curiosity, how many people saw that 50 Cent? A few. All right, so I'm just going to recommend that maybe at lunch, pull out your phone and take a look so you understand what we're talking about. Because basically there are a bunch of pop culture Easter eggs in this thing that were meant to hit different people. And this idea of then using AI to follow up behind it to drive commerce off of the cultural impact is what you're talking about. And it will be helpful if you actually see the spot. It's not bad. So Brian, want to talk to you. Speaking of culture, let's talk about sports. Fox is doing, as per usual, really cool things. Can you talk about how technology, innovation, AI is helping you improve that experience for viewers?
Yeah, look, I think AI touches pretty much everything that we do, not only from concepting, from marketing perspective, it's integrated to everything we do in the product. I think the biggest thing that what we're doing to change the way people engage with our content is we have a feature that we call shorts within our streaming experience. We're actually live clipping highlights from the actual live broadcast and using AI to do that, and actually then personalize the experience of the types of clips that you'll receive within the UI itself. So as consumers are becoming more familiar with, or their preferred method of consuming content is more in the short form nature, we decide to meet the consumer where they are and create content that is engaging for them and keep them engaged for the product for a long time. So our position is really around our brand positioning, and what we believe is our way of winning is we think we do live TV better than anybody else. You may disagree with me, but you'd be wrong. And so we try to integrate that into all our marketing campaigns, how we go out in the market, and actually how we show up in the world, but then also how we deliver unique product features to our customers at the end of the day.
Could you give us an example?
Yeah, so we did something really cool for the Daytona 500 this year. One of the challenges to the team was, I was like, our brand is all about live. Every ad that you see is streaming live now on Fox 1. And I'm like, how do we live up to that promise in our actual ads themselves? Because if they can be more real-time and relevant, then obviously I think it'll be much more engaging, click-through rates will be higher, all these things. So one of the things the team came up with was, can we use AI to actually watch the Daytona 500 and produce headlines as the race unfolds? And then can we take those headlines and pipe them into an actual paid media asset? And it took a ton of testing. Obviously, there was a human involved that would approve the headlines as they came through, just to make sure nothing slipped through the cracks that we didn't want out there. But we had a live leaderboard in our ads that showed who was leading in the race, and then as someone overtook, it would change dynamically. But then produce these really unique headlines of stuff that was happening and what was unfolding as it was happening in real time. So from the minute it happened in the race to the time it made it into a paid media asset was less than 60 seconds.
Are you serious?
Which was pretty incredible. And we did this in programmatic display. We're actually working on connecting the pipes with Meta and with Snap and other partners as well to bring it into social. But the really cool thing was like our click-through rates on those ads was 6 times higher than anything else we had put out there. And then what's really exciting for us is how do we bring that to news, right? marketing news is like, or marketing sports is, wouldn't say easy, but easier. It's a lot more proactive. We know when an event is actually going to take place. From a news perspective, it's very reactive, right? So something happens in the world, and how quickly can we decide to spin something up? Well, AI will help bring that to life in a whole different way. So we piloted it with Daytona. Now you could imagine a breaking news headline being in a display ad or in a social media ad that helps people understand that something actually as big is happening, and you might want to tune in and watch how it unfolds.
Okay, so I want to kind of stay on something you said there and bring in Shahrzad. One of the elements of all of this is integrating these technologies into workflows so that we get to the right outcomes, right? So you've heard this list of great kind of activations and engagements and experiments and so on, but you know, at this stage still, some of the secret sauce has to do with how do we actually think about the work, and how do we design and orient tools so that folks can use them seamlessly and at scale. Can you just talk about some of the work that you're doing in that space?
Yeah, of course. What we did about 3.5 years ago at Ray, we built Made, our agentic platform for creativity, and really the idea was exactly how do we build a creative OS for brands, media companies, and content creators? Because really our philosophy was about elevating human creativity. And I think Jill touched on this as far as like the importance of like really kind of understanding and optimizing the workflow. So when you're looking at building these operating systems for the creative workflow, you're not just increasing scale of the output, but you're actually scaling performance. And you know, to your point about personalization, really we built this on 3 really core pillars. One was personalization. You know, now we live in a day and age where generative AI, you can actually leverage it to really drive personalized outputs that speaks to different personas, that it speaks to different audiences. So we wanted to really build on that. We invested quite a bit of time. We built one of the largest databases in the world, private licensed content, more than close to 9 petabytes of data, to make sure that as we are actually building this creative workflow is built on private data that is proprietary to us. So the output is premium. So when you're actually building that creative workflow, whether it comes to like, hey, you know, I want to create 25 different versions of the same asset because I'm trying to hit different personas, we leverage Remy, our producer agent, that really knows everything about you, everything about your creative DNA, you know, and understands you and your audience and everything from the passion points of the interest points of that audience to be able to deliver to that. And I think the other piece of it was like, you know, touching on the point that you were just discussing is this orchestration within the workflow. A lot of times, you know, we actually are leveraging different tools, and I think with the larger organizations, when they're leveraging different tools, they're leveraging different data sets. They're leveraging different, you know, algorithms, and therefore there's not consistency between those agentic ecosystems. So what we wanted to do with Made is really double down on the agentic orchestration. So from the point of that creativity, that direction, all the way to the production of that, to distribution of that, you're actually building that out. And then one other point that was really also important for us was about building Fandom and the follow-ups. How do you actually make sure that when you're, you know, in an era where we're going from like attention economy to affinity economy, how do we make sure that we're really thinking about building fandom, building loyalty? So we built Zara, our community manager, which is the first agent that does community management in a way that you understand your fandom, you can go deeper, you can actually build that loyalty, reward that loyalty on an ongoing basis. So you're not constantly going to a campaign and building it from scratch over and over again. So for us, that was like the ecosystem that we really decided to build, and now we have thousands of customers, very happy. I think when it comes to performance metrics, you know, for example, with Warner Music, we have, you know, done a created a great successful outcome in terms of like having 57 different digital channels, speaking to different personas across 31,000 assets that speak to different moods, personalities, and types of audiences.
So that's amazing. First of all, I do want to double click on the proprietary nature of your tools, right? So actually building out your own database. Can you talk about why you made that decision?
Absolutely, because we have this very simple philosophy: garbage in, garbage out. Like you can actually simply put in, leverage public data, build algorithms, and I think the cool factor 3 years ago, I think for a lot of us in the tech sector was, hey, how do we actually generative AI? How do you actually have this it was prompt engineering? How do you actually kind of have this magic button that creates a great output? And I think what we really underestimated was the quality of the data, because in a world where everyone has access to the same platforms and tools, your outputs are going to be all the same. So how can you differentiate? So for us, we already had that understanding, and we wanted to really make sure that as we build our algorithms on top of that data set, it is proprietary data that belongs to us, that speaks to the audio-visual data set for creativity. Because the data set that you utilize, whether if it's at the context, at the synthesis, whether if it's dimensional upcycling, all those elements require a quality of output. So for you to be able to have that quality of output, you do need to have high and premium audiovisual assets that can help you with all the different layers.
Okay. And for the second piece of that question, I want to actually pivot to Ben. So we are talking about marketing, we're talking about discovery, we're talking about personalization, but really, what I'm thinking about is everybody's sharing their examples from sports to creator economy to brands, et cetera, is this explosion of content. And I was wondering if you could talk more about how we can use AI to make sure that consumers, viewers, et cetera, that we're finding them in a more efficient and accurate way so that we can activate them where we need to in moments that are more appropriate. How can we use AI to better kind of identify, target, activate consumers who are experiencing all of these different things at the same time?
It's $1 million question.
And I will take the $1 million.
It's what we're all here trying to figure out today. So at StackIt, we are, for those that don't know, we are a DSP ad tech company that is AI built and AI driven. So AI is just woven through everything that we do at StackIt. It's we use it in a way that's just almost intuitive at this point. But what it allows us to do, I think, what's fascinating is compute all this data coming in that comes in so fast against every single one of our users, or anybody that's across the open web, anybody that's watching CTV, is cross display, et cetera. It's just so much data. And about 10 years ago, before AI, we didn't have the capability to crunch that data and really make good actions on it. I bet most of us in this room have gotten reports that said 4 weeks ago, your data says this, and so you can action on it. But for those of us that work in entertainment, that's absolutely worthless. What we're talking about a lot here is speed and how AI is helping us figure out, let's analyze this data, let's figure out who these users are, let's figure out who these people are, but let's also figure out what paths they are taking. Are they going to audio? Are they going to CTV? Are they watching a game? Are they going to DoorDash? Are they going to Reddit? Wherever. And let's figure out how we can best reach them regardless of regardless of what you think the media should be. And, prior to, like I said, this was an impossibility. We're using AI to crunch millions and millions and millions of pieces of data every second and able to actualize that with speed. And I think that's something that we've all talked about to some extent here today that was, I don't think the word speed has been brought up. We're all being tasked with finding these things and actioning on them right now. We used to be able to get a report and action on them in 6 months, but if you have a campaign going and you're trying to get a theatrical movie for this weekend, you don't got weeks, you got minutes. And so using AI to find that audience, find where they are, and hit them in a way that you can optimize against them, I think that's the beauty of AI. It's actually opening this door that has been shut to us for so long of real-time marketing profoundly.
Okay, so we have limited time and we're going to kind of speed round through a few questions. The two things I want to make sure that we get for the audience: collaboration, monetization or measurement, right? I want to start with collaboration because a lot of the examples that I heard involve more than just your organization. Can you all talk about the nature of how you collaborate with other entities to make some of these initiatives work and what's involved with that?
I can actually maybe take that question. I think when it comes to collaboration, what we've done at Ray, we built our own operating system, and I like using the OS as a terminology because I feel that we are going from obviously the era of chatbots to agents, and when you're thinking about agents, it's about how do you actually kind of like build operating systems that can collaborate with each other. I see a future where, for example, every household is going to have its own agentic ecosystem. So if you want to actually interact with the consumer, you need to understand how you actually are interacting with their ecosystem, with their operating system. So we built Made for Teams, and Made for Teams is like really what we've dabbled down on in terms of how do we actually interact with our vendors, with our suppliers, with our teams. So if you're looking at this multi-stakeholder approach, with Made for Teams, we built, for example, a sales ecosystem. Isla is our sales agent that basically goes and grabs every information in terms of what we've done on the data enrichment side, across hundreds of millions of potential customers, where we know exactly what they need, what their problems are, what are the challenges that they're facing, to like having Amy, our customer success agent, that understands exactly when you're looking at that workflow with the third-party vendors, whether if it's Intercom or whether if it's Slack or whether if it's any other tech platform, how do you actually integrate that to make sure that your customer experience workflows are engaged and very much so seamless. And what that has done is you still have this like player coach mentality where you're actually building this agentic ecosystem from your sales funnel to your marketing funnel to your accounting funnel to your legal funnel, where still the human resources that are sitting on top are acting as the coaches that are really activating these agents as players. So you're really not only replacing the low leverage activities that previously you had to go between, for example, like a third-party vendor on the accounting side, or you had to go to a third-party vendor for customer experience or sales, where all those are integrated so you're able to actually speed up the response to the customer, meet their needs, and activate them. So I think this, for us, we've started on this journey about 2.5 years ago in terms of like really not using third-party tools, and I think this is a shift that we're going to see in the actual sector, where we're going to go from like patching problems, leveraging different tools, to actually building systems, interacting with other systems properly, and which ultimately it helps your organization to have more innovators and leaders that folks that are focusing on low leverage activities. So for us, Made for Teams has been the answer for that.
I love that. Jim, I want you to jump in, and then Jill, I'm going to ask you to as well, because I know you have a vision for how this stuff can help with your clients.
I'll build on some of Ben's comments earlier also. The collaboration with partners is about, we talked about all these conversations on Reddit where people are deciding what they should do, what they should watch, what they should buy. And using AI allows us to really do two things. One, people expect to see advertising and messages around those conversations that are relevant to those conversations. And using AI, we're able to actually get that right message at the right moment in front of the right person. And you can use the community and the conversation at that moment as the filter to make that happen. So a lot of our collaboration with partners is getting them those automated tools so that they can set it up, get the right outcome, reduce CPAs, get the result they want, but also not have it be a black box. We think that's really important to, after the campaign runs, be able to get insights. What happened? Why did the AI do what it did to get this outcome, so you can learn from it? And that's the second piece, is getting all those insights that you can use on Reddit, or you can use off everywhere, like in any other platforms that you're going to as well. We found that really, Reddit is the greatest focus group that's ever existed. And the examples that come out of it, for example, there's a shoe company, I can't mention the name, but they found out that people were using their shoes for weightlifting when they're not designed for weightlifting at all. And so they were able to lean into that niche, able to launch a campaign around that. So those gems and the insights that come out, those would not be as possible, and you would not get to them with the speed. We talked about speed before, without the use of AI. So that's how collaboration looks with partners.
Okay, Jill.
First, I agree with you, Shahrzad, in terms of how companies will lean in and build on their own as opposed to relying heavily on third parties. You can do that now with the technology available. But when you think about, and something that Ben was talking about in terms of placing the right advertisement in front of the right person at the right time, that speaks to the collaboration between buyers and sellers and where it's going to go. There are going to be these things called buyer agents and selling agents in the media business. It's the next evolution for trading media. And what's going to be exciting about that is that because of the ability to ingest all of that data and vocalize that data out through the systems when my system talks to Ben's system. This is a game 7 that's gone to overtime. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what we were talking about in the room before. There is opportunity for a specific advertiser to lean in and hit that audience. And that certainly, automated buying certainly exists today, but not with the level of precision to which AI is going to take us all. So that's what's really exciting for me and why I'm so optimistic about this hitting the media landscape, because you can deliver that much more for your clients and you can deliver that much more for your media entity in terms of proving outcomes, which is just going to help repeat buys and repeat spending and finding new niches of ways to position your content for those specific advertisers.
I want to stay on that topic and kind of tweak it a little bit because I know we're coming down to time, and start with Gina and talk about value, right? So we've had all these concrete examples of how these technologies can make stuff better. But can you help us start to understand a little bit more about how do we measure what that's worth to the firm? Like, is the juice worth the squeeze?
Yeah, it's a tricky question, and that's honestly the thing I'm pushing my teams on. So one of the things at DoorDash, when we were trying to quantify what's the value or impact of adopting AI that we have over the last year or so, it's kind of hard to quantify, very honestly, other than saying, hey, how much time do you think you saved? So there are specific things that we've done, like tops-down goaling has actually been a really big one, and figuring out what is even the right goaling construct to quantify what you're doing. So I'll give you a tangible example. With my creative team, one of the things that we put in place is we call them creative caps. It's essentially a currency for the amount of time, amount of creative resources. It basically translates to hours that a creative could work on something. And I gave them a tops-down goal, increase me CCs by 30% by the end of next quarter. They're like, okay. So we can actually measure, are they able to do that? The only way to actually get 30% more output with the same resources is you have to innovate. You have to use AI. And so that's an example of one of the ways that we're doing it. Another way is I'm taking on really ambitious goals. So I am trying to grow the marketing contribution to the business faster than the business is growing itself. And if I give my team that tops-down goal, they are forced to innovate. They have to. There's no other way to hit a revenue target that's more aggressive or faster growing than the business is growing unless you're growing and innovating. And then the byproduct of that is there's inputs into it, right? Then we know that we're adopting tools. We're building tools. And I actually don't care what those tools are that they're building as long as we're leveraging them and growing the business in a meaningful way because of them. So those are just 2 ways that I've been able to measure growth, but through an output of revenue or creative capacity.
Brian and Ben, you want to add on that?
I was just going to say that one of the things that's not talked about very often is how AI helps bring ideas to life. Yes. There's ideas everywhere, and some people have great ideas, but they're terrible at selling them, or terrible at putting together a visualization of what that idea would look like. And I've seen this come to life so many times in the early creative ideation process of, if I have a script or a thought or an idea, going and pitching it to someone. If you ever see me read a script before, it's absolutely terrible. But using AI to actually put visuals alongside of that and even start to begin to build a storyboard now can be done in a matter of minutes versus what would take a storyboard artist, a week or so to develop. So that speed now of having an idea, being able to visualize it, working with an AI agent, ChatGPT or Claude or something to help me understand how to sell it and how to pitch it through, can spark different ways of thinking of how do I position it. So I think that's actually rapidly changed how we take an idea from just an idea to actually bringing it to life and getting broader adoption across the organization.
Yeah, just simply, I think the outcome will prove the value. It is now. We're seeing positive value from using AI to find audiences, to urge them to do something. We work together, DoorDash, to find an outcome using the AI to convert that person to do something. It just shows up in the numbers. I think it is a rough thing right now. It's very expensive. People are trying to figure out the valuation. But I think just simply looking at that output and figuring out, wow, I saved a lot of money. I reached more people. I drove more revenue. I got more people to go to the movies. I got more streamers, et cetera. I think it shows up there. And I think that's what we should always anchor on, is coming back to, just as the data show, is there value in this? And am I getting better performance because of it? And so far, all we're doing is spending more money on it. So the answer must be yes. I hope.
I think so do we all, right? Ben, I'm going to give you the last word. So the question about value can't be separated from the issue of kind of actionable intelligence, right? This idea that people are going to find an insight that somebody's going to act on. Are we reaching a point where AI can nudge somebody to do things differently in the enterprise without having a human doing the nudging?
And we're at time.
Literally.
No, I'm just kidding. We're getting there. That is another $1 million question. You got great questions. That's what we're trying to figure out. I think the human in the middle still is an absolute necessity. There's just things that can't be done. But look, we're drifting to areas. A year from now, we'll look at this speech and think how antiquated it was. And so I hate to put a solid answer to any of those questions because it is changing so fast. We are drifting in that direction. I don't know if we'll ever get there.
Okay.
May I actually add something to that question? I think AI is going to enhance whatever that the human's initiation point is. If a human comes up with a great idea, it enhances it and brings it to life. But if your starting point is not a strong starting point, you're obviously going downhill. So it's about enhancement of great innovation and ingenuity from humanity. It's an initial point. It is about elevating human creativity.
Thank you. And, we're lucky enough to have folks that have already started from the right place. So thank you all for being part of this conversation.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Announcing Where Fandoms Collide and Culture is Rewritten. Moderated by Jennifer Maas, Senior Business Writer, TV and Games, Variety.
Hello again, everyone. I'm now here with Havas Play. I'm here with Andrea Isaac, Managing Partner, North America, and Julia Tierney, SVP, Partnerships and Culture Strategy. Thank you guys for joining me today.
Thank you so much for inviting us here.
So we just got a little taste of what you guys work with, but I'd love it if you can start off with just if each of you can talk about what fandom means today for brands and how they should be evolving their approach to garner fandom.
So we think of fandom as the infrastructure of culture. When you think about how people move, and I think in the beginning of the video, hopefully some of you caught some words. We say people are now strolling, screaming. I say screaming after sweating. But it's not happening in one place, in one moment. It's really about the connection of all of those things, and that's how fandom happens. So for us, fandom is the infrastructure, the layer that interconnects how people are actually living their lives today.
Okay, so Andrea talked about infrastructure. So I like to think about the whole sort of like media ecosystem, if you will, as like a high school cafeteria. And different high school cafeterias, they all look different, and there's different social currency amongst that. And brands, there's always some people in that environment that can bridge the gap between these different groups and these different communities. And brands that are going to be very successful and what will work for them is if they're actually able to take in and invite those types of connectors to sit down with them, but not just like temporarily, but really genuinely spend time with them, bring them in, sit with them, and have them be a part of their narrative and a part of their conversation.
No, that makes so much sense. How does Havas Play distinguish its own work with brands, though? And what are key best practices brands need to keep in mind in order to build followers and audiences?
So I want to go back to the fandom piece, because I think that the way that we see the world happening in play is we very much think that brands need to participate and allow people to participate with them, and that's why we're called Play. But when we're looking at fandom, it's no longer about sports and gaming and entertainment, be it music, TV, fashion. It's really about how people are moving across all of those things, about how fandoms are interconnecting. And that's really our starting point. We find points of connection. And after that, we build ecosystems that drive play, that drive participation. And we do that, and we've been very thoughtful and understanding how those ecosystems drive. So it's always experience first. I think in your first panel, you guys talked quite a bit about experience. We think experience is the best way to connect with specifically younger audiences. But experiences don't have to happen in a live, in-person way. They could be digital experiences, and then we extend them via social, obviously via content, but also via partnerships and sponsorships.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot that brands can do. And also, they don't want to buy something massively complex. But culture is really nuanced and complex. So how do you break it down for them and get them to engage with something and buy something that they can feel like they can reasonably execute against? When they see a lot of, not just jargon or like you have to spend this amount of time and like it's going to cost this amount of money over here. It's like, what is this massive package that we can create that feels like it's one cohesive thing that you can buy into and we can execute all of that from like end to end? And we've found that when that's done well, they can really nod along and say, sure, yeah, that works.
It's one thing for brands to design campaigns for maximum reach, but what does it take to get audiences to really participate with your brand? What does that look like?
So that's and I think in the panel before they talked about measurement and somebody said it's the $1 million question. That's the $1 million question again. I think we are so accustomed to talking about reach, and reach continues to be important for measurement. But when we look at how people are acting today and the way that they're interacting with brands, that opens up a whole wide range of ways to measure differently. We look obviously at social. We understand how in the long term brands need to build a two-way communication, and we try to be very intentional on showing brands how that builds long-time value.
Okay, I think that oftentimes a brand will oftentimes need a translator. Like they need like a middle ground. They need somebody who's actually going to identify, which I think Andre is kind of addressing, like they need somebody to not only identify it, but then they also need somebody to say like, so this is the inside joke, this is the context around the inside joke, this is how you get into that, or you don't belong there, don't touch that, don't be in the comments, like don't do that. So here's another way to actually capitalize on this moment where either you've been mentioned or somebody is a super fan or like there's a great synergy here. It's not one size fits all, obviously, but they have to sort of like be able to read the room, and oftentimes that does take a translator who can actually explain it in a very easy way for them to understand.
Is there maybe a good example of that you guys could give?
I'm trying to think of one that we have like off the top of my head of like a.
So I can give you, I think, a good example. It's a brand we activated in recently, and it showcases how like the entire funnels, I think, moves through. So think of a brand that's endemic in gaming, and they're launching an expansion of a game, and normally there's a pretty good script on how to do that. And reach is always the first thing. So how do we reach the core gamers, right? We found a really interesting intersection between gamers and NFL fandom, which seemed quite interesting because this game has nothing to do with sports at all. And from there, what we started to do was build a way to bridge those two fandoms. So it was an in-person experience at an NBA, NFL game at the Gillette Stadium. And from there, we started to build an entire ecosystem. And what we see that happened was, yes, the core gamers that went in there, and that didn't go, but that, we had a live stream via Twitch and everything. They were so engaged with the brand, they became sort of our own brand ambassadors. And the reach that we got socially out of that live experience was probably the best launch we've ever had with this client. So I think when you're very intentional in finding unexpected ways to engage with your audience that move beyond one fandom, that move beyond one specific area of expertise, and you surprise, then you're able to build participation and you're able to see how that people are interacting with your brands in new and beautiful ways.
When you're looking at the Gen Z demographic specifically, what are attributes of that demographic that brands need to understand to really effectively break through to them? How are they different?
I love Gen Z. They are, to me, the most intriguing.
I'm scared of them.
Yes.
I'm just kidding.
And actually, I think that Gen Alpha is so much easier now because we've got it, but this one's particularly tricky. And the reason being is 2/3 of them actively participate in a fandom. So that's great. That should tell us that's a quick way in, but they are so smart in understanding what's not authentic. And with the rise of AI and how smart they are with tech, they really get what all of us are trying to do, find ways to do things quicker and cheaper and faster and all of those things. So going back to that human connection first becomes extremely important. So experiences, having great ideas in ways that surprise them, and you can find that connection. I think that that's the biggest takeaway of that generation. If it looks like marketing in a way, you won't be able to connect. And I think that generation will make us all intrinsically much better marketers.
I think that that's spot on. I think that's great. I was just going to add, like, they want something real. They want to be in the real world. We have this great stat that like 76% of them want a shared cultural experience, and I think that means something different to all of them. But they're looking for something human. Like, this is as great as they are at technology, they're kind of like a dichotomous generation, right? Like they're both very online, but they also are craving this like non-digital world in many ways. And you see this with like their obsession with Y2K, or the fact that they're like bringing back digital cameras. So how do you actually engage with them and spend more time with them, I think is always going to be about, like Andrea said, like, you got to know that they're going to sniff something out very quickly. So whatever you produce for them, it has to feel like it can create something that they care about, they can spend time with, and also give them access to something. Give them something they can't get anywhere else, because they can get everything at their fingertips.
And I'll just add, there's two things that I think are very important when thinking about that human connection, or that experience first event or moment. Utility. Yes, it's access, yes, it's connection, but what value are you providing? And the second thing I think is, we've forgotten about certain spaces because we think, you know, we built other stuff around sports and entertainment. But when you look at college spaces, like colleges, and you look at retail spaces, the ways that brands have the opportunity to interact with Gen Z there, where they act, where they connect, where they live most of their lives, it's absolutely incredible. And we're seeing such a different way of doing things like brand ambassadors, which I know it's, when I think of throwing out flyers in colleges, I cringe. But there's such a big opportunity to create communities within the spaces that they spend most of their times on, that I think it's an untapped place for most brands.
How do you prioritize the different ways that brands can tie into different fandoms, looking at gaming, sports, music, and creators?
So prioritization becomes easy when you know what your end goal is. And usually that comes back to people. So if you're a brand, what is it that you want? Are you looking for growth audiences? Are you looking to engage more? Are you looking to be top of mind, etc.? But then how do we go back to understand people and how they move through culture, how they move through communities? And that's usually the best way you can then prioritize. So when it comes to prioritization of fandoms, I go back to the intersection of them. I think that when you find cool ways to figure out how sports and fashion and music or entertainment are colliding, those are usually much more surprising and untapped in certain ways, and that usually makes the list go smaller and smaller.
But I think that there are tools, right? Like there are tools, there's data, there is science, and it's getting better and better and better, like by the hour. It feels like it constantly is improving. But I think we also talk a lot about like, how is the human involved in this? Like, what are the ways that we can like make it better and prioritize it? And especially when you think about brands and how can brands get involved, and how do you even like sell it and prioritize it for them and say, okay, so like this one matters way more. 9 times out of 10, what the tool can identify is like, these are the right audience overlaps, these are the things that matter. But what Andrea is talking about and what we have to really, really create and find unique opportunities for is like, but do you like actually get the culture to like actually make an opportunity and create an inroad there? Maybe this one that was at the top of the list, it doesn't make as much sense for you, or like there's not a good story there. But something that you wouldn't have expected has so much more fodder that you can capitalize and would be so much cooler for your brand and be more unexpected and innovative and new for you.
How do you think Havas Play's work with brands will continue to evolve in the future? What trends do you have an eye on that you think will be important 5 to 10 years from now?
So we're all talking AI, and AI will definitely affect the way that we produce quicker, cheaper, more effectively, efficiently, etc. But I think that big ideas will continue to win. And the layer that we've really honed in on is, how do we understand strategy from a culture standpoint differently? How do we understand these intersections between fandoms? And from there, how do we build great platforms that live through time? And then there's 3 things that I am particularly interested on. One is, we talked about Gen Z a lot. Now I'm looking at Gen Alpha because I have small kids, and I see the reverse of technology in a way. I was at dinner a couple of nights ago, and we were talking about how we're all like very much into, there's no screens in my house. Until now, I've been able to hold off on it. Minecraft is timed, but therefore, connections, we've understood the importance of connections, the importance for kids and ourselves to be able to have a conversation, to look at each other in the eyes. I loved, before they were talking about an activation at Coachella where influencers had to put their phones down. We are seeing how that's important to build connections. So how do we take that and have fun with Gen Z and do the reverse? And when that happens, I think experience first ideas will continue to drive relevance in the future. The second thing that I think a lot about is that ecosystem, and if AI really changes everything, which I think is changing everything. When we look at this year, Meta will surpass Google in ad revenue for the first time ever. And when you're looking at how many people are starting their searches on Claude or ChatGPT versus Google, that tells you a lot of where the future is going. But social continues to be extremely important. So how is that changing? How do we find creators that make communities and sort of diversify the way that we act? In that way, I find that is going to be fascinating. And then thirdly, when I think of the future, I have to push ourselves to think long term. And I think when we think experiential first and we think Gen Z, it's very cool to think of one-offs. I made this really cool thing at this festival, or we had this amazing pop-up, as I was mentioning, at this event. But how does it all ladder back to the story that as a brand we want to tell?
and paying special attention to brand narratives and how those brand narratives are built in a way that are platform-based and that could be stretched across different platforms, I think will continue to be critical even more in the future. And I do not think AI can do that still. So people will be extremely important.
I was just going to say I need to move in so I can have a digital detox to your house. But also, I think brands also will just be, they need to make more, I honestly think. And I think that creativity is only going to become more important. I also genuinely believe that writing is going to become more important. Like good, unique, good ideas, news stories, like material, things that you can't, that feel unique to specific experiences. And I think that brands are going to have a good challenge and an interesting one to figure out how do we get away from, or how do we create a balance with the type of creativity that we're focused on with clear advertising, but then also how do we show up and entertain people? What do we make? What do we create?
Well, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Introducing our next session, Creator Brands in the Zeitgeist, moderated by Brett Weinstein, Senior Leader, CAA.
Hello, thank you so much, Variety, for having us. We're really excited to be here. I'm really thrilled to be joined on stage by Dennis and Jacob. And we'll get into the conversation because we got a tight 20 minutes. So this discussion is all about the creator economy, but through the lens of one of the most prolific companies in the creator space, Mythical, which was founded by Rhett and Link well over a decade ago. And we're going to talk about how this company was built, how it's sustained, how it's grown and innovated across, frankly, 3 different decades this century. So thank you for joining us. And I'll start with you, Jacob. Rhett and Link first posted a YouTube video way back in 2006, just a year after YouTube launched. And a few years later, they created this company, Mythical. Good Mythical Morning, the flagship show, was created in 2012 and just celebrated its 3,000th episode, which is incredible. So few TV-like formats ever reach that milestone. And in a world where people sometimes question whether creators can have longevity, whether they can stand the test of time, Mythical is bigger today, more popular today, has a larger audience and a more engaged audience than ever before. How in the heck does that happen over 3 decades?
Yeah, so early on into the company's history, 2 decades ago, Rhett and Link very quickly aligned on what our ethos was, which is to inspire human connection through comedy and curiosity. And we've stayed very true to that in all the ways we've grown, whether that's new channels we've spun off, new talent we've invested in, creator companies we've invested in, and kind of all the things along the way. And we've found a balance of what growth and innovation means to Mythical. On one side, it means doing more things, which I know we're going to talk about today, of the ancillary businesses and the spin-off. The other is the innovation internally. We produce a daily show. We have 240 episodes of Good Mythical Morning go out a year. And at one point, we were producing it like most daily shows, Monday through Thursday, 2 episodes on Thursday. But we've created a system internally that allows us to block shoot, a month of content in 1 week, which frees Rhett and Link up to do everything else we're doing. So the other part of that is, for example, this year, growth is very much focused internally, doubling down on the formats we already have, Good Mythical Morning and Last Meals, and really just finding ways to acquire and retain more audiences, doing a lot of audience segmentation work to grow. It's paying off. Both shows are at the highest amount of views they've ever been, up this year double digits over last year. So kind of balancing the growth of do more with also just innovating internally as well.
And Dennis, Deloitte has done some pretty incredible research and developed some fantastic insights on the creator space. How does what Jacob's saying about how they've grown, and in particular, their focus on mission, knowing their audience, he uses words like curiosity and whimsical, how does that play into what you've seen in the research that Deloitte has done?
Right, there's 2 things that actually resonate with what Jacob has said. One is the fact that the power that creators have in drawing a personal connection with their followers. What we found in our research is that about 33% of consumers feel a stronger personal connection to creators than they do to celebrities, and that number jumps to about 52% with Gen Z. That's pretty staggering in terms of, if brands are deciding, should I partner with a creator or should I partner with a celebrity? The other thing I'll say is that always-on, repeatable formats are what actually drive sustainable engagement. And the way that Mythical has been doing, I think, is really spot on. But what we've seen in our research, too, is that Gen Z is spending about 30% more time during the day on social media than they are in traditional television, and about 70% on social media following their fandoms. So they're constantly engaging with things that they like and the creators that they like on multiple venues, and the fandom community of what they like online.
So I think this notion of a repeatable format, always on, is really important, and let's come back to that. Before we get there, you mentioned that how you've organized and orchestrated the company, which now has well over 100 employees at an actual studio facility in Burbank. It's pretty amazing. It's freed up Rhett and Link creatively and the company to focus on things beyond the flagship shows, Good Mythical Morning and Last Meals. Talk a little bit about how you super serve this audience in other ways beyond just what you put on YouTube and social media.
Yeah, so we have a pretty robust live touring business. We've done book tours, music tours. Last year we did Good Mythical Tour, which sold about 40,000 seats, which was bringing Good Mythical Morning on the road. We have a ticketed live event business. We partner with Kiswe to do a virtual live event every year that has about 100,000 tickets sold. E-commerce, so everything from apparel to salt wells and aprons to GMM party packs for your Good Mythical Morning themed birthday. We have Mythical Society, which is our membership site. So SVOD meets Fan Club. It's behind a paywall. We recently redesigned the app last month to kind of focus a little bit more on vlog content, because we were hearing that need from our audience. And then lastly is publishing. We've done 3 New York Times bestsellers, and we have a 4th book on the way in June. It's a children's book, and it's kind of a good example of we're doing these businesses and experimenting based off what we're hearing from our audience. 20 years ago, we would have never done a children's book, but a lot of our fan base has been with us for 20 years, right? And now they have kids and there's this desire. So when we sat down and said, hey, should we write a children's book? It was very much anchored in what is the mythical version. So it's all about focusing on picky eaters, which is very, organic to our content with so much food focus.
So, trying to stay true to the topic that Variety asked us to speak to, this notion of how has Mythical been so successful over so many years. It seems to me that the ability for you to migrate people from YouTube to books or to tours or to consumer products or a membership society where they're paying a monthly fee in exchange for extraordinary value, it has to be built on some trust. And I'm curious, Dennis, has the notion of trust come up in the research that you've done where you're looking at how audiences engage with these really successful creators and companies?
Yeah, for sure. So what we found in our research is that creators drive trust, influence, and conversion, right? And what we've seen is that 1 in 3 consumers trust brands that actually are working with creators, and over 50% of Gen Z and millennials actually trust creator recommendations because they believe them to be authentic.
That's fantastic. And you mentioned brands. Jacob, you talked about the content and all the different avenues that Mythical now plays in, but we sort of skipped over. Brands are a big part of any or most creators' businesses. What is it about Mythical that makes it so that huge companies like Clorox and others are so excited to work with you?
I think it's one, the way we go about selecting brand partners is very intentional. We say no to a lot of deals. We really want to work with brands that either Rhett and Link and Josh have personal experience with already, or before we work with the brand, they get that personal experience. So some of our most successful deals have come from that base. Last year we did a really cool partnership with Etsy that just won Webby yesterday, which was very exciting.
Congratulations.
But it was really anchored in this idea that Rhett and Link have for years purchased their wives gifts from Etsy. And they met the CMO at an event, they explained this, and then we kicked off this 360 partnership that spanned long form, short form, media placement, newsletter placement, et cetera. And I think when we're looking at brands to work with, we're really anchoring people that understand the content. content, right? Creators are powerful because of their communities. That's why brands want to work with us. And brands need to understand that they're a guest in that community, right? So if they come into the content and try to overpower it or take it over end to end, it's not going to perform like they want it to perform. So when we're working with brands, we're really looking for partners that want to be a part of it, want to like get the joke, want to be in on the joke, and kind of like take that ride with us, has proven to work really well.
And to stick with this for 1 second, how much are you thinking about the audience and their preferences, their beliefs, when you're deciding brand partners? I imagine there might be a major global brand that advertises on television and through sports, and you might look at them and say, that's right for us, or you might look at them and say, wow, like that's a really big brand, but it's not right for us.
I think part of it depends on what is the brand looking to do. If they're looking for conversions and it's these DTC transactional brands, we're very much focused on, okay, we know what our audience likes, right? They like food subscriptions, they like clothing subscriptions, like these kinds of things. When we're talking about broader brands like the Clorox deal that CA helped us do, you know, it's a brand awareness play, right? They're looking for another way to work with creators to just kind of like get out. Most people use Clorox bleach, right? But we worked with them to create a ton of like really cool 6 and 15-second spots that ran across digital and CTV that just brought the brand into like a new, lighter, more comedic way. And I think we did our best to make bleach funny.
Bleach is funny. That's a takeaway from today. You know, I want to shift a little bit, and this time, Dennis, I'll start with you. You know, people talk about quality when they think about content, when they think about any art form. And ever since YouTube allowed people to go directly to audiences, there's been this, you know, sort of thesis that, well, YouTube content is lower quality, whereas film and TV is higher quality. And sometimes that's obvious. Game of Thrones is certainly made differently than your typical YouTube show. And yet, I think the shift that we've seen, and I'd love to know what your research says, is that quality is really in the eyes of the beholder. It's really, what does the audience want? How do they want it? How do they engage with it? Are they coming back for more? And what does your research say about sort of how consumers are thinking about the quote-unquote quality of the content they're getting through social media?
So it's interesting because I think there's been this notion for the last several years that the creator economy was this separate, adjacent form of entertainment. But I think what our research shows is that creators are entertainment. And what we've seen is that 43% of consumers consider creator content just as good as TV content. And what if you look generationally at Gen Z and millennials, about 50% of Gen Z and millennials believe that creator content is actually more creative and honest versus television content. So I think that's pretty telling in terms of shifts of behavior and points of view about content. I mean, if you think about it today, too, if you talk to certain individuals and you ask them, are they watching TV? TV means something different generationally, right? If you ask Gen Z, TV's YouTube, whereas if you ask probably, you know, Gen X or millennials, it's actually linear television. So I think that what we've seen is that convergence of it, where it's kind of all part of the ecosystem now. We need to treat it as such.
Jacob, what's your thoughts on that? And I thought what Dennis said was really interesting, the notion that people define quote-unquote TV differently, and it's probably been significantly accelerated by the fact that a significant portion of YouTube viewing is now on smart TVs, where people are sitting in their living room, sitting in their bedroom, watching YouTube in the exact same form factor that they would watch Netflix or Hulu or Disney+. How has, again, back to the thesis of how has Mythical been so successful over the years, how have you thought about this notion of quality, especially when you have to contemplate someone watching it on a phone, an iPad, a laptop, or, you know, an 80-inch screen in their living room?
Yeah, you know, we're at a point where about over 50% of our watch time's coming from the living room, right? Coming from the TV. So we're mindful of that and how we're producing, right? Over the years, we've made investments in the equipment to produce in 4K and improve our sound and get better music libraries and all those things to make sure that we're producing, you know, quality content that we're proud of. There's also a point of diminishing return. If we keep investing in the cameras and the studio, our audience isn't going to grow because of that, right? So it's that fine line with making sure that the quality of the content looks the way that other television content looks, while also being true to our audience, which is having Rhett and Link and Josh's faces really close, right? Like all those clips, everyone's very close to the camera, and that's intentional. We've done shows where we have hosts further back, and you see it, right? Like that is the power of creator content. The audience, has that very one-on-one relationship with these hosts. So making sure we retain that while also continuing to, keep up with the latest products and technologies, so everything looks great and then can, be distributed across other platforms.
So you said something I'm going to sort of, a thread I'm going to tug on. You said, we put the host's face close to the camera, and when we've experimented with something that looks maybe more like a traditional television talk show, we see it. And I think what you meant is we see it in the data, that when we look at the back end and look at our views, our engagement, our watch time, we see a difference when we do things that feel off-brand. That leads me to ask, being on YouTube, as a creator-centric company, it's not just about coming up with an idea that you think people want to see. Creators have to be both, if you think about it in television terms, the creator, the executive producer, the writer's room, the actors in many cases, and the marketing and distribution department. When you're playing that marketing and distribution role, how important is it to understand all the levers and buttons that need to be pushed to be successful, not just on YouTube, but within YouTube Shorts, and then there's Snap, and then there's Instagram Reels versus Instagram native posts versus TikTok. Like, it's a lot to try to figure out.
It's definitely a balance. It's so much data immediately, right? We can shoot something today, release it tomorrow, and by Friday have a full report on how it performed. So it's the fine line between letting data be a part of the decisions and also not letting it fully drive it. If 10 years ago we only did what the data said, Rhett and Link would only be eating gross and spicy foods every episode, and the show probably wouldn't have made it 3,000 episodes, right? So we have to find the balance creatively and with what the audience wants, but it's a constant evolution. You can't just sit back and plan to do the same thing for even a full month, right? Any given day we release a video, which we're releasing about 15 a week on YouTube, we're updating the thumb and title probably 3 times in the first 2 days of release, right? So we have a whole team that's just constantly playing that optimization game and just keeping an eye on all these algorithmic changes across the platform and making sure we're showing up in new ways constantly.
I want to go a little deeper on that, and then Dennis, I'd love your thoughts. You said something really interesting. In the first few days of a new video's release, you're actually changing the thumbnail, which is the image that you see when you're searching YouTube. You're changing the title. That's the equivalent of a movie studio putting out a one sheet at a bus stop and then somehow a week later, like swapping it out in real time or changing the name of the movie without the audiences really knowing. That seems really unique to the creator space, and it seems like it gives you the ability to do a lot of A/B testing to figure out what works. How often do you find yourself totally pivoting? Like, we thought this was going to work, and like 3 days later, you've totally changed your approach.
It's pretty often. Like, we think, oh, thumbnails with Rhett on the left with a big food brand on the right tend to work, and then we release a video a week later and it doesn't, right? And then we learn a lot about, hey, this fast food brand really translates, internationally, so our international audience spikes. So we have to balance that. Like, do we want to focus more on the international audience for this video or the domestic audience? So it's definitely a constant game that we've got to play a little bit. But YouTube has developed some tools like A/B testing for title thumb, which allow us to kind of make some informed decisions. But it's always, each video from the outset gets at least 5 to 6 thumbs made. So we just have them kind of at the ready to change them out.
So Dennis, going back to something you said, I think in the first answer you gave, which was this notion of consistency and regularity being an ingredient to success based on your research. Let's go back to that. Everything that Jacob is saying about A/B testing and knowing all the buttons and levers to push, how does your research bear that out in terms of why that drives success?
Yeah, well, I think it's also just to contextualize the average number of platforms and messaging platforms that all generations on. It's 6. The media consumption behavior is crazy, right? The fact that you're pivoting between 6 different types of platforms. So if I think about what Jacob is doing and doing the A/B testing, you have opportunities to get it right? And you want to get it right. When you do it on one, you can transition it to another. But every platform is also different in terms of why people go to that platform, the type of content that they're actually looking for. So I think that discipline and rigor around that is extremely important in order to drive the engagement that you want.
So, one last topic, and this one's for you, Jacob. We've seen the creator economy, digital media, the ability to go direct to consumer really change in many ways how all types of content gets created, produced, marketed, and distributed. And famously over the past year, another big creator Markiplier, without going hat in hand to a studio, just decided, I'm going to make a movie. He spent his own money, put it in theaters, did extraordinarily well, became an amazing case study. Mythical has experimented with that. You did 2 seasons of your own self-financed, long-form, premium, what we would call television show. Talk about yours and Rhett and Link's and Josh's interest in evolving into that type of programming while you're also continuing to mind the store with the flagship shows, Good Mythical Morning and Last Meals.
Yeah, we've kind of structured the business in a way where we make sure when we want to do those projects, we don't have to ask for approval. We don't necessarily need a partner to kick them off or do them, but a lot of the times we will produce them for YouTube first, right? That is where our audience is, and then we will find out, do additional VOD deals from there. Wonderhole, the show you mentioned that we did 2 seasons of, we produced it for YouTube, we optimized the title thumb for YouTube, and then we changed all the key art, changed all the titles of the episodes, and now it's on Samsung available to watch, right? So it's always an interest for us, but for us, it's the community is anchored in YouTube and short form and Spotify, so it is very important that we continue to feed that while we explore these kind of, other ancillary projects.
So I'll end by saying, first, thanks to Variety for having us. Thanks to Dennis and Deloitte, not only for being here, but for doing incredible, really insightful research on the creator economy. I encourage everybody to find it because it really does explain the underpinnings of this business and why it's so successful. And thanks to Jacob for being such an incredible ambassador for Mythical, one of the true success stories in this space, not just now, but going back to the aughts. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Please welcome Hollywood New Leaders, Best of Creator Marketing, moderated by Angelique Jackson, Senior Entertainment Writer, Variety.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're lovely to have a nice full room, and please make sure to stick around because we have tons of programming. But I am thrilled to lead this panel, Best of Creator Marketing. My name is Angelique Jackson. I am one of the Senior Entertainment Writers at Variety, and joining me is a really esteemed group of panelists, beginning with Carter Gregory, Content Creator, Music Executive, and Media Personality. We also have Dahlia Gans, EVP, Head of Digital Marketing, Head of Digital and Marketing at Warner Records. We have Edvin Dapsovic, Global Head of Media and Entertainment for Discord. We just got to see that great reel there for you guys. Next, we have Rose Phillips, EVP, Global Digital Marketing and Social Media for Sony Pictures Entertainment. Next, we have Brent Mitchell, VP Social Media and Influencer Marketing at Sephora. And last but not least, we have Todd Lichten, Head of Entertainment and Lifestyle Partnerships at Roblox. Thank you guys all for joining us. So I kind of wanted to start with, when we're talking about creator marketing, we've had a couple of huge events that really kind of lend themselves to this conversation. One of those being Coachella, and the other being CinemaCon. But since you're sitting right here next to me, Carter, we're gonna actually start with Coachella, because I'm sure lots of people here did watch either live in terms of your coverage, or we've watched your recaps of it. What was your impression of this year's festival, and kind of what the landscape looked like? Because I know one of the questions that came up in Variety later was the idea that Weekend 2 had such huge guests and surprises. Is that going to become the new Weekend 1? Is that going to become the new place that everyone is looking to get all of their social impressions?
Well, Coachella is definitely my favorite weekend of every year. And I went to both weekends this year, so I'm still recovering. It was a lot. But, with seeing Coachella this year, it's always funny because the first weekend, you've got all the big brands there. And me being a part of the music industry, but also a content creator, I'm going there with some of my artists, but also going there to gratefully do a lot of brand deals. So weekend 1 is always kind of like a working trip kind of for my friends and I, because we are just constantly going to different activations and meeting the brands, doing our deals. And then weekend 2 this year really actually shocked me because it's one of the highest weekend 2s in a very long time. And you saw a lot of artists, like you said, bringing out incredible guests and, just kind of doing things that me having seen Weekend 2 over the years for a long time was not used to seeing it have so much push for Weekend 2. So in terms of Weekend 2 becoming the next Weekend 1, I mean, I do think that it would be smart for some of the brands to do some of their bigger activations on Weekend 2 as well. Because especially this year, I just saw there was such a desire for some of those bigger brands to be there for Weekend 2 as well. Like, I know people were kind of talking like, wow, if we had a crazy Revolve Fest at Weekend 2 as well, that people would show up. Or like if, 818 Tequila did another big activation Weekend 2, people would show up because it was just so massive for Weekend 1. But then also this year we saw how massive the potential could be for Weekend 2. So I definitely think it's something where, brands should start to really poke into the Weekend 2 audience in that market, because I think it could be really advantageous for them.
Brent, I'm actually going to throw all the way down to you, because obviously Rhode had a big event there. You obviously, Hailey Bieber is a partner with Sephora. When you see or hear somebody say that and hear that that's been kind of like the bubbling conversation, what conversations then happen at your offices?
Yeah, as Carter said, Weekend 1 in particular is so saturated. There's so many brands, there's so many things happening. And Sephora used to activate at Coachella way back when, and we had been doing less of it. But one of the beauties of Sephora is the creators that are part of our brand family, and Hailey Bieber is definitely one of the bigger ones at the moment. So we had that authentic way in to go back to Coachella in a bigger way this year in partnership with Rhode, launching 2 new products that were co-designed by a Coachella artist named Justin Bieber. So really close.
Biebercella.
Yeah. Biebercella. Sephora was in on Biebercella in an authentic way, because they are part of the Sephora family, and we're just, especially these big saturated moments, like, what is a way we can show up authentically that makes sense, or else, maybe it doesn't make sense for us to be one of the thousands of people at something.
Authenticity, we had a conversation backstage, and really that kind of became like the key theme that we discussed. And Dahlia, I feel like you brought that up, I think maybe even first. That idea of these kind of authentically grown collaborations between, sometimes in the cases of like Somber, you were mentioning, one of your artists and a prominent creator. Tell me a little bit about how you've started to lean into that as a strategy.
Yeah, I think there's many different ways you can work with influencers, right? And when it's organic and their relationships there, that's obviously the best way to do it. So we had an artist named Somber, and he's friends with a popular influencer, Quen Blackwell. And Somber's been into reinventing the celebrity cameo in his music videos. So we had Quen in his music video. And then when it came to Weekend 2 of Coachella, he had great guests in Weekend 1. But for Weekend 2, he wanted to keep the excitement going. So we actually had Quen come out during his Coachella set in Weekend 2. And that generated a whole lot of buzz, and they're friends. So I think it just starts with an organic friendship to a music video to an incredible performance at Coachella. And so like as organic and as a partnership can be, that's the ideal way that these things happen.
How have you seen that? Really, rather, how have you seen the success of that? Because obviously, the idea of working with content creators and influencers is not really a new element of marketing. We've been doing this for some years now. But how have you seen it being more successful when it is organic in that way versus kind of trying to, squeeze a creator into a certain lane?
I think we're actually happy when influencers say no. If something's not their brand and it doesn't align, say no, right? And so you want influencers who are genuinely excited. We actually, for the first time ever, we just held a mixer for a bunch of influencers, and we played them a lot of music that we're going to be releasing over the next several months. And we just wanted to hear like what they're vibing with, which campaigns they want to be a part of, and that was like it was fun in a room to see like which influencers cared about which artist and which song, and that's how ideally it all happens. It starts with an influencer actually cares about an artist or a brand and raises their hand, and that's where we bring them into the campaign.
Yeah, I would second that. Even on the gaming side, I think that if the analog is our developers or our creators, right, and they're stewards of their own worlds and these IPs they've built, when brands are coming to the platform, I think they're happy to be deferential, right? I think they want to understand what those audiences want, and I think they've learned their lessons probably from time they spent on other platforms to understand exactly what works really well. When Universal brought Wicked, the second Wicked movie, back to Roblox, they did a partnership with Dress to Impress, one of our massive games, right? And I think Paul Tazewell, who's the award-winning costume designer, worked with the team to design their own UGC-inspired costumes that were available. The team built special components of the world and sort of extended the world of Wicked into Dress to Impress in a way that the studio team just couldn't probably have imagined. But that was because they both established that trust. And even when, I think that the upside to something like that is then you get additional value from the creators, right? Because they know their community is going to react and it's going to service their own game, right? So when they went to announce something at TwitchCon or they posted additional content to their Discord, right? That was all, as the studio would have seen it as added value, but it ultimately served both cases because the creators saw a spike in their engagement and the studio obviously was able to sort of authentically connect with a brand that they cared about deeply.
And I would say, first, what an exciting time for the entertainment industry at large with everything that's happening at Coachella. Rose and I just got back from CinemaCon, where a lot of the amazing movies that are coming out were announced. And, fortunately for us at Discord, we've been able to amass, over 200 million of the most passionate gamers and fans that live in these different communities, and we have a massive Coachella channel, and we have a lot of creators that run their own channels as well. And I think for us, we're really, focused on bringing these experiences that allow us as brands and IP holders to engage those audiences and communities in ways that are really endemic to the space that they're in. So for us, whether we're partnering brands with some of those server owners or, really helping brands be the creators themselves and building these experiences, I think that's something that we've seen a lot of success with.
Yeah, and I would just say I think authenticity is so important as part of the ethos, but I think this idea of fanship too, and where can you connect with people, and find the fans that exist. So, even for a property like Resident Evil and thinking about what we can do with Discord, where there is this already built-in, massive fan base, it's just so important. And I think in the creator space, to the point of having creators want to connect with it is far more important than it feeling like a forced connection. And just that element, I think, has just been not a mind shift, but just truly kind of sticking to that. And I think then that's where you get the best time, the partnerships can really blossom.
It's also a content engine too, right? There's I think scale is so important in a world that's driven by UGC platforms, right? Roblox somewhere that's 150 million players and thousands and thousands of games. And I think there's an early recognition that I think the best content is going to be built by other audiences. And so if you set up the right guardrails on the title side or brand side and you have the right franchise teams in place, then that's where the scale happens. Because otherwise, it's impossible to push out, in our case, weekly game updates, right, for SpongeBob, because there's just not enough lore or elements of those story worlds. So you have to kind of establish these relationships in order to, I think, extend a lot of what that brand can become and play in that space.
I'd love to use Resident Evil actually as an example in the idea of. So I think a lot of the question is oftentimes the practicality. How do you actually, or what are the conversations that you two have together as brands on finding a way to really utilize a platform like Discord to help promote a film?
I think Rose and I might close a deal right here on the stage soon, but something that we're focused on is helping our partners build experiences for these audiences, right? So think of putting 200 million people into a scene of Resident Evil and allowing them to walk around and pick up objects and find rewards and find Easter eggs. We find that this generates the most organic word of mouth. And we have over 50,000 servers on Discord around horror IP and some specific to Resident Evil as well. And we know that when you create those experiences, you invite users into a two-way participation. You are giving something to them that is opt-in, it is rewarded. Not only do they enjoy the experience, but they then go and bring others in with them.
Yeah, and I think it's for us, we've got this amazing horror director, Zach Krager, who directed Weapons and Barbarian, and knowing that you've also got this fantastic game IP, and it's like, where do you go and find the people that are going to be fans of both and really can then connect with them in a meaningful way? And like Discord is a perfect example of sort of, finding where those fan bases already, exist and are talking about the property and can really then tap in a meaningful way.
To tapping into a meaningful way, obviously Sony had a huge success with the trailer for Spider-Man Brand New Day. This was a very innovative campaign. You guys did get the 1 billion views on the trailer, but you had this rollout where you tapped into content creators, but not really content creators, but more fans of Spider-Man across the globe for how many hours did this go on?
It was a 24-hour rollout, and yes, our little indie property, Spider-Man, we did something really different. The movie's called Spider-Man Brand New Day, and what we wanted to do is find true fans of the franchise of Spider-Man in every country as dawn was breaking, so that at their daybreak, somebody could talk about what Spider-Man meant to them. They got a little snippet of the trailer, and to the point of finding real fans, we actually found there was a guy in Wales who climbs mountains dressed as Spider-Man and does that for children's charity, but he didn't even have an Instagram account. We found him through like a news article, and we were like, hey, do you mind throwing up an Instagram account? And like, we want you to be a part of this rollout because you're such a Spider-Man fan. So it was truly, talking to every territory, finding the guy in Peru who's a huge Spider-Man fan, to the guy in Kazakhstan who's a travel agent that loves Spider-Man. So yes, we basically had WhatsApp chats talking to all these people like, all right, are you awake? Please post, yeah. But it was a fantastic way to represent really what Spider-Man meant, and Tom Holland was even invested in this idea of like really wanting to honor the fans that make Spider-Man so special, and that idea of community. And it also, just from the social platform perspective, I think it really like primed the algorithm because everybody was ready for that trailer drop. And Tom flew to New York and he went to the top of the Empire State Building, and we went live on Instagram. And yes, 1 billion views, so not too shabby.
Congrats.
The reason why I bring that up is obviously, yes, we should brag about it because it is phenomenal, but what did you learn about your audience from kind of doing something that was so non-traditional, about whether it is who they reached, who you reached? I'm really curious.
I think it's the idea of embracing fanship and community and letting them have some ownership over, Spider-Man, letting them have a piece of the trailer to launch early. I think that, and that can take a lot of different shapes of sort of brands having to, release a little creative authorship to things. But I think to us, it just showed how successful that can be. It was like, give it to the fans and let them kind of run with it. So it was a very special launch.
I mean, that's some of the same type of strategy that we use in music campaigns when we're about to do a new release, which I've been loving recently, is if we have a new song coming, having the fans be able to take the ownership, giving the fans some of the unreleased music, giving the fans some of the clips like that. It just makes them feel so involved with the rollout plan. And then I think that, it's all about that community because kids today, they can see through when something isn't authentic. It's very easy. It's like if I do a brand deal for, if I do a brand deal for like some sort of makeup or something, which I have done. Actually, maybe that's not true because some of my people have been like, I could see you wearing that lip gloss. And I'm like, okay, whatever, maybe it could work. Yeah, hey, we've done it.
We've worked with
We've
Carter
done it.
Where's Carter going with this one?
We did do that. But it's like they can tell when a creator is not really invested these days in what they're actually talking about. And so I think creating that community is so important because you want the audience to really be like, oh my God, they actually love this product. So I can see myself using this because I love them and they love this, so let me give it a try. And if not, it's like people are gonna sniff it out and be like, this wasn't really authentic.
Dahlia, has that kind of been your experience as well, just as you were saying, with that idea of having, creators get a chance to listen to a ton of music and then decide where they want to engage?
Yeah, I think like fans are smart, and they can tell when an influencer actually loves something and when they're just getting cash. And so we always want to make sure that we're aligning with people that we know are fans, that have actually posted their love for an artist before. So we're always trying to align and making sure that like the audiences are right of that, of that influencer, but like that influencer has actually shown love to the artist beforehand, so that we know that like that's real, and the fans aren't going to leave a comment under the post saying something kind of snarky.
I did want to ask what it actually takes to kind of put an event like that together, though, because that is a lot of legwork, even just on the back end of figuring out how to identify the right people to get into the room to kind of create this network. How does your team approach this idea? I believe you've used the term viral marketing.
Yeah, so we have a viral marketing team, and that's one part influencer marketing and one part content creation. And in the music space, trends happen really quickly, so you have to be able to move very quickly. Usually the life cycle of a music trend is about 2 to 3 weeks. And so we built a team that can move quickly. And so the way that we operationalize is like, we have direct relationships with influencers, we have direct relationships with agencies, and then we have the infrastructure in-house to be able to pay a lot of invoices quickly, things like that. So that in music, you just have, it's not like you can plan 6 months in advance when your song is going to go viral. Like we're often like having to move instantly. So for us, we've structured a team so that we can immediately reach out to influencers, get them to jump on a trend, reach out to agencies, because sometimes you have like 48 hours to jump on a trend and get things going. So that's sort of how we've staffed our team, so that some of it is in-house and some of it is building a roster of agency partners that we trust, and a suite of analytics tools so that we can really measure that everything we're doing is working. And it's really important to us, especially to make sure that all of the work that we're doing with creators is actually translating back to music consumption. So for us, the KPIs we're looking at is like, okay, we're working with a bunch of creators and views are great, but views aren't the end game. For us, music streams are the end game, or physical sales are the end game. And so there's a lot of, like, when we're building these infrastructures, also building in the measurement to make sure that the work that we're doing isn't just vanity work, that it's actually driving our business goals.
I would love to hear from all of you all about that. A little bit what that measurement does look like, because obviously everybody kind of serves different functions here in the way you engage with content creators, but does anybody else have? Yeah.
I'll jump in. I mean, first of all, we still look at traditional metrics. We do want that reach, we do want that engagement, but very much we want to see how it's driving our business too, and depending on the initiative, we'll measure it differently. We just had a really fun, timely collaboration with Sarah Miller from Summer House. Shout out to all my former NBCU peeps out there. They did it again with a scandal. And so she was having this moment, and we reached out to her and we're like, we'd love to do something with you. And it just so happened that we were about to launch our Sephora Savings event, which is our big loyalty event. So she was having this loyalty crisis in her friend circle. We did something with her. It was her first post after the news about her ex and bestie broke, and the caption was Sephora rewards loyalty. So it drove awareness for our loyalty event. It was timely, people went crazy, and it was fun. And we can measure like how many loyalty signups do we get coming out of that. So both a mix of the traditional, we loved getting the millions and millions of views also, and then tying it back to the real business results.
Well, Brent, to that idea, that's something that you almost can't fully anticipate happening, whereas you have like a partnership with Alyssa Liu, who we see become a gold medalist, and that's kind of sometimes who people would think of like, oh, that's the traditional person that we go to and have this great marketing push. Can you talk to me a little bit about that idea of sometimes also being able to just snatch that viral moment and make things turn around that quickly?
Yeah, it is a mix of things. There are a lot of creators we have long-term partnerships with. We have something called the Sephora Squad, where we have year-long contracts with creators. And then, we also want to be able to move quickly. As Dahlia said, culture is fast these days, and there's nothing more cringe than a brand showing up late to a trend. And so sometimes, that can be more of a short-term relationship. We do have some more content with Sierra coming up. So be on the lookout. But then someone like Alyssa, who had this giant moment, this super authentic beauty moment afterwards with another one of our brands, Rare Beauty. And we reached out to her quickly too, and she was very much looking to want longer-term partnership. And with her values, everything she stands for, we're headquartered in San Francisco. She's across the bay in Oakland. We have entered into a much more long-term partnership with her, which is super exciting. We launched it with one, fun tease post about the stripes in her hair and the stripes on our bag look remarkably similar. Let's have fun with that. But there's a lot we're going to be doing, like leaning into her Bay Area roots. We are sponsors of the Valkyries women's basketball team in San Francisco. So, be on the lookout for Alyssa to do something with us there. And so it really is finding the times when you just want to capture the moment and then see where it goes. And sometimes it will lead to a longer relationship like this one is doing.
And I would, we always obviously want to tie everything back to what are the outcomes that we're driving for our partners. And to bring it to recent box office success, I have to give a shout out to our partners at Paramount Pictures. They were actually an early innovator of ours. They helped us create one of the first branded experiences on the platform last year for Mission Impossible. It went so well, we actually named the product Mission Quest. But they just came back for Scream 7, and they created an experience where you drop someone into the house and you had to survive Ghostface for 60-second rounds, and the top player of that experience played 613 times. Which equates like 10 hours, and I think that just tells you, one, like gamers are gonna game, but when you're really driving that kind of engagement and again, bringing users across their communities into that experience, like good things happen, and Scream 7 fortunately did very well in the box office.
Talking about surviving, I do have to come to you, Todd, because it's something that is interesting about Roblox now is you guys are also becoming the IP as well. 99 Nights in the Forest is going to become a film. So it's a little bit of both sides in terms of this community creation and engagement. I'm so curious your perspective on really, I guess, that leap also too.
Yeah, I mean, no question that, gaming, as Evan said, gamers are going to game, and a big portion of the population is doing that. 3 out of every 4 people are members of Gen Z, spend time gaming. On our platform, we see an average of over 2.5 hours a day, right, per user per day. So when you're spending that kind of time and you're building this kind of fanship with an audience early on, it makes sense that IPs that are born on Roblox have potential to live elsewhere, right? And so we are increasingly seeing, I think over the last 18 months, there have been 7, I think, development deals announced around IPs like 99 Nights or Grow a Garden, Steel Brain Rot. And I think, our goal as a platform is to support our creators, right? We paid out over $1 billion to them last year, and I think we know that that's our flywheel, right? We attract the right creators with the right tech and tools and support them financially, and they're going to continue to build IPs that are meaningful, and that's going to bring audience. And so it makes sense that just as we're working with all the big studios to bring their theatrical titles and streaming titles to market to our audience, that there's potential for those guys to then work with these IPs that have already established millions and millions of players, right? Like when a game like Grow a Garden sees 25 million concurrent players over the summer and they're setting new records, clearly there's a built-in audience there, and so there's a lot of potential to build out a franchise around that that's going to have linear components, CP components, and so yeah, I think we're excited to continue to support that.
I guess my last question kind of to all of you is what do you see as kind of the future of this? Because, we've talked a little bit about the innovations and we've talked a bit about the, ways that you've already built communities and continue to engage authentically. But what do you see as the next step? I don't know who might want to start.
I'll jump in. I think brands are expected to be more entertaining these days. Everyone says you can't show up with a traditional ad. You need to show up with something that feels authentic to whatever video platform you're on. And, creators are at the center of that. I reference, we have worked with Carter. We did an entire YouTube series with him that was like a Sephora slumber party where we had different guests with
It was very fun, by the way.
Yes, with Carter, many of whom love makeup even more than he does, and that's what our community wants from us. Especially our diehard fans, they know what products are in the store, but what can we do to make it exciting and entertaining, and want them to engage with us even more? Creators are just going to be more and more at the center of that going forward.
And I think it's also focusing on each individual creator's niche, because it's like when I look at my friend group, we kind of have our own individual pocket, that we kind of fall into. Like, I'm definitely a creator that I love showing my lifestyle and showing everything we're doing, but I also really focus in on music, or I focus in on hosting opportunities. And people really love to see that side of my life. And they're like, oh my God, give us a day in the life of you in the studio, or give us a day in the life of you going to host this event or something. And I see it with some of my other friends are like, oh my God, please give us the backstory to why you're using this lip gloss, or why you're using this eyeliner, or like how you think it changes the way you look, or when you're going out day to night, whatever. So it's really, really honing in on each creator's specific community as well.
I would just say, I agree, because Todd made me think of something too, which is you're sort of saying, Carter, it's like this idea of sort of bridging these niches too, right? Like on GOAT, we worked with Roblox. We also had this K-pop band Cordis, and it was like, the more you can bring some of those, groups together, like I think, brands can really connect with people on many different levels. So it's like, to me, a little bit of the shift of sort of influencers wielding influence and letting fans create. And that, I just think, is kind of where things are shifting.
Yeah. And I think on the Roblox side, I think just as where some of the other social video platforms were years ago, I think they've now established infrastructure and entire teams that are managing, right, social outputs. I think we're doing something similar where we're trying to figure out a way to scale the creative elements that make, right, an activation so powerful with media placements that actually make it efficient, right, and measurable. So I think that's the other thing, is kind of figuring out how can we actually allow brands to get into a place like gaming without all the friction that is typically and happen, and be able to react to moments that are happening.
I think social is getting harder and harder every day. The more creators that start building content, the more brands that are leveraging more profiles to create content, it only makes it harder to crack the algorithm. And I think with that, it's even more important for everyone, creators, brands, to try to actually build a community somewhere. Sure, Discord's a great place to do it, but go build a newsletter. Like, doesn't matter. Go build a community that you get people on a direct one-to-one relationship, regardless of the platform or the algorithm that's really driving the platform.
And I was going to say the same thing. We've all seen our feeds become filled with more slop and clutter. And so I spent a lot of my time thinking about the artists that I work with, like their brands. Brands matter more than ever, and storytelling matters more than ever. It's no longer in the music space good enough just to have great songs. You also have to have a great brand and connect with fans to break through all of the clutter that's on all of our feeds.
Well, thank you all for sharing, and I think that's a brilliant way to end. Storytelling matters more than ever, so thank you guys all so much, and thank you to this group.
And now, a conversation with supermodel and founder Ashley Graham and Natasha Bolouki, partner and agent, UTA, moderated by Jennifer Maas, senior business writer, TV and games, Variety.
Hey, y'all! Woo! I like a lively crowd. Sorry, I know I'm not the moderator.
No, you can start. That's fine.
I just love a lively crowd. And also, I'm wearing a very hard-to-sit-in bustier, so I had to get my legs right. Whew, and I'm also going to be a little short of breath. I'm getting ready for the Met.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start off with, Ashley, you've recently launched your wine brand, Lucci, and your JCPenney clothing line. I'd like to know what's driving these business decisions for you.
Well, Natasha has a lot to do with it. Natasha is my agent at UTA.
Hello.
And how long have we been together now? 2 years?
2.5 years almost.
2.5 years.
Yeah.
And so I came in hot to UTA, and I was like, I want it all, right? Like anybody in my position. So you had asked about the JCPenney and Lucci. So JCPenney came about, and I actually had worked for JCPenney when I was 15 years old. I am 38 now, and back in the day, I used to be an e-com model for them. So as my career has progressed, they came in and they said, we'd like you to be the creative director of just a size-inclusive, meaning plus-size line for our consumers. And that came through Natasha and Frank at UTA, which was fantastic. I've got a great team there. That's why she's able to come on stage with me today. And that really felt like a natural partnership because of the history of the relationship of the brand. And I think the whole thing for me is storytelling. If there's a story to be told there, I'm really excited about the partnership, and it makes it a lot easier for me to wear the clothes, even go into the meetings and create along with the team. And then you asked about Lucci, right? Which is my newest baby. It's the fourth child my husband won't let me have. I just launched it in January. It's a Lambrusco, a chilled red sparkling. I'm really sorry that none of you guys are drinking it today. We could not get it into this room for some reason, but that's not a part of this story. You can go to LucciLambrusco.com and plug in your zip code and see where it is near you. We're also selling on wine.com, GoPuff, Bevmo. I'm not up here to sell just Lucci, but it's amazing. It's a chilled red sparkling. I know I said that. It's fruit forward, it's dry, it's gorgeous. I've been drinking Lambrusco for 10 years. I love Lambrusco. But anytime I went into a wine store, I couldn't find just like a beautiful Lambrusco. They were always really sweet. They were always a little too expensive. I didn't know that it didn't have the seal of approval from Emilia-Romagna, which makes a really good Lambrusco. So I decided to make my own, and something that was also very affordable. It's $19.99 a bottle, and I'm very proud of that fourth child.
Natasha, what do you focus on most when it comes to marketing opportunities and partnerships for Ashley?
I think anything that we look at for her is purposeful and I think has a level of intention. And I think we really look at each opportunity to make sure that it fits within, her flywheel. And something about Ashley, which is, I think, really unique and special as it relates to her as a client, is that when we first started working together, she was very direct, which is always awesome, I think, when someone sort of lays out, short-term goals, long-term goals, et cetera. But there was also this amazing accessibility that she allowed herself to this large team that does surround her at UTA, where any opportunity that we brought, we could have a real-time focused conversation with her. And I found that in each of those instances, being able to do that and together sort of acknowledging what the purpose is, what the intention is behind each opportunity, it allows us to evaluate them, I think, in a different and unique way that then when we come to the decision of what we're moving forward with, et cetera, it really makes sense for her. And that's seen with JCPenney. I mean, that's such a great example of that.
It's like bullseye with JCPenney.
Yeah.
I've been fighting for size inclusivity since the dawn of time. I've been modeling for almost 30 years, and this has been the focus point. So when fashion that's affordable, fun, and size inclusive all comes together, I'm here for it.
When you look at something like JCPenney and that being a brand partnership versus Lucci, which is your own business venture, how do you decide what you want to do like that? Are there times where you're partnering with something, you're like, that might be something I actually want to do on my own later, or it gives you idea for a business, what you want to do?
Well, it kind of depends on how much work I really want to do, right? And how much capital do I want to go and try to find on my own, and do I want to share the pot with a bunch of my agents or not? I normally do, because I like help. Yeah, right.
She's joking.
I think that in any founder and anybody that you see doing something big, they're not doing it alone. You always have a great team behind you. So it's always very purposeful, but Lucci truly is the first baby I've built from the ground up. I've always had partners or brand partnerships, whether, at whatever capacity it's been.
I'll also add just to that, I think it depends on what the opportunity is. With the JCPenney in the line, I think a big aspect of that was also being able to bring this to the masses. And they're obviously a very accessible company that's been around forever, that's in a lot of places. And I think that was something that was also really attractive as it related to, bringing plus size to that community.
Definitely. It was a big deal.
For Lucci, there are a lot of celebrities with alcohol brands.
There sure are.
There sure are.
Why did I do that?
Well, I'd love to know when you're looking at that and you see, how do I make this not look like another one added to the lineup and look like something I'm really passionate about and I really wanted to do?
Well, you said it first, really passionate about. And I think anything that you're building, you have to be passionate about. As a founder, I think that if you're not eating, breathing, living what you're putting your money and your mouth into, it's not going to work. That's first and foremost. Second of all, bubbles are on the rise. People are drinking less, but they're drinking smarter, but they love a bubble. So let me tell you something about Lucci. It's only 11.5% alcohol. We're on the lower side of sugar. And these two things are a great combination for when you're pairing it with any type of food. It goes great with Chinese food, Mexican food, Korean barbecue, and of course the best Italian. But that was just another reason why I thought, this is something that I really feel like there's a white space here. Anytime you're building something, you're looking for the white space. You're looking, for something that you can come in and fill and make better, and I've done that. I've made it a lot better.
I can attest. I remember when she first mentioned a Lambrusco, and I was like, I don't really do sweet, because that's just what I thought as the consumer. And it definitely is not that. And to that point, sort of reintroducing or educating the audience that thinks they have an assumption about this, area of alcohol, and it really is amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It is quite dry.
Yeah, and I love a dry wine.
Thinking about the audience, how do you see your relationship with fans affecting the choices that you make and what's maybe perceived as your brand?
That's a good question. I mean, I've said no to $1 million deals because I know that the fans would be like, scoot up, wait, what is this? Why are we doing this job? And it just didn't make sense with my brand. There's been things that Natasha has brought me, and she said, I just don't think this is gonna make sense. Here's the dollar amount, and we take a day to think about it, and we're like, we just can't do it. It doesn't make sense. Every decision really, truly has to be about what are the fans going to think about it? Because that's your consumer. Those are the people that are going to be coming back buying your product. I have such a large engagement with my fans that even sometimes I go to the polls and I ask them, hey guys, would you do this or would you do that? And sometimes we make a business decision based off of what the fans are really saying. Yes, a lot of it is gut decisions. And yes, a lot of it is strategizing behind the scenes. But the fans, the followers, all of it has a lot to do with it.
Well, and I think also to that point, the JCPenney opportunity wasn't the first time that you had been approached about exploring, creating something of your own in the plus size category, and also the timing of that, and knowing that when you were ready to do something like that, that you felt that you could bring, a real authentic point of view based on your experience versus if you had done it 10 years ago, how that could have been different.
Well, and 10 years ago, I did have a lingerie line and a swimwear line, and it went fabulously. Now, the risk was doing clothes and apparel and everyday wear, which sometimes can go wrong if need be, or if it happens, if it's put in the wrong hands. But it hasn't. It's gone very well, and we've been doing quite well at JCPenney.
Fashion has evolved throughout your career, and you've kept up with it. I'd love to know what your thoughts are on appealing to both the audience that you've known and who has grown up with you, and then younger audiences, and they're coming up.
With my fashion?
With your fashion.
How have I appealed to the younger and the older?
Yeah.
Well, that part I do for me. If it looks good on me, I'm gonna wear it. If it doesn't look good on me, I'm not wearing it unless I'm getting paid a lot of money. Right, Natasha?
No comment.
Also, if it fits, I'm very excited.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking most about right now in terms of fashion trends and what you want people to be getting out of those? Fashion's very top of mind with Devil Wears Prada 2 coming out soon.
Okay, sorry you guys, I'm in Devil Wears Prada. It's very exciting. I just saw it the other night. So if you haven't, well, you guys probably haven't seen it. You weren't at the premiere, right?
You weren't at the premiere.
It's very good. Go see it. You know, the thing that I'm always very conscious of, and I will be until there isn't a conversation about it, is that we just need to see all shapes and sizes on the runway and accessibility. We need to have more than just an XL or a double XL in the store. And when people talk about size inclusivity, going to a double XL is not it. We have to go up in sizes. Not every designer is gonna do it. And I'm not here to make every designer even like have the thought. It's not for everyone. But the consideration needs to be there. And I'm always at glasses half full. We have come so far. Even in the last 10 years, there's more plus size creators, there's more brands that are doing plus size. There's just more opportunity that has come around and that I've seen when it comes to size inclusivity across the board, and I don't think it's anything to bat an eye at.
When you look at all the areas that you could be participating in that you aren't in yet, is there somewhere that you're really excited to try and get into? Are there options that Natasha's looking at for you
Natasha,
that you haven't gotten into yet?
What do you want me to get excited about? Well, first of all, something that I never, ever thought I would do that I did bring to Natasha last year was I wanted to be on Broadway. I said, I want to sing on Broadway. Now, friends, I don't sing, I don't act, and I definitely don't dance. But for some reason, I had it in my head that this was a goal of mine. And I'm a big manifester. I have the yellow pad every year. I'm writing my 3 or 4 pages, and we're getting it done. We're putting it on the mirror and the walls. And when I first met Natasha and the whole team, they asked me what was the biggest dream I had that maybe hadn't come true yet, and that was one of them. I kid you not, 2 months later, Chicago calls, and they're like, we want you to come in for an audition. I was not ready. I had no idea what I was doing. I spent my own money and I went and got the best music teacher, dance teacher, acting teacher. I nailed the audition. I was Roxy Hart in Chicago for 6 weeks on Broadway. And UTA really helped me and made that happen. And what that did for me, and thinking about partnerships and what's next, is it made me say, I need to dream bigger. Because if something like that, where I'm not born with the skill set, or I have to go and get trained for it, that means that there's a lot of training that could be happening for anything that I really want. And I'm really grateful that I have such a great team behind me at UTA that can make those dreams happen. And that's, back to what you were saying about there being this open line of communication. If I didn't have that open line of communication, who knows if the dreams and the desires would even be able to come true. So it's really about this open line of direct communication, access, and really knowing what the dreams and goals are.
And I just think in today's environment, the multi-hyphenate talent, there's so much opportunity, but it does require, us as representatives obviously thinking outside of the box and looking at opportunity that maybe at first doesn't seem like the obvious choice, or maybe it doesn't even seem like the biggest thing when you first look at it, but then what it can lead to. I mean, even her appearing in Devil Wears Prada, I remember when we spoke about it, it's like, yeah, it's a cameo. You don't know what's going to happen on the editing room floor, but it just turned out first of all, she was in the trailer, then she, saw it the other night, she's in the opening scene of the movie, and even prior to that small thing has led to some other really great partnerships just because of that. And I think, again, it's like that outside of the box thinking that we together can do as a team, and she's let us in like that, it just makes all the difference.
We only have a second left here, but I want to ask about how you engage with fans on a day-to-day basis when it's outside of partnerships, outside of business ventures, what you look to do to connect and why you think that's important.
I'm all about the community. So of course I'm in the comments, commenting. I'm in the DMs. I love sending a voice note DM. It's kind of one of my favorite things to do. I love it. Also for JCPenney and for some of my other brand partnerships, I love to have intimate dinners. I know we see them all the time on social media. They really go a long way. Also to the Devil Wears Prada event, I actually brought Ella Hosk, who's she's one of the top plus size creators. And I just thought, you know what, why not invite one of these girlies who's probably not gonna get the opportunity, and opening up that door for someone. For me, it's a constant thinking about how to connect, how to engage, and how to stay connected with my community as well.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Introducing A Conversation with Miss Tina Knowles, American businesswoman, fashion designer, art collector, philanthropist, and activist. Moderated by Angelique Jackson, Senior Entertainment Reporter, Variety.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you for coming back after lunch. It's really easy to make people stick around when you have Miss Tina Knowles. Well, Miss Tina, thank you so much for sitting down with us and having this conversation. For those of you who may not have already read, you released a memoir not too long ago called Matriarch. And in this, you really trace, your entire history. But you also pay tribute to the women of your family, your mother, the four mothers that kind of led us here. What was your experience of kind of sitting down and really unpacking all that you've done?
It was great. I mean, it was a great healing experience for me. When you go through life and you stay as busy as I have pretty much my whole entire adult life. I've had several jobs, several careers, and you just go from one thing to another working, and you don't have time to really sit down and analyze your life and your career and the things that you've accomplished. And it's really interesting for me because I went through a divorce after 33 years, and if anyone has gone through a divorce that's been married for a long time, it really affects your self-esteem. And I was at a very low point in my life, not career-wise, not anything else other than just my personal life, but it kind of knocked me for a loop. And I did this exercise with my therapist because I was kind of like just laying in the bed eating and and just kind of feeling sorry for myself and just kind of feeling down. And one day I talked to her and she was like, I need you to get up and I need you to get a piece of paper. And on one side of it, I need you to list all of your failures, all the things that you feel bad about. And on the other side, I want you to list all of the wins and all the things you feel good about. And I was like, oh, this is so hard. But I got myself up to do it. And when I did it, the good things way outweighed the bad. And it was really good for me to read these things about myself. And all of a sudden, I was saying, you know what? If I knew me, I would want to date me. I would want to be my friend. And so all of the insecurities and sense of loss and just feeling down, they just kind of, I won't say that they went away, but I felt so much better, and I was able to get myself up and get cute and go to the museum and start doing the things that I love to do again. And so that's, the book was just a natural thing. And so I started working on the book, not to publish, but there's something about going through a divorce too. And I was 59 years old, which is really funny because I'm 72 now. And I still, that's not old. But back at 59, I was like, oh my God, my life is over. I'm like, who's gonna wanna date me, or who am I gonna have a life, or whatever. And I started recording into my telephone, but not for a book, to leave it to my kids because I felt my mortality. And I was like, if I died today, my kids wouldn't know anything about their history because they're just not very interested in it. And so I would try to tell them stories and they wouldn't listen. So I was like, they're going to be real sorry one day. So I started recording just to leave it to my kids and my grandkids. I know that's a long answer. I'm sorry.
But it is the answer, because what the rest of, or what I gathered from reading the book, is that it also allowed you to reevaluate those achievements and recognize the, obviously folks here probably know that, yes, you were a business owner, you had your headliners, you had your hair salon, you were costume designing and then creative directing for Destiny's Child and for your daughters. So we kind of knew that these were your jobs, but it also let you kind of reevaluate and give yourself real credit for them being entrepreneurial endeavors.
Yes, now. It's funny because when I think back on my career and working with Destiny's Child, I was doing everything out of necessity. It wasn't because, and I didn't know I was producing. I didn't know I was creative directing. That term wasn't even a thing then. I was just doing what needed to be done. And a lot of times, never given credit for it. And I was okay with that. I actually liked hiding and being in the background. And I realized when I look back on it that I was literally this country woman with this big hair from Texas with this thick accent. And I would go into, a TV show like The Tonight Show and have to fight with the lighting director. And they'd be like, this is somebody's mama, get her out of here. And they didn't take me seriously, but I would be a pest. And I would say, I'm sorry, but you got 4 black girls, you need more light on them. And they'd be like, who are you to tell me about lighting? But I was doing all these things. And I didn't feel enough, I guess, I didn't feel like I was professionally trained, so I would just be okay with somebody kind of pushing me to the side. Even though I bugged them enough to get it done, I never took credit for it. And so now I'm 72 and I'm like, I was doing all these things. I was producing, I was directing, I was creative directing, and I feel really comfortable with it. And I'm just happy that I got to a point, because there's something about turning 70 and you don't give a shit anymore, excuse my French, about what people think as much, and so you're able to take credit. And so I'm really happy that that happened in my life,
Well, something that is interesting and kind of stands out when you look back on some of those things is that you kind of were a marketing genius kind of early on. Obviously we see as consumers, we saw those costumes then lead to things like the House of Darion because we wanted to dress and look like Destiny's Child. But then you also just even have from when you were a little girl, renaming yourself.
Yes.
From Celestine Ann to Tina Beyonce.
Yes.
When you think about kind of those decisions, or rather what that taught you about becoming a business person and a businesswoman and betting on yourself, what is kind of your takeaway from seeing the costumes go to a clothing line, but you had to battle to even get them to let you have those costumes on the girls?
Yeah, because it was really tough because we always admired Motown and how if you were sitting in the 20th row, you still could see that sparkle or something that looked bigger than life. But the record label did not like that at all. So they were constantly trying to get rid of me. They were like, Miss Tina is the problem. The girl's hair is too big. And in Texas, we like big hair. And we feel like the higher the hair, the closer to God, right? And they did not like that. They thought it was country. And also, I would dress the girls in these sequins costumes, and some of them I look back on, I'm like, I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but a lot of them were amazing. And it set them apart, and so that they stood out and people wanted to look like them. And the whole time they were calling my costumes the Halloween costumes, because they were referred to that a lot. the fans were trying to wear the clothes, and they were loving it, and it set the girls apart. And I think that was a big part of what made them special and different. Aside from the talent, because they were super talented, and I'm not taking away from that, but the imaging had a lot to do with it. And I, you know, sometimes I get sad about it because I look back at pictures and I'm like, that was really good, but people were, you know, the record label was constantly tearing it down and saying, you know, they need to look like Britney Spears and they need to have on a midriff top and some jeans. And they even tried to get rid of me a couple of times, which didn't work, thank God.
And now as we kind of move into another product launch, if you will, with Sacred, you know, that is something that you all developed for about 6 years before you launched. Tell me a little bit about the response to Sacred thus far and what you've gotten from the consumers about it.
Oh my God, Sacred has been, I mean, it's really miraculous what we've been able to do, because I had a hair salon for many years, and back in the day, these were like late 80s, I would buy high-end scientific products that worked for the science part, but then, you know, with textured hair, we needed lots of oils and butters, so I would mix up in my salon hot oil treatments with egg whites and things like that, but I would mix it with this high science. And so it was always a dream for me and Beyonce, because she grew up in the salon, that we would have a product that would do all of that. And so we started working on it about 6 years ago, and it's not an easy thing, because we do the most extensive testing in the laboratory, and then we do it widespread, and then we do it personally, which means me and the team and Beyonce, we're all using the products on tour, we test them, and so it took a long time to do, and by the time we did everything else, the marketing money was low. And you know, I'm talking to business people here, so you know that marketing is a big part of it. But the concept was to put a test salon in the office space, and to put a laboratory there, and to just kind of let the cameras follow that whole process of what we did. And it really worked. It was a gamble. And I was told over and over, that's not gonna work. You can't have a salon in an office space. But it worked very well, and what happened as a result is our customers did videos and TikToks, and they advertise and they sell the product for us. And so we've won like 64 awards, which is unheard of, and we've all been out less than 2 years. And it was the number one, thank you. It was the number one launch at Ulta, and that is huge. And we did it with the help of our customers. They've come along with us through the journey.
It's funny, we were up here a little while ago talking about authenticity and working with the content creators, and I feel like that was something, I remember when I found out you guys were making Sacred, I said, oh, well, that's a product that just makes sense. We now, you know, for the 20 plus, gosh, I think it's actually, I'm bad at math, longer than 20 plus years that we've known you in the public eye, we've known that, oh, you had a hair salon, you do hair. How, as I mentioned this before with House of Darion and your line, how have you seen leaning into your authenticity really pay off?
It's the only thing I know. You know, everything that I've done in my life has been from the heart. Never with the idea that, oh, this is gonna be big or this is gonna be profitable. I do it because I feel passionate about it. I believe with all my heart that when you start a business, it should be a business based on a void, some type of void. Otherwise, you're just out there with everybody else. But if there is a need for something, that is a great way for you to start a business and to be authentic, because I think people see through the marketing and the hype. And that's why it was so good to make our customers a part of the marketing plan.
Can we go back to headliners for a second, all the way back to when you had a hair salon? At that point in time, you were, you know, a young mother. You were kind of navigating life as a young professional, what would you tell that woman that opened that salon?
That, you know, it's going to be a struggle, but it will pay off. And if you just hang in there and, you know, keep this really, I guess, genuine, you know, we talked about authenticity, and it was always a very authentic place. And it was way more than a hair salon. It was a therapy session for people, because they came in and, you know, I had this salon that was kind of revolutionary at the time because I didn't allow gossip. And, you know, if you have the salon experience, that's the place where the gossip goes on, right? And a lot of extracurricular activity. And we didn't allow that. And I encouraged all of my stylists to help each other. And so we had a rule that if the client wasn't waited on in 15 minutes, they got their money back. Trust me, they got to them in 15 minutes. And it was just camaraderie. We did hair for the homeless on Wednesdays, and we had, you know, those people came in, and then I had very professional clientele, and so we asked those people to help those women and pull them up. It was just a place of, I get emotional talking about it because it was way more than a hair salon. It was a lot of things, but it was support for women, just supporting each other, and you know, it was a great place.
And that's what's beautiful and so full circle about this product line now, is the idea that you're carrying on that tradition and what you started with that salon, but also carrying on this matriarchal tradition, continuing this line that started with, you know, your foremothers and your mother, now with your daughter, getting a chance to do this together and her pass it on to her children.
Right.
What has that experience been like?
Well, it's been amazing because, you know, a lot of these things that I mixed up in the salon were because my mother believed in egg whites and doing hot oil treatments and those types of things. And she didn't know why. She just knew it was passed on to her, and it worked. And so it's passing on that legacy to the next generation. And not just that it's, you know, it's a good product, but all of the things that go with it. We still carry on a tradition. We give away 10 beauty school scholarships every year. And hopefully that will grow in time. And we follow those people. We give business grants. We try to give back. And I think that's what makes Sacred special also.
Can we talk? Yes, please. Can we talk real quick about, in your final acknowledgments, this actually really stood out to me. You actually go and thank all the versions of yourself. Everyone from, like we said, Miss Celestine to Badass Teeny B, your childhood nickname, all the way through Mama Tina and Miss Tina now officially. As you did that, as you looked back on those people and all of those different yous, what are you the most proud of?
Mama Tina, for sure. I'm Mama Tina to so many people. And it's what brings me the most joy. It sounds like a cliche, but it's really from the heart. I love mentoring young people. I love just helping them to believe that they could do anything. And it all sounds corny, but it's just the honest to God truth. So I have 1 million children, and I love it. It's the best job I ever had, really.
Well, as we said earlier, you know, necessity is the mother of invention, and that you leaning into your motherhood throughout your careers has really been what has made you so successful. That is why, you know, the businesses work, because we all know that it's coming from that real deep place.
Well, thank you.
Well, I wanted to ask you one last thing, because you said you're now, you just did a producing for Badass Teeny B Productions. You produced a commercial. Yeah. What is it like going into this next phase of your career? What is it that you want to do?
That was so much fun. And because I did everything from, you know, did the set design. Me and one of my girlfriends, we wrapped all the packages. We did the decor. We did the flowers and the whole thing. And It was so much fun, and it was a lot. I mean, I didn't know if I could do it, so I did it for this company out of necessity because I was having it shot at my house, and the honest to God truth is I was like, I don't want all those people in my house, so I'll do it. And I didn't expect it to turn out that good, but I think it turned out really well, so I was really proud of myself. So we'll see what happens with that.
Well, I will say one of the things that you said that you learned through this process was a little bit about how to be less humble, because being humble is a good thing.
Yes.
But don't humble yourself out of the actual praise.
Yeah, I agree, because, you know, my mom was always like, you know, be humble, pretty is as pretty does, and all of those are great things to tell your kids to keep them grounded and to keep them humble. But I think I took the message so to heart that I thought that even if I felt good about doing something and if I worked hard at it, that it was okay for somebody else to come and take the credit, which people will do. I mean, they have no problem doing, and I allowed this to happen forever. I mean, I would always feel like if I said, well, I did something, I would be like, hey, pick me, you know? But now I don't feel that way, and I feel comfortable. Again, there's something about turning 70, I mean, that lets you know that you should take credit. It's a difference between being humble and not getting your just due. You know, it's a difference, and I wish I would have known that earlier in life. I really do.
Well, we hope y'all take that piece of advice, these words of wisdom from Miss Tina Knowles, along with you. Thank you so much. We're so happy to have you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right.
Please welcome When Brand Meets Entertainment and Culture at the Speed of AI, moderated by Andrew Wallenstein, Chief Insights Officer, Luminate.
Thank you, everyone. If you can get settled, we're going to get started. I've got some very interesting guests with me here today. I am pleased to be joined first by Jasmine Jacks, who is a principal at Deloitte Consulting, joined by Don McGuire, who is the CMO at Qualcomm. Thank you both for joining me today. So we want to talk a bit, as the category title says, when brand meets entertainment and culture at the speed of AI. So Don, I want to start with you. How do you integrate AI into the brand experience? Because that could be a little tricky when you want to hold on to that authenticity without losing brand identity or trust. So tell me a bit about that.
Sure. Well, hello, everybody. And we get to follow Tina Knowles. That's pretty cool. That was amazing. I would say, look, we're really just at the beginning of this whole thing. There's lots of conversations about AI and integrating AI into the process, especially in the marketing discipline. And we are truly still at the very, very start of this. A lot of experimentation going on. And two thoughts. One is, if you have to worry about authenticity when it comes to developing your storytelling platforms, whether that's creatively or whatever, then you've sort of done something wrong from the beginning. So I think you have to kind of start with that premise. But AI can be very helpful as a kind of a co-creator through different phases of the creative process. It's ideation, it can help you through, sort of editing and or refinement of whatever that story is. But it all has to still be human-led. And human has to be involved at the beginning, and a human has to be involved at the end, in order for you to own your IP, but number two, just so that you can kind of feel that you're staying true to your brand. And so it's a balancing act. We have experimented with a lot of things. There's a lot of tools out there, but I think if you don't look at your processes of how you develop whatever it is that you're putting out into the world, and really sort of be thoughtful about every step of the way where you have to have that human touch point, that editorialization, that eye, along with whatever tools you're using across the technology stack to help you with that. If you don't approach it from that perspective, that's where things can get lost and you can make mistakes. So that's kind of the advice I would give. We use a lot of AI tools, and I can tell when something comes across my desk if no one has touched it, or looked at it, or put a human eye on it, and I just send it right back. But it's not a replacement for the human-led ideation creative process. It's simply an augmentation or a helper. And so I think that's just what people are going to learn over time. And that's where it's truly going to be useful and where the value is going to be seen.
And Jasmine, for you, from your vantage point at Deloitte, where you're counseling so many different brands on this very thing, what's your advice?
Yeah, Don, I think you did a great job kind of laying out the important role of the human in all of this. I think in terms of the work that we're doing with brands, the ones that are able to really win in this space and leveraging AI, what's critical is that they're very intentional about where they're using AI, and they're really intentional about where they're not using AI, right? And I think a great example of where we're seeing companies really using AI is around personalization of the customer experience and how they're thinking about it there. Don, you mentioned kind of the human in the loop, and I think the other kind of key takeaway that we would provide from our time seeing the brands that do this well and the ones that don't is that governance is really critical, right? When we're thinking about, where you use AI, how you're thinking about, how those models are learning with the data, right? And then also thinking about, the transparency element. I think the key that we advise our clients on is to really harness trust when they're leveraging AI and being very thoughtful around striking that right balance with the transparency with their consumers. And that's a really critical lesson learned for a lot of brands as well.
Well said. Dawn, for you, based on the considerable experience you've had doing this at Qualcomm, talk about the role that sports partnerships play in the kind of brand building and of getting that relevance out there.
Sure. I mean, first of all, I don't know how many in the audience even know who Qualcomm is. Probably the largest technology company that maybe you haven't heard of, you have heard of. Our most consumer-facing brand is the Snapdragon brand, and chances are you have one or more devices in your life that are powered by Snapdragon, and without Snapdragon, they would just be pieces of plastic and metal that really wouldn't do anything for you. And so it's pretty magical technology. And we've been on this journey for the past several years of bringing that to light and to the forefront, and really connecting with people about what it is that Snapdragon does and how it does enable you to enjoy amazing experiences throughout your digital connection and your digital life. In getting there and telling that story, because we're not a tangible product that you can walk into a store and buy, and so how do you tell sort of an inside-out story for your product? And one of the ways we decided to evolve our storytelling is, tech brands and technology companies in general love to talk about speeds and feeds and specs and benchmarking and isn't that great? We beat this this product and that product, and we get really, really, really jacked about that, and it means nothing. And so to the average person, so we had to kind of think beyond that, and we sort of evolved to, well, let's not talk about specs, let's talk about features. Well, that really wasn't good enough. So how about instead of features, we talk about benefits? And then we're like, well, that's still not connecting. So why don't we take benefits and really translate it into experiences? So what is the feeling that someone gets when they're able to do something because of the technology that you provide? And what is it that makes it better, faster, more rich, makes people more, happier, more emotional? And so we decided to explore this idea of passion points, and how people explore their passions or deliver on their passions by using technology every day. And that's how we decided to then move into things like sports, because people are passionate about certain things in their life. They're passionate about their family, they're passionate about art, music, photography, sports, fashion, and so we decided to go explore these passion points, and that's what led us first into sports. We've explored and expanded into other areas. And when it came to sports, kind of my philosophy and our philosophy has been people really get passionate about players and teams, right? My favorite player is XYZ. My favorite team is XYZ. Not so much about leagues. Leagues kind of tend to be ambiguous, rule setters, right? Not a lot of passion around leagues, but teams and players for sure. So we set objectives, and we went and explored different sports, global football being one of them, or as we like to call it in the US, soccer. I've learned it's global football. And then we looked at things like growing sports like Formula One, and we've kind of wrapped ourselves around those sports, and then we've injected ourselves into teams and players that align with our brand values and met our objectives. So that's how we've kind of pushed ourselves into it, and the results have been just outstanding. The acceleration of things like affinity for the brand and love for the brand have accelerated exponentially because of the connection that we've made between what we do, why it matters, and the team or the player that we've kind of integrated our storytelling with, and then the fan on the other side of that. So that's how we've kind of created this perfect storm.
And Jasmine, for you, the sports partnership impact, assess what that is and any sort of missed opportunities they got to be careful not to miss.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think historically it's been very challenging for brands to be able to measure that ROI around some of those sponsorships. I think, Dawn, you hit the nail on the head. As we think about the opportunity for brands, right, I think a lot of brands will go and chase kind of logo placement, and that's where they will put a lot of their effort and energy and miss this opportunity around activation, right? And when we look at even the spend from an investment standpoint, brands tend to put about 80% of their investment towards rights acquisitions and about 20% towards the actual activation. And so we believe it should be kind of closer to that 50-50 in terms of where they're investing their time. I think the logo is great, but it's really about the strategy around what you're getting with that logo, right? And so I think Dawn's point was a great one around how Qualcomm and Snapdragon have really morphed beyond the logos and eyes on their logo to actually creating that as a growth platform for their brand, right? And that's what we see true brands that are able to harness this power of the sponsorship really be able to get to. It's how are you thinking about, the multi-platform environment of your fans, your creators, the live experience, and bringing all of that together and thinking about, the data collaboration that you're creating for all of those folks in the ecosystem, right? And it's also about investing in, I think, some opportunities that are left on the table. We're seeing huge growth with women's sports in particular, and I think that is an area that investments and spend from a brand standpoint have not kept pace with. And so, as I look at this room of marketers, that's an area that I would tell you all, if you're not investing today, I think there's huge potential and opportunities to think about that activation and sponsorship with them as well. The last point I'll just share, I mentioned that the ROI around sponsorship has been really tough to measure. I think this is a benefit that we at Deloitte have been creating a set of solutions called Converge Sports that's really been tied to try to create some data behind measuring that ROI for brands. And so that's been one area we've been investing in quite heavily.
So brand campaigns are one thing, especially when it comes to AI. But Don, it's more than that, isn't it? What do you have to do to really build that AI first culture?
Well, first of all, you have to get over your fear a little bit. And what we've seen is that a lot of my team members that are coming into the workforce for the first time are very AI native. There's not really that fear factor. Leadership is really the layer that's driving the change. There's mandates coming down from the C-suite. Hey, we've got to be AI first. We've got to put this AI to work for us and to save money or improve efficiency or productivity or whatever the KPIs of the moment. Some of those aren't going to really realize themselves, by the way. But anyway, and then there's the middle. And my biggest fear is about the middle. Because that's where people who've been doing things the same way for years and years and years, and they like doing things the way they've been doing things, are the most afraid of change. They're most reluctant to change. And it's simply upskilling is simply not enough. I know a lot of people throw out that word. It's not a matter of upskilling. It is a retraining effort. It's a retraining of your brain, of your behavior, of your tolerance to new things. And so I'm worried about that layer, because if you can't get that layer to adopt and start getting into the flow of things, there's going to be fractures in your workflows, and it's going to make it really hard. Some things are going to go faster, some things are going to go slower, and depending on where the touch point is, it could kind of go off the rails. So I'm worried about bringing it all the way through the workforce based on people's life stage and work stage and where they are in their life, and solving for those problems so that when we do create a really, really nice workflow, it makes it end-to-end from the beginning all the way through. So that's one thing that I'm thinking about and my team's thinking about. And again, whether it's AI in the ideation process or whatever it is, you have to be able to build this flow from end to end in order for it to actually work.
And Jasmine, for you, what does this roadmap of transformation look like as you advise companies to sort of grow similarly?
My favorite topic. I could talk for hours.
Sure.
I think it's a couple of things, right? As we're talking to organizations about their AI roadmaps, I think the first thing that we counsel them on is it's not about the tool, it's really around the strategy, right? And so when we think about, AI transformation, what we counsel our clients on is this is really an operating model change. This is a culture change. This is less about the technology and more around shifting behaviors. I love what you said about the middle that you're really concerned about, right? When we look at some of the metrics, right, organizations are spending their 90% of their investment around AI is just on the technology internally, and only 10% on enabling this shift that needs to happen to really be ready to adopt the technology, understand what your role is in it, right? Upskilling, of course, is a piece of that, but it's not the only piece. So there's a lack of investment right now for a lot of organizations around how to really make that real. I think a couple of things that I would say leaders should be doing differently. I think it's first start with strategy, right? Get really crisp on what are those high priority use cases, and then technology is kind of the secondary part of that conversation. Be very focused on what's going to get you the right results for your organization. The second is for leaders to really just model some of the behaviors that they want to see. I think experimentation is really key. I think there's a lot of fear around, well, what if, people know that I'm using AI a lot in my job? That's fine, but, creating that culture where it's okay to leverage AI for experimentation, but still have that human in the loop for quality. I think that's really important messaging for leaders to get right. And then finally, I would say trust. I think workers really need to trust that the technology is there. There's going to be investment in them to upskill or understand what their role expectations are going to be, or how they're going to work alongside the machines, right? And what that's going to look like in the future. So trust is key.
So we've touched on a lot of different bases here in terms of the sports and entertainment sector. But if I ask both of you, could you identify any one sort of ultimate competitive advantage to winning in this space?
Want me to go first? Okay. Well, ultimate competitive advantage. Look, this whole thing is not going to replace really smart thinking, really strategic attachment, understanding your objectives, and mapping those objectives towards an outcome. I mean, it's just not going to change the recipe. The recipe is knowing who you are as a brand, knowing your audience, providing context, making it relevant, and driving action. And so, and whether you use AI to do that or you don't use AI to do that, that is the recipe. If you can do that really, really well, you're going to win. And if you don't, then something's going to happen, right? So maybe something is going to fall the wrong way, and then you're going to have to go back and revisit. But that's kind of my philosophy on this whole thing. It's AI or no AI. It's really about that recipe, and it doesn't replace the moments, the intrinsic value, the things that you can generate because you've actually laid out a really good strategy. And I'll give you an example. Like, we have such a great strategy with Manchester United in our front of shirt asset that we have with them, but all that great thinking and strategy and all the great KPIs that we've achieved, didn't replace the fact that Sabrina Carpenter wore our jersey on stage in front of thousands of people and put it on her Instagram, which has gazillions of followers. That's intrinsic value. That's a moment. So those things don't go away and they don't get replaced by technology or tools. So I think it's just really understanding the recipe for success and driving that through everything you do. And I think that's how you get a competitive edge.
I think for me, as we think about AI, it's not just about cost efficiency. I think really be thoughtful around how AI can unlock customer growth through things like trusted experiences with the brand, with personalization, with understanding your audiences much more deeply and creating those experiences that are really going to resonate with them. So trust and personalization.
I like the sound of it. And one last point is, and I think you guys have touched on this, you can't lose track of the human element in this. How do you preserve that? Is there a risk of it getting lost?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, we've coined this term at Deloitte, enduring human capabilities. And I think those are the things that we don't think technology is going to take over anytime soon, at least. These are things like judgment and being able to really have empathy and thinking about kind of the consumer in a different way. Leverage AI for things like scale and analysis and keep the human elements really focused.
Can't say it better than that. Thanks to both of you for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Introducing Building the Brandverse, Success with Franchises, moderated by Jay Tucker, Executive Director, Center for Media, Entertainment, and Sports, UCLA Anderson School of Management.
Okay, so are we still doing all right? It's still so soft and kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, one more time, was lunch decent? Like, what's going on? Are we good? All right, so earlier I had a chance to talk about tech innovation and AI and stuff like that. This time we get to a subject that's near and dear to my heart, and I'm sure a lot of you out there are working in this space. We're living in an age really of personalization. What I mean by that is that we've kind of blown way past simple convenience to the point where each and every consumer has access to whatever they want whenever they want it, right? And in that environment, franchises are a much bigger part of the business than they've ever been before. And so today we're going to talk a little bit more about what it's like to build and expand those franchises and also talk a little bit about fans and fandom as well. So with that, I want to start with Josh, who's over at Paramount, home to one of my favorite franchises, Star Trek, and ask you to start the conversation.
You can't ask me to think about Star Trek.
It's okay.
I don't know.
I won't. I'm just going to ask you about Spock, Kirk, and anyway. So
it's nice seeing you all. Thank you.
One of the areas that I think has been a growing part of this way that we treat these franchises is focusing on experiences. Can you talk a little bit about some of the IP in the portfolio and how you think about experiences as part of the franchise strategy?
Yeah, for sure. So look, I think experiences, as you think about your globally interconnected ecosystem and the touch points you have with your fans, I think a live experience, an immersive live experience is so, so critical. The extension of their emotional connection to your brands, your franchises, your characters, your stories really manifests itself in such an incredibly beautiful way in a live experience. People want shared social, right? So you think about the last restaurant you went to last Tuesday and who you were with. Like, it's hard to recall that. Now think about the last concert you went to and who you were with and who you saw. And you have immediate recall, right? Because you created a sense memory. That's such an important component to extending sort of fanship to a piece of IP. And so as we think about it at Paramount, we have a really great strategy in how we deploy across formats. We have traveling shows and touring exhibitions. We have live stage shows, which we actually partnered on together for Paranormal Activity, which is incredible and very, very scary. We have opening in Santa Monica, a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pizza shop, like not a pop-up, but like a legit pizza shop, authentic.
Cowabunga, love it.
Cowabunga. But they all need to be brand deposits, right? You don't want a brand withdrawal. And so if you can, as part of your ecosystem, create these touch points for your fans, again, it sort of extends that franchise flywheel that we talk about all the time. And that's sort of ultimately how we think about it within Paramount.
Okay, I want to pivot to Jen for a minute because Sony has a bunch of amazing TV series. And I would love it if you could talk a little bit about which of those series you feel like are important franchises, and maybe you can talk a little bit about something big coming up.
Oh my gosh. Well, at Sony, we've done a really good job over the years of creating TV franchises. So what I mean by that is we create great stories that extend through multiple seasons and sequels and prequels. So now we're really being very deliberate about how we can take some of those key IP and transition them into what we call franchise universes, meaning that you can express your love for the IP across consumer products and other things. Ones that we're focused on when it first came to Sony is Outlander. So Outlander is in season 8. It is a legendary series. We have a prequel, Blood of My Blood, that launched last year, and a sequel coming, so that was all set up. But what I learned was that the fans are women 40 plus, and they just love the Scottish tale, the endless and timeless love story in Jamie and Claire, and they really, well, honestly, they want to marry Jamie, but they want to step into the world, and so is able to think, like, what are the proper extensions? You talk about immersive experiences, which I think are really critical for adult franchises. So we married the music with this romance theme, and we are starting our first concert series that is going to launch in Edinburgh on May 30th. And in addition to that, to round out the music franchise, we brought on Fever to do different kind of musical storytelling, also doing really well. And then we have a live stage musical that we're about to put into development. And then, like you said earlier about focusing in on the fans, is that we know that Outlander in Scotland in particular is a significant contributor to the economy in Scotland. So we have partnered with someone that we're going to bring an immersive experience that's very bespoke to Scotland and the themes into that. So I'm really excited to see that we can bring the love that fans have for Outlander and what I feel is a really holistic and meaningful way for the brand.
I love that. DA, could you talk a little bit about the flywheel of awesome?
Yeah, so the Wheel of Awesome is really the way in which we think about intellectual property. We develop skills, and so you think about it like, oh, I'm a TV executive, I'm a movie executive, I'm a video game executive. It's not really the way in which fans want to consume properties. We think that people love a world, a story, a universe. You love Star Trek. You want to go in every aspect of it. You want to be immersed in it. You want to play it. You want to read it. You want to do everything. So the Wheel of Awesome is we put that creator-driven property at the center, and we use all the different departments of Skybound to sort of power that wheel.
So give me an example, say, with Invincible.
So Invincible started out, it's a comic that's been out for about 25 years, 23 years actually. We now are just finished today our 4th season, the highest rated show on Amazon Prime, which has been awesome for us. We are 1 week out from our video game launch. So the goal for us was to integrate the creative team that does the animation with the creative team that does the comic books and that does the video game. So we literally, the animation is the same people that are across everything. The scoring, the voices are all the same. So it's a unique experience that sort of is seamless across whatever medium you're playing it in. And now one of the things that people really want to do is we have extensive minutes-long battle sequences where people are getting their heads punched off. That's sort of one of our trademarks. And now in 8 days, you're going to get to punch your favorite player's head off. And that's going to be great.
I love that. Well, I want to keep my head, but I love that. That's great. Kai-Ling, you know, if we're going to talk about iconic franchises, Minecraft is one of the ones that comes rapidly to mind, particularly for people under 30. Can you talk a little bit about what life is like in that franchise now versus how it was when you first started out?
Sure. So a little unique here on the panel because Minecraft is a video game, whereas everyone else here is entertainment. But when I started about 8 years ago, we were a video game at the core. One of the best-selling video games of all time. And we recognized with our community that they wanted more. When we looked at consumer products, we saw over 50% of the people purchasing consumer products didn't actually play the video game. So it showed us the opportunity that there was more to be offered to our fans and to our community and to our players, which made us think about how do we extend from just a gaming franchise into a gaming and entertainment franchise. And recognizing that people are complex and they want more than just one thing from something and they want to be passionate and loyal to a brand, how do you start to create new products and new experiences and build out that portfolio of experiences for our players and our audiences to engage with? And so what we've seen is over the last 8 years, we've built, we just released a blockbuster movie last summer. We have a sequel in development. We have an animated series in development with Netflix. We announced Minecraft Land at Chessington, so our very first theme park will be opening next summer, as well as we have location-based experiences traveling all around the world right now. And the fans love it. The community loves it. And we work really closely with them to figure out what our next steps are, because they have a sense of ownership in our brand, and it's important that we're developing in the right way that brings them along on the journey.
Okay. Sean, with all this stuff going on, I feel like discovery is going to be a really important part of the equation, right? How fans discover the IP that they love and experiences that they want to engage with. Can you talk about how Vizio helps to create that discovery?
Absolutely. Search and discovery is the heartbeat of everything we do at Vizio. We're all about building franchise hubs for our studio partners, our network partners, our streaming partners. Literally what we know and our partners know is that when you power on the TV, it's absolutely the first touch point before a consumer goes into a streaming environment, an AVOD light environment. So we're all about building a best-in-class search and discovery platform that aligns with the likes of an Outlander, for example, where you're on season 8. What we'll do is we'll use all of our home screen placements. So they're all above the fold. They're very dynamic, from animated home screen placements. They're targetable for that personalization. But an example of a season 8 franchise, what we'll want to do with a partner like Stars, which is the distributor, is we'll want to do catch-up episodes. So we'll build a carousel where people can catch up on season 1, 2, and 3. We'll do micro sites and collection hubs. We'll build an Outlander-esque sort of hub that sort of brings in the period piece of that content. We'll do meet the cast trailers, literally an extension of what you want to bring to the consumers in a really powerful, innovative, and impactful way. So we're all about search and discovery, making it very feel authentic, organic, not a pop-up ad, something that you want. And again, it's all fueled by the personalization from our ACR, which is that automatic content recognition. As the owner of the hardware, software, and the data, literally we know who's watched season 1, 2, 3, or 4 of Outlander. We're gonna target them with really dynamic and immersive ads.
All right. And Karen, you have a unique set of fans, and they are super passionate. Can you talk a little bit about kind of what you know about your fans, what they want, and how you super serve them?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say for us, we serve a horror audience, and horror fans are very loud, sometimes very purist, but they will always tell you whether something's working or not for them. And I'd say just the reactions we get very often on social are like the best market research you can get. And sometimes it's like based on feedback we're getting on our movies. Sometimes we look at what they're saying about other movies. We really like to celebrate horror. We think of us as like Blumhouse is serving the community of horror. So a lot of times we're looking at not just what they're giving us on our films, but like how are they feeling about the competition that's coming up? What are they excited about, right? It also helps you kind of figure out where you fall in that competitive landscape. We try to meet our fans where they are. So sometimes it's through live experiences, it's through films, it's through television series, through games. But what we're always looking at is, how can we leverage the reach that we have with our partners, because we don't necessarily distribute ourselves. We always have a partner with us, sometimes through Paramount or Sony, or Amazon, Netflix. So for us, it's about like, how are you really kind of working closely with a partner to figure out what information they can share with you? That's not always easy, but it's how you get the best information.
Can you talk a little bit more about that process?
Yeah, I mean, we have a first look deal on the theatrical side with Universal, and I would say that they are a great partner. Having worked with them personally for like 6 or 7 years, you have a shorthand with people. Once you've done a couple of movies with a group, you get to understand like their process, what they're measuring for, what they'll share with you, because oftentimes they want to help us grow the brand so that we can leverage it to launch the next movie. So, it's a lot of collaboration. It requires a lot of trust, but when you get there with a distributor, it can really help the movie that you're trying to put out into the world.
Okay, so I want to pivot and talk a little bit more about the fans and kind of serving them and get all of you in the conversation. Maybe I can start with Kai-Ling and go back to what you were saying earlier about Minecraft and the movie and the future projects that are in the pipeline. Can you talk about how you used the Minecraft movie to engage with fans after it had been released and kind of leading up to the current situation?
Sure. It's funny because I think we actually engaged with the fans before the movie even came out. And we have a kind of a system that we use with our key fans, especially from a video game perspective. Before we ever release anything on the video game, we give them a snapshot and we get their feedback, right? So we found getting the feedback pre-release is super valuable because it gives you time to adjust, right? So we did that with the movie as well. But what we did with the movie was really plan around, we're bringing in a whole new set of players into our game with this movie, or at least opening up the world to more people. Our goal with the movie was to give players, especially the kids, an opportunity to share their love of Minecraft with the people who don't understand the game. So the whole point was for the player to bring their friends or their family and for them to get a little piece of understanding of why this brand is so important to them. And then what we did was really think about all of our other products and how do we start to create some red threads that go through all of our products so that we can take those new players and take them on a journey, and they already have pieces of Minecraft that they understand because they just saw the game, or they just saw the movie, and now they see pieces of that in the game. And we did that across all of our products. So if you went to see one of the location-based experiences, there was a touch from the movie in it. If you went and opened up Vanilla Game, you could download a lava chicken that would like explode and do fun things. So we really wanted to make that connection instantaneous for the players and our new audiences as well.
She made that sound really easy. That is so hard to do. I would like to talk to you after this to figure out how you did it, because even for Five Nights at Freddy's, you know, you don't want to spoil the movie for people, but the fan reaction that you will get even before a movie is released is the most valuable piece of feedback, because if the fans don't like it, you're dead. So,
And we saw that with the first trailer.
Yeah.
I think Josh and I were talking about it earlier, and we touched on it earlier. Like, with the first trailer, you know, the team at Warner Brothers was new to the Minecraft community, and the marketing team puts on excellent work and creates excellent trailers, and their thinking was, how do I make the most broad trailer? Whereas the community is like, what the heck is this, right? And so we actually used the community's reaction to that trailer, because they didn't understand, because they didn't have the context of what we were trying to create, because they just hadn't gone on that journey. So we very quickly used their reaction, both to make sure we were delivering the right movie, and also to make sure we were explaining the story and the journey they were taking people on through the marketing, so that the core players would understand what they're going to go see and not be surprised by it.
And you mentioned your theatrical marketing team, and they literally mirrored your strategy and your innovation with Vizio. I mean, they made unmissable moments that we still a year later talk about within the community. They literally, at every click of the remote, they were using our first-to-market products with sound on. Literally, TV is a sound on medium, but many of our units don't allow sound on, but we've allowed it for Minecraft. They built really precise, personalized audiences based on what viewers are watching from a kid's perspective, family-friendly content. They actually took our audiences and exported it through LiveRamp to the social platforms, Meta and TikTok. They wanted to associate the Minecraft IP within our gaming collection. Literally hitting the consumer at every point in the journey was unmissable, and again, leading with first-to-market executions, which is phenomenal.
You know, I think that what you're talking about is something that we preach a lot at Skybound, which is the notion that there's no ancillary market. Some people think of there's a primary and ancillary, and I think that's disrespectful to the customers. Everything is primary, right? The first time you encounter it might be Minecraft watching the movie, or you know, playing a piece of merchandise, or playing the game. So for us, one of the big successes that we had was in Walking Dead. The comic book, some people's favorite character is from the comic. There's characters that were created for the show that's some people's favorite characters, but other people's favorite characters is from the video game. And having that ability where there's an active debate as to which is their favorite character shows us that we were doing honor to those different communities out there. And I feel like that integration is like the heart of a successful franchise.
I'll also add on that front too, like, you have to make sure that you have consistency of how your brand is represented across all of the different iterations, right? Yeah. Because if you've got a player who loves the video game and they're looking at an animated series or a comic book and it doesn't match up, it becomes a huge red flag to them. And they're like, we've lost the authenticity to it, which is super critical.
But I think, totally agree. You know, what's interesting as we talk a lot about this, it's about world building, right? And the approach you take. And I think, David, you mentioned before putting the IP or the brand at the center. I think what we're hearing now a lot is about how do you put the consumer at the center, or the fan at the center? And how do we then sort of understand who they are, who he or she is? How do we not only meet them, right, and satisfy their wants and needs, but anticipate them in the future? So I think the balance and really the alchemy from an IP standpoint is, how do you sort of make sure you are super serving your super fan and you're remaining authentic in your storytelling and all of your experiences, as I said before, your ecosystem, but that shouldn't in any way limit you from leaning in, evolving, you know, taking risks, strategic risks, insight-driven risks, but making sure that you are continuing to move things forward and really capturing sort of the surprise and delight factor. Because at the end of the day, people love what they love, and they will love it for an extended period of time. But if you do not reimagine it, refresh it, or take it in different directions, I think that you can leave people behind, right? So I think it's really important that you find that balance. Again, don't alienate your core consumer, but you need to continue to progress. And if you're not being progressive, you'll see sort of the world, especially now with technology, everything else moving so quickly, will leave you behind.
We're having actually the same experience because we have PlayStation, and one of our goals is to help PlayStation transition some of their incredible IP into television. And the one that's really foremost on our mind right now is one of your favorites, God of War. It is the crown jewel of PlayStation. It is the #1, I think, top 10 character of all time for video games, and that's a high bar, right? So PlayStation's incredible because they know their audience, they know their consumer. I mean, their social media, to me, was mind-blowing because it's all organic. But to your point, it's good and bad. Like, if they like it, they raise their hand. If they don't like it, they raise it louder. And so one of the things we did when we were approaching God of War is really to get into, to listen to the people who know. I mean, you've got to really respect that, PlayStation and the creators at PlayStation Studio, they know this audience. They've been working with them for years. So we bring them in and we immerse them, and we immerse ourselves into what do you know about the character, both in terms of the content and the marketing. And then we bring in our own research team. Even before we put pen to paper, we're doing research. Who are the fans? What do they want from television? What are the no-nos that we definitely don't want to do? And then we bring all that information to our creators, which are critical. And in this case, we brought in Ron Moore, who not only understands world building, but loves fans, loves to go to comic book, loves merchandise, loves the whole thing. And I can honestly say that he has taken all this and is constantly listening to the feedback that he's getting from the fans and the research, and then incorporating that into the series, both in terms of, and we're using it both in terms of how we're influencing content, but also our marketing. And that's where Amazon comes in, where they have their own analytics, especially in the area of social media. So between all of us keeping our fingers on the pulse, even if something doesn't go perfectly right the first time, which is very common in these kind of IPs that people have so much love for, we're able to pivot because we're actually listening and responding to the fans and respecting them.
I want to stay on this topic. Now, some of you, if you're sitting really close to the stage, will notice that I've got Storm on my ankles here. So yes, I'm one of these super fans that needs to get served with a lot of different franchises. What you just mentioned, Jen, about the research and the amount of information you can have about fans is a true blessing in the digital age, right? There's so much we can know, particularly from a gaming perspective, where almost every transaction and comment is digital, and you can incorporate that information a lot of different ways. But I feel like there's a lot of noise going up against that signal, where fan sentiment, understanding what fans actually want, is sometimes harder to discern if you're only paying attention to kind of the public discourse around a franchise. And I was wondering if all of you could just take a beat and talk a little bit about how to navigate that with these major franchises, because I feel like in terms of monetizing them and engaging fans in a positive way, that is probably the sticky question that folks are dealing with on a day-to-day basis.
I can just say from our standpoint, we're always creator first. So we take all this information and we give it to Ron, and Ron is really in charge of creating the vision for the television series. But he's also, we have the PlayStation Studio creators are also producers on the show. So they're immersed in the show and with Ron, but at the end of the day, we're really looking to him to kind of set the tone for where the series wants to go. We just don't want him to do it with blinders on. We want him to do it with his eyes open so he can, hear what the fans are saying, but at the end of the day, it's a different medium, it has different objectives, and we're also trying to build a bigger audience. Like we know from doing The Last of Us that 60% of the audience had never seen the video game, exactly what you're, or never played the video game, just like you were saying. So again, like you don't want to do what they say. They're not the creators of the series, but I do think it's important that you kind of go in with your eyes wide open.
It's an excellent question, and I think it's even, in some ways, even more complex when you add the nuance of, global and markets, right? So as you think in terms of localizing, right, again, back to insights and really understanding your fans, your audience, and developing sort of, pedigree and bespoke strategies to connect to those audiences, your consumer, your fan in Tokyo is very different than the one you may have in London, right? And I think understanding how you can have core global strategies, but then localize at a market level and at a country level, because fans are different everywhere, right? Their affinity, the resonance, is always going to be something I think you have to kind of consider and put a lens through it. It makes exactly what the question you posed even more complicated and requires us, I think, to continue to be entrepreneurial and nimble and evolve, because you don't want to be flat-footed, and you cannot assume that a one-size-fits-all solution really fits everyone. It doesn't.
I think, though, the other thing is that there's this tendency to rely on data as God. And I think that's a problem. So I think ultimately what you have to look at is the difference between the stated and expressed preferences, right? So people will constantly tell us, don't kill this character, I love this character. And if we ended up listening to all the fans who didn't want certain characters killed off, they would stop watching the show, they would stop playing the game, they would stop being interested in the brand. Sometimes it's about that you have to understand that the fans' relationship, as expressed through their behavior, is they want to be heard. They want to be delighted, right? So it's finding that balance in the specific brand and story and figuring out how do you actually give them what they really want, not what they're necessarily telling you, and specifically not what those 10 or 20 people on Reddit or Discord or whatever forum that are the most vocal are out there sort of saying that this is what everybody wants.
It's a partnership with your fans more so than anything else. And I think you have to sort of really recognize that and embrace that. The two-way dialogue, right? The social listening, the conversations, not to over-rotate one or the other, but make sure you recognize that with a fan, it's a partnership. And something you have to sort of live up to. You have to own 100% of your 50% in order to deliver the products and experiences that they, are looking for.
I think sometimes also if you're coming from having like a game, right? If you have like a Minecraft and then you're migrating to making it a theatrical film, sometimes there's a challenge with how are you serving a theatrical audience? Because the way you might market something to get somebody to buy a ticket to a movie, it's just different than like a streaming movie or buying the video game. And so sometimes as a marketer, you'll serve as like the mediator between, okay, yes, trying to protect the IP and the fans and the story and the creator, but also trying to be like smart about trying to reach an audience and get people to watch opening weekend. So, you have all of these considerations that you're kind of keeping in mind, and yet you're like, don't forget, we got a movie to open. So it's a very kind of, you're always straddling that line.
And Sean, I want to have you jump in here from the partner perspective, which is to say you can see what people are actually doing. So what kinds of insights are you trying to surface to your partners to help them be more effective?
Yeah, I'm a little opposite of you. I mean, we use data to fuel a lot of what we do. We see so much as the owner of the hardware. So if we see rewatch sessions, let's say for White Lotus, and we know the new premiere is coming, and we see huge engagement with the home screen ad units and video completion rates, that's going to inform us that we're going to want to build out other extensions on the home screens. I mentioned those carousels. So for the new season, we'll want to do a meet the cast sort of carousel. We'll want to build out, other Jennifer Coolidge type of movies, other movies that Aubrey Plaza has been in. So we're going to really build that fandom. So when the release comes, it's going to be a home run for the new season. It's all about, again, that idea of franchise building and making sure that it's a streaming success.
So I'm going to pick a slight bone with you, a friendly bone, but what you're saying, that is expressed behavior, right? When you look at, people will say, here's a sentiment analysis of what's trending on Twitter about your brand, is very different than people saying, oh, I stopped watching when this thing happened, because that's actually them doing something. I would love more of that data. So if we can get together off camera and get some stuff on Invincible, that'd be awesome.
You see how I'm hooking up the love connections up here? This is not bad, right?
Jay, you should negotiate a royalty of some kind. I'm just, as your friend.
I appreciate it. So I know we're coming up on time. One of the things, because I hope that all of you aspire to have franchises to manage, one of the things that I was hoping you could each do is to, when we speak about the value of this IP and how we start to extend and build other business opportunities on top of it, there are two elements to it. The first is, like, how do you know that there's a there? Like, there's a real opportunity, for example, to extend to gaming for Invincible, from graphic novels to animation to now gaming. And then also, if there's maybe one thing that you watch out for to make sure that as you try to extend the franchise into something else, you don't step in poop. I can say poop, right? That you don't step in poop when you do that. So pick one of those two and kind of lightning round. Is there something that helps you identify an opportunity, or is there a consideration you make when you're in the process that you try to look out for?
The look out for thing is, for us, that's the hardest part, right? Is because what you're trying to figure out is you're looking at direction. Where is something going? Where is it trending? So you're trying to figure out where's the puck going to be, not where it is right now. The landscape is changing faster than it ever has in the past, and I think the rate of change is only accelerating, so it makes it more and more difficult. So what we try to do is we try to look at it from both a demographic point of view. What are these different clusters of fans? What are they actually interested in outside of our brand? And then then we think about it from the perspective of what is best for the brand, like what is the natural extension if you were just thinking about it without financial constraints, and that we sort of layer those two on and look for sort of areas of intersection. And usually they line up, sometimes they don't, and then we have to figure out a different level of research.
I'll say the opportunity real quick is sort of converge content and commerce. Obviously, Vizio was acquired by Walmart a year and a half ago. Today, content and commerce are very much siloed. You mentioned it. There's super stringent goals that a theatrical marketer has. They want to get butts in seats. There's absolutely an opportunity. We sit on a ton of shoppable data at Walmart. We know the new release of Minecraft will be a huge opportunity to marry theatrical marketing with merchandise, selling the pajamas, the food, all of the merchandise that will be in stores at Walmart. There is literally a marrying of those two worlds that I think once we do that, it will be a home run for the studios.
For us, I think we look at it as Minecraft is played by players from the age of 5 to 85. And that's a huge audience. And so we also say Minecraft is for everyone. But you can't make a product, a single product for everyone. So we look at how do we create a portfolio of authentic products and experiences so that we have something for each of our players and our audience to engage in and to love even further.
I think for us, it's the watch out is really just not missing the opportunity and being ready, because in the space of, if you're talking about adult franchises, which is 90% of our business, like if you wait and it happens, you've missed it. So it's really being able to put some levers and some processes in place where we can analyze things very early and just better prepare for success so we can activate it in a very quick way.
I think it's context, meaning the types of programs and strategies that you develop and ultimately deploy predicated on a theatrical release will be different than maybe from a streaming or a linear show, which will be different from an evergreen piece of IP. And at the same time, it's going to be very different if something just emerges, again, through social listening, you see some trend occurring, and you want to then sort of put your arms around it and make sure you develop it. So it isn't linear in the sense that there's the same way to ultimately develop and execute against your plans. I think it requires, again, nimbleness and a way of ensuring that you are delivering high-quality experiences and products to the fans, but doing it in a bespoke and pedigree way, recognizing that you're not going to be able to satisfy everybody, but you need to sort of make sure that you're delivering authentic brand deposits.
Right. I'll say on the watch out, for us, when we're talking about original ideas, what we're really trying to have some rigor around is having 2 movies that work before you can actually call it a successful franchise. Because I think sometimes I work with very ambitious people and they want to get ahead of themselves and are thinking about and then we can do a spin-off and then we can do this, when in reality, you really need to start with your core and build off of that core and have people then have that fandom and excitement before you can start thinking about selling them t-shirts and that kind of thing.
Okay, so I have that excitement, thank you, and if you want to send me any t-shirts or video games or whatever, I will take them. Thank you all so much for making us a little bit smarter. We're going to let you keep going with the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Announcing, in the director's chair, Brand Storytelling Masters, moderated by Cynthia Littleton, co-editor-in-chief, Variety.
Hey everyone, thank you all so much. Appreciate everybody sticking with us. That was an incredible panel. So many insights. The bar is high, but we're gonna get there, because here we also have an incredible cross-section of brands, people in the business of branded storytelling, and platforms that are also making quite a bit of innovative content and lucrative content in this space. So we have an incredible group of people here to talk about brand storytelling. I don't have to tell the people in this room that this is a very, very hot area in the content business. So we are so grateful. I'm just going to go very quickly and do some introductions, and then we are just going to dive into the topics. And because it's been a long day, I'm going to use my phone. I'm totally going to cop to it here. But right next to me here is Margaret Walker, Executive Vice President of Entertainment Marketing for NBC Universal. It's a little studio down the road here. Next to Margaret is Nicole Parlapiano, Chief Marketing Officer for Tubi, a fast-growing AVOD platform that is part of the Fox universe. That's a studio that's down in the other direction. Next to Nicole here is Nick Paul, who is co-founder and president of Spotter, which is one of the companies that's in the intersection of all this. We'll hear more about Spotter from Nick. Next to Nick is Claudine Cheever, who is Chief Marketing Officer of Pinterest. Claudine is a veteran of our events, and we really appreciate your participation. And we love Pinterest in my other life as a Sunday school teacher. Pinterest is my best friend. Okay, next to Claudine, is Jasmine Taylor, Vice President of Brand Marketing for Instacart, which brings us all the things that we need when we really need them instantly. And last but definitely not least is Mariana Hewitt, co-founder of beauty brand Summer Fridays. And we're going to learn more about what Summer Fridays is focused on. So thank you all. Again, we have a great cross-section of folks here that are active in this area. And I just want to get right into it, because we're in a room full of marketers. Everybody knows that there's so much heat. Brands are chasing content. Content platforms are chasing brands to help make the world go round in content and entertainment. And so I want to just start diving right in. And this is for anybody who wants to grab it. Let's talk about the pros and cons, and from whatever perspective you come to it, whether you're a brand or a platform or somebody in the middle of this. What are the pros and cons of working when brands sit down with a content partner and very proactively say, we're going to develop some content together that works for both sides, but is that different spark for content where it starts with a brand, or a brand is involved from the beginning, versus a more traditional approach. Writer comes in, pitches an idea, goes from there. So jump ball, pros and cons, things that you have encountered in your work when it comes to consciously sitting down to work with the brand on creating content.
Well, I can get started. I mean,
Thank you, Claudia.
I will. So at Pinterest, it actually, for us, it's been really great to start very early because having that co-creative conversation ensures that the story cannot be told without our brand, and that's kind of the bar we set. If we could switch any other brand in the story we're telling, it's a failure. And also the brand has to move the story forward. It has to play an active role. So in the show that we just launched, Bring My Pinterest to Life, it literally would not work without the Pinterest boards. And we take 3 pinners, boards they have for projects, and pin them up with creators, and we bring it to life. So it's literally a reenactment of how our product works. And it makes a great makeover show, and we all love makeover shows, and we all love to see people move their lives forward. So, fortunately, we have a really fun product, as you mentioned, and everyone loves to use it. So, for us, it's really setting that bar of like this is not a brand insertion. It actually is a story where our brand plays an active role and moves the story forward for the hero.
Interesting.
And I can speak to a con. So starting Summer Fridays before I was a creator, and so sitting on both the creator side and the brand side, it's put me in a really unique position now. And when I was working with brands, I would get these briefs, and it would be very, very detailed. And at the end, it really felt like a commercial, and it didn't feel like my point of view and how I would speak to a product. So if you're working with a creator, you really want to allow them to speak to their audience best. So it really should be a collaborative process. The more the brand gets involved and tells the person what to say, it's not going to come off as authentic, and you may as well just do a commercial with an actor if that's what you want and those talking points. But you really want to get in early with them and allow them to speak to their audience and the way they speak to them and involve their inside jokes, because that's when it's going to become authentic to their audience and be successful.
Can I ask you, Mariana, are there times when you just have to say no? This isn't going to work, and just go your separate ways?
Yeah, and I think a lot of times that's on the creator to really speak up and not be afraid to say, this isn't really going to resonate, and I don't want you guys to waste your money and your budget on this. And I think that's on the manager who is speaking to the brand directly, because a lot of times it's a telephone game of the manager, and the agent doesn't want to upset the brand. And so at the end of the day, no one's really happy. And so I think having those honest conversations and then being involved in that pitch process at the beginning of coming up with the concept together really ensures both parties are happy.
This is vital information, folks. I just want to say, this is vital. Anybody else?
You
Margaret and then Nick.
Yeah, you brought up something that, and I think you're both hitting on it. It's that, there needs to be a level of authenticity when it comes to partnership. And I know at NBC Universal, we sit in a really unique place, right? We have premium IP, we sit with culture, and also commerce, right? We're at this intersection of kind of 3 things. And so for us, it's not just about the placement, right? But about how do I participate in culture? And what that looks like for me is making sure, 1, campaigns are certainly breakthrough, because of course we're all looking for attention, right? And trying to find attention of the audiences we're trying to serve, right? And secondly, it's to be a culture catalyst, right? We've got to spark something, and that can only happen if the audience is a fit. So like that work should have happened before they reached out to you, right? Is it an audience fit? And is it authentic, right? Is it speaking authentically to Pinterest or NBC Universal or the shows that we're looking at? And only through those 2 things can we really find a partnership that's about more than integration, right? It really is about driving culture forward or telling a story in a deeper or more dynamic way that speaks to both brands, because otherwise, consumers are smart, they're savvy, and by the way, we're in entertainment, right? And so it's gonna feel really promotional and not like it's conversational or is providing a 2-way benefit.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing really work is collaboration is huge, but then data, right? Because data is something that you can sit behind, and actually it helps kind of solidify why you want to make a certain decision and why you want to work with certain types of creators. So Spotter, we sit at the intersection of creators and brands. And so even educating the brand that, hey, this is not a short form influencer, this is a 22+ minute episode. That looks a lot different from a collaboration perspective, storytelling, authenticity, that again, it's about attention, right? So I want my average view duration to be high. And the creator knows that. They've built the trust and loyalty with their audience. So I think from a brand perspective, it's collaboration, but trust, and then the data that backs it up.
And again, the same question I asked Mariana, there must be some discipline that you have to say, like, you can tell, I'm guessing there's a gut sense that this isn't gonna work, and on the other end, people will be disappointed, right? So you really wanna get ahead of that. Jasmine, I see.
Yeah, and how we get to that with data
is like for Instacart, we look for creators who are already authentically using our product.
That's
right?
what I was
like,
going to say. That's what's authentic.
Right,
if
100%.
They have a relationship with the brand and you're rewarding it.
Exactly. So if I reach out to a creator, I think the creator's great. They have, great content, but when we have our first conversation, they've never used Instacart before. Well, it was really, really nice to meet you, right? Because we want people creators who love the brand, who love the product, and are able to share with their followers authentically how they're unlocking great things from their life and living by using Instacart, right?
Yeah, that is straight talk. And Nicole, you're in an interesting situation because Tubi is really become a magnet for creators and DIY filmmakers that are producing things getting millions of views.
Yeah, I think just to build on that, the internet rewards specificity. And I think sometimes you get into the trap as marketers, and when we're talking to brands and we have a project with a creator, it might not be the creator that they know. And so there's so much education, or they're looking at follower count. They're not considering engagement. They're not considering that this person might not be as big as Mr. Beast or as big as Alex Earl, but they have a community that rides hard for them, and they are endemic to your brand. So I think there's a lot of education. We same thing, when we're working on the marketing side with creators, we're working with smaller creators that really love Tubi and have an authentic tie to Tubi, and their followers root for them when a brand notices them. They are like, get that bag, girl, do it. So I think the universe is so big, so I think it's data, but it's also knowing what metrics are fake, what can be gamed in the creator space, and figuring out, if you've already got people that are talking about you, that's the best thing. And any day, somebody can blow up on any one of these platforms. So I think getting in early and giving notice to some creators that might not have what we would consider scale, because I don't think it's really about attention, it's about meaning. In the world of AI, we're not gonna know what's going on. It's what does your brand mean? And what does it mean to these creators? And what does it mean to their followers? So I think we have to kind of switch mindset from scale and mass reach to really thinking about meaningful and the appetite for risk, both on the creators you work with or the things you're gonna do as a marketer, or if you're gonna make a movie, the entertainment and marketing rewards risk. And so I think trying to figure out as a brand, what's your appetite, and is that the same that the creator you're working with? Because it's okay, not all brands have the same temperature, but certainly in entertainment, we're here at Variety, entertainment rewards risky stories and risky storytelling and things that haven't been proven or seen before. So I think that it's that intersection of all those things and having a really good understanding of it.
Your comment just made me realize that AI is going to be a real test for brand image. If the AI can swipe, can scan you and get your brand in an info panel, then somebody's done a good job of marketing. If not, then maybe there's some work to be done. I didn't even think about that. Let me ask maybe for Nick and Margaret, folks in the business of kind of arranging these, if you're working with a brand versus a creator or a Hollywood writer that is going to go through a more traditional route, or working on content that has come that way, what are some of in terms of just pure deal making, are there things that you have to watch out for when you're working with a brand versus, an individual creator or a studio or something like that? Are there things that you have learned as this sector has evolved so much, are there pitfalls that you have to watch out for in terms of sensitivities or deal making or rights issues down the road?
Well, I do think, to your point, for us, it depends how 360 is the deal in the partnership, to your point, right? I mean, we do think that there's short form, obviously brand integrations and things like that. There's long form that we do with brands, but usage rights is a big thing. Because a lot of what we're doing now is going, hey, why don't we have the creator actually make your 15s, your 30s, your 60s, right? Because again, this authenticity, this storytelling, but it will feel very native in the environment that you're in with these trusted audiences that you've built loyalty and you're always uploading. So it's an always on kind of communication and cadence. So it does depend on the elements that are in there, because for us, on the creator side, we need to make sure they're protected and that it's really funny. Actually, there's other things to think about too, even like color schemes that are in something, and competitors and things like that. There's actually a lot to think about, but from deal making, it's really about making sure you have usage rights, clearance, and things like that. But then that everyone's on the same page with the concept, because the concept is something that obviously brands are very sensitive. We work with large creators are also very sensitive, so it's just making sure all those things are kind of carved out and thought about.
Margaret, from your perspective?
I mean, I think sorry, I'm just having a little coughing fit, but I think we're doing that work in advance, right? We're not necessarily trying to find people who aren't a right fit, right? So for us, if we're bringing in a creator or even an influencer, we're trying to make sure that it's authentic to what we're doing. And I would say, even for us, like from a content creator perspective, right? Like we think our content's pretty special, right? And so what we're trying to do is look at, okay, influencers or creators, right? But influencers really with a capital I. So for us, it's how am I using my talent as an influencer? Because that's who people have the greatest relationship with, right? And the connection with. And so for us, what it looks like sometimes is following our talent with folks who are perennially on the internet or consistently on the internet, and ensuring that we're capturing content that gives them a deeper look either behind the scenes for the show or gives them a unique perspective. So again, like for us, it's like, I almost caution that it wouldn't get to a breakdown at the deal point, because we're finding people up front and qualifying them where there's mutually beneficial, or we know, hey, I really need you to make this something specific, and so we're certainly willing to pay them for their original work.
I would imagine that this has brought a whole new element to the job on the advertising side, a real creative element. Not that it wasn't creative before.
Yeah, I mean, yes, and the internet's been around for so long, and I think everything feels like incrementalism. It's not a huge shift, right, to continue to dynamically involve how people show up and the time that's spent on the internet. So it doesn't feel like as big as a shift as I think maybe is reflected.
And I think also with the internet, you say it's been around a while. It's sticking, and it has taught us different time lengths for shows. We were so attuned to 22, a comedy is 22 minutes, a drama is 48 minutes, and that's all gone out the window in the last 15 years. Mariana, let me ask you, as a newer brand on the scene, can you give us just a little more specifics in terms of how you have used tapped storytelling and people that are adept at getting attention in the attention economy, how you've used that to build Summer Fridays?
Yeah, when it comes to the brand side, we think of a few different things. So content, culture, and community. And culture is really tapping into these cultural moments. So we set our budget for the year, we have our marketing budget aside, but something we really needed to do was set aside another budget for one-off things that are happening that we could turn around in 48, 72 hours. And our teams are working on things right now in like 2028, so to ask them to do something 24 to 48 hours is really, really fast. So what we did was we created a Slack channel, and it's all like trending moments. So as soon as something's happening and we see a cultural moment where Summer Fridays could be tied into it, it doesn't need to be a large campaign, it doesn't need to be a commercial, but what could we do where the person could self-film and we could turn this around and get this posted on TikTok or Instagram in a really fast turnaround. So then it's the communities online of that person and our brand getting excited. Everyone's resharing and posting that to their stories. There's conversation around these pieces of content. And so that's a mind shift that we had to change. And also being okay that this isn't our true brand storytelling, but we can allow this creator or this person or celebrity or this moment, elevate it in their own way. And so someone we did this with, Maura from Traders, she got a Birkin. And it was like such a big deal. And within 24 hours of that, she did a what's in my bag, posted it. Everyone was already looking to see her content from the show. The show had just ended. The first product she pulled out was a Summer Fridays lip butter balm. So was it a branded moment? Was it every single product in her bag is Summer Fridays? No, because we wanted it to be authentic to her and her audience. We knew that all the comments and engagement would be about this bag and the show. And so that's been a challenge to us to have to do and let go a little bit as a brand of having to be so true to our brand and these talking points and kind of just let her do her thing and let her post without approval, which is kind of tough to do as a brand, but you have to just trust the creator you're working with.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that. I'm just kidding. But truly, I think, I think it's really important to underscore even what you're talking about, right? It's like, here's an example of an extension from the traders, right, on Peacock that gets truly hey, Trader Show.
Great show, by the way.
I mean, it's a fantastic
Cumming,
show.
check it
And
out.
again, like the show exploded this year just because of the cultural conversation and because of the specificity on the internet and who they're speaking to. I mean, we've got 12 fandoms, right, or whatever it is for all these traders. And so, but what you're speaking to is this moment in culture, and how do I do something that's not promotional and feels really authentic to a woman's purse? Everybody's got gloss, right? So again, jokingly, but it's really smart.
But as you said, if everything had been a Summer Friday product, they would have smelled a commercial a mile away.
Exactly, and if it was our typical brand guidelines of waiting a week and that for approval and sending it back and forth, we would have lost out on that cultural conversation. It would have been old news by the following week. So it's on us as a brand to really turn things around very quickly.
Jasmine, same question for you. How do you, more specifically, like, do you look for moments in culture where Instacart can organically plug in?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We are always listening to see where are the groceries going. But we also look a little bit further out too, right? So for instance, we know our core demo is this head of household, and she loves reality TV. She absolutely loves reality TV, but we also know that there is an emerging Gen Z woman who also loves reality TV, but is also getting to the point of, really thinking about her groceries and planning. And so we started thinking about, well, how can we show up authentically? And it was, again, with a partnership with NBCU, specifically with Love Island, where we said, hey, about a year before when Scandival happened, we offered Ariana Madix some groceries, some comfort groceries, in the backdrop of what happened. And sort of from there, saw when she became the host of the show, like an opportunity to lean into the show's content and make a true integration. And so through that, we introduced Shopper Carl, who was, for the purposes of the integration, a bombshell for Love Island. And it really helped introduce grocery delivery to a whole new audience as they emerge and become heads of their own households. So we thought about both the television, of course, the traditional media, but where we actually launched it was social first, because we know that's where we would meet that audience where they were, and then draw them in as they watched episode after episode of the show. So that's how we're thinking about showing up.
I really believe that we're rapidly getting to the point where the social first will be, when we say that, people will be like, well, duh. I think that we've moved on that. Excuse me, I wanted to ask you, excuse me, Claudine, regarding Pinterest, you have such a focus group, right? For a certain type of demo, the crafty demo, the tactile wants to do it themselves and make it perfect and make it great. What kind of, do you lean, I gotta believe, you lean into that community to look for trends and ways that you can plug in. Can you talk a little bit about how you tap that incredible, you're up to
well, actually, of our 619 million active users, more than half are Gen Z. So that kind of, maybe our first wave of users are kind of more of the crafty, but now our younger users are really using it for what I call small C creativity. Like this year for Coachella, our search for Coachella outfits were up 456%. And if you want to feel old, a search for retro Coachella, which is 2016, we're up even higher. And we were there. We showed up at Coachella, and we have a phone-free experience because we really believe that the best thing you can do online is to find a reason to get offline, which is the brand campaign we just launched that takes a little poke at, at certain platforms, but we really believe that. And our Gen Z users really also believe that. But we really saw Coachella was like, there was a different kind of vibe this year. And so we actually take all of that data because people are developing their personal taste on Pinterest. Personal taste is a human journey. And getting back to the AI conversation, AI will flatten out all that taste, but that special weirdness, wonderfulness of human taste is what really comes through in our algorithms. In fact, we do predictions and we do trends every year, and we actually are seeing into the future selves that these young people want to become. And it's really, really fun data, and we have a lot of fun with it every year, and do great creator partnerships out of it. Including Emma Chamberlain took our fisherman aesthetic, which is like chunky sweaters and sardine tattoos, and she created a coffee flavor, a caramel coffee, and so we co-branded and created a product with her, and that was very much like us coming together and letting her be her, and it's really for creators about going deep with them and letting them get a little bit weird as opposed to mass scale, and so I think we're all seeing a lot of the same things.
Let me ask you, Nicole, because again, you have so many people now plugging into Tubi, coming to you as a really, really interesting platform. People are building careers, filmmakers are getting, how has that just energized the entire Tubi ecosystem?
I mean, Tubi's such a wonderful, wild place, like similar to Pinterest. We're not a network, like we have 330,000 movies and TV episodes, including whether it's made by a creator or independent, a filmmaker in Detroit. So I think that data and those inputs that you're seeing come through, similarly, like the nostalgia piece of like more than half of ours, are Gen Z, and they're watching older shows. And I think there's just a lot of things that we think about what people are watching and how they're feeling, that when you actually see the data of what people are watching, it's pretty interesting. It's weird. It's like music, we're very, we want to be very forward about our music taste, but we all have these like guilty things we watch. But I think it's so energizing at Tubi. We had our first creator-led IP film, meaning this was a creator named Keelan Campbell who plays a main character called Terry Joe, but he plays many characters. And he came up on TikTok Live, and he would just dress as the character and do lives with different people on TikTok, and had this like cult following. And because he was playing characters on TikTok Live, we're like, this could be a universe. We think this could be the Gen Z Tyler Perry. So we partnered with him through our Studios program. It launched in February. It hit number 8 on the Luminate charts. And this is not, this is not
it's
like,
real.
Yeah. And that is incredible. And you couldn't validate this for me, but like Beast Games is elevating what Beast Games was. This is taking a short form creator who was playing a character who, and taking it into a cinematic lens. And the fans showed up for it. Red Bull was integrated into the movie. And on the Letterboxd reviews, you even saw positive reviews of the Red Bull integration. So it didn't feel ick.
That never
It didn't feel cringe. It didn't feel forced. And you very rarely see that like the brands are getting love on Letterboxd. So I think that's just something, I think the way the creator space is evolving, and I think how different creators are on platforms, we really like to look for ones that are multi-hyphenate creators that really, not necessarily plugging products or in the moment, but that they're acting, they're comedic, and they deserve a shot in Hollywood too. And like, I love being able to be the place that gives them that shot and puts them on the Luminate charts, you know?
Tell us the name of that title.
It's Missionary in Miami.
Okay, all right. Gonna go check it out.
Terry Joe is a Southern Christian woman who has to go down to Miami and gets involved with some nefarious characters. And their Red Bull is an edgy brand, and there's some risks in this script, but it paid off. It paid off for the fans, and it paid off for the community, and it made him bigger than he was and extended him to Hollywood in a way that's just, I'm so proud of. I think it's so hard to break out and break through, and you have to be so big or have your YouTube be a certain size, that to see someone, I think, and I don't know his current stats on TikTok, 8 million followers, get those type of viewership numbers is incredible.
We're seeing we're seeing the YouTube and the TikTok can move people to the multiplexes. They can move people to television. It's incredible. Oh my gosh, our time is getting a little short, and I really, really want to end with a conversation about ROI. I want to know what people's most important metrics are, because one thing is it's often different for different brands. And I would love to start with Nick, since you are in the intersection, representing creators, packaging, selling to brands. What do you find are the ROI that people care most about? And then I want to hear from the brands.
Yeah. So I thanks for putting me on the spot, by the way. No, it really does depend on the vertical that the advertiser's in, whether I'm QSR, I'm insurance, I'm movies, right, theatrical release, stuff like that. It really does depend. Ultimately, what we're seeing specifically is when you can do attribution like in-store foot traffic is something that is really, really key. And we do have the ability to measure it for some of our brands. And working with certain creators that have a certain kind of average view duration and watch time and attention and engagement versus just reach, we're seeing that really move the needle. The other place really that we're seeing it is from upper funnel and lower funnel measurement that we're actually doing with third parties. So like we won't grade our own homework, we'll have others do it. The big thing is when you have a creator actually create your assets for you, create your 15s, your 30s, your media. It could be your social post too. It can be, whatever is a part of the structure. You're seeing that brand lift is a lot higher. You're seeing that, hey, when I benchmark against the commercial I made for linear and CTV against the commercial the creator made for me, the creator commercial is performing at 40% plus better. And you're seeing that consideration lift on the lower funnel. So it's because of that attention and engagement of up top and how much time someone's spending with your brand that's actually influencing that lower funnel. We're seeing that's been the biggest payoff for brands to be like, that's what they're leaning into most.
All right, does that wash with everybody? Anybody got a different perspective?
I have a slightly different perspective in that for us on our platform, when brands come with their content, 96% of our searches are unbranded. So our pinners are actually looking for brands. They don't scroll past them, they buy them. And so for us, we really work with our advertisers to track more behavioral metrics like saves and pins. And we know if they're curating and planning, they're much more likely to make a purchase. And then also when they purchase on Pinterest, they're much less likely to return an item, or they might return an item if they're doom scrolling and sort of impulse buying. And so we really track more of those behavioral metrics because it's where we're sort of an action-oriented. Our platform by design requires system 2 thinking. It's not made for doom scrolling. It's made for slightly sitting up and paying attention to what you're doing. So we really are able to track more of those behavioral metrics, but also all the upper funnel stuff as well, of course, the engagement and the attention. But yeah, reach is kind of, the impressions are sort of easy to get and very cheap.
Anybody else have any?
Yeah, I think more broadly, I would first ask the question, what am I trying to achieve? Right? And I think we're speaking to pockets of what makes sense to our business. I mean, I'm a broadcast network, I want reach. However, what I would also say that's equally important, and we think about this when we're looking at audience strategy, is who's in the bullseye and how do I activate them first? And so then it becomes a really clear engagement metric because they're going to give me breadcrumbs for what's driving conversation, what more does the audience want to see, and how do I speak to them authentically, right? So it can be a mix depending upon what the strategy is. It might be reach, but it might be social reach or maybe even earned media reach. So it really, again, just gets back to what is the strategic imperative for this partnership and the why.
Jasmine, Mariana, any thoughts in terms of what matters to your brands?
Yeah, one of the things we're talking a lot about when it comes to ROI is the power of how good the quality of the creative is. And when I say that, what I mean is there was a time in marketing where you looked at ROI based on the media investment. And now we're seeing with great content, it could have the power that buying media can have. And that goes back to your point about earned media. When we embarked on our Super Bowl campaign this year, we thought about, of course, we're making this big Super Bowl investment, but what we saw in the content we actually created and the engagement it drew across platforms, it had its own power of driving that sort of media and reach. And so we're really, really laser focused on, is this the right creative?
Mariana, any thoughts? Is there getting down to our last?
Oh, I'm not an ROI girl. I feel like whenever our marketing team talks to me, I'm like, well, I would love to really invest in this. And so we're thinking about brand storytelling. Sometimes I want to go over budget, and it's not necessarily all the things that have metrics tied to it. And I think being a founder of the brand, that's my love of the brand and wanting it to look and feel a certain way. And so I really lean on our marketing team to ensure that we stay on budget and all those things are hit. But I know that when we talk about metrics that are important to us, EMV is one of the most important metrics when we think about any of our launches, our new launches that we're doing, events that we have, and also frequency of post. So it's not just the EMV. We don't want it to come from just a few creators. We want to ensure that with each new product launch, an event or IRL event that we have, that it's thousands of more shares per person as we gain those. And so those are some of the metrics that we look at.
I'll throw one out. Somebody, a digital media executive, told me that they're tracking DMs. People, how many people share it through a DM, because they feel like that is the most just the chef's kiss marketing. Somebody saying you have to see this. So
exactly, saves and sends are so important now, and I think the save action is something from Pinterest that you have. And so I know when we're looking at social metrics, if people are sending and saving, that's almost more important to us now than comments or
100%. Yeah.
We are a long way from 18 to 49, folks. Thank you so much. Thank you all. I love that we could have this sophisticated conversation for this crowd. Thank you so much.
Introducing the President's Roundtable, moderated by Matt Donnelly, Senior Entertainment Writer, Variety.
Hello. How's everyone doing? It's a good crowd. I have some PTSD because this is where they do the Golden Globes press conference. And I don't like the view from up. No, kidding. Thank you so much for joining us for the President's Roundtable. This is it. This is the main event. And then, of course, we have the keynote afterwards. But we have some incredible marketers at the studio and streaming level to discuss everything about what's going on in our business today. So why don't we just go down. I have Shauna Spenley. So, hello, how are you? Head of marketing for HBO Max and Warner Brothers Discovery streaming properties. Of course, my old friend Blair Rich, head of marketing for Legendary. Dwight Kane from NBC Universal. The incomparable Josh Goldstein from Warner Brothers. And my darling Rebecca.
Paramount.
Oh my God,
okay.
wow, I just did that.
A little jumping
I still have like a CinemaCon hangover, forgive me, for Paramount, new Paramount. Yeah. And then the amazing Rebecca Curie from Searchlight. Thank you so much for joining all of us.
Yeah.
I want to start today because many of us are fresh off of CinemaCon last week in Las Vegas with cigarette smoke almost out of our hair.
Not so fresh.
And the vibe is really upbeat. I think it's really positive. The box office is performing at levels we haven't seen since before the pandemic. Audiences are really galvanized and excited. There's cross-generational attendance. There's co-viewing going on. But it's not lost on me, and quite a few of the studio heads who presented at CinemaCon said that the world is really crazy right now, and discretionary spending is being disrupted by gas prices, the horrible compounding effect of two different wars going on. But it seems like the movies are doing better than they ever have, especially since the pandemic, like I said. So do you think this is just old-fashioned escapism that we're seeing, on top of the incredible IP and films you're putting out?
Oh, I'll jump in. I'll jump in.
Dwight, talk about war.
Listen, I always think that movies they've always been somewhat recession-proof and cataclysm-proof, right? They are the cheap escape, right? It's the thing that you can afford to do when you put the vacation plans on hold or the renovation or the new car or whatever it is. So I think there's some of that. But the data suggests that younger moviegoers, right, Gen Alpha and Gen Z, are becoming fans of the theatrical experience, the in-person experience, right? And so they're driving some of that box office steadiness. We just need to make that habit deeper and stronger among them. So I think that's some of what's happening. And last thing I'll say is, because this panel won't let me get another word in, so I'm going to do this. But
why do you say that, Dwight?
Because Josh is here. No, just kidding. We rehearsed this. But the last thing I'll say is the movies that we do at Universal are tapping into some of what these younger audiences want. Lots of nostalgia, lots of IP, and lots of fan-driven stories. So I think that has to do with it.
I think added to what Dwight said, I think we have to understand, and there are studies on this right now that are promising, where Gen Z and Gen Alpha are, much more frequent, 7 times a year versus 5 times a year for boomers or 6 times a year for millennials. And I think it's really notable because we're dealing with a generation, it's the swipe before you wipe generation, right? It's the first generation that grew up never being off a screen. And the need for connected social experiences, what the research shows is they're choosing movies as social experiences as opposed to choosing it as something else to do. And that's a notable change in terms of how we have to reach them, what they're going to seek out in these experiences, the types of movies and entertainment we're all kind of part of making now, because it really shows the importance of kind of speaking to an audience where they are. You can't just decide like something's interesting and they will come now. This is this generation is wired completely differently. They like different things. They have their own vocabulary like every generation does. We have to speak to them in completely different ways. We also have to protect this trend that we're seeing, and as they get older and the money becomes needed for other things and the distractions are more and you have children and you have other things that make what is otherwise a very inconvenient experience in an otherwise very convenient world still worth it. So we can't take it for granted either, I think.
I also think that the Cinema United put out a really interesting report right before CinemaCon, and there's 136 million members of these subscription services, the loyalty programs, the theatrical loyalty programs, AMC, Regal, Cinemark, and all of the others. And they are really great value. You are paying kind of a regular ticket value, but you can go and see something in IMAX, you can go and see something in PLF, and that is keeping the value in terms of a younger person who cannot necessarily afford the upcharge on an IMAX ticket or a Dolby or whatever. And so I think we're talking about Gen Z and Gen Alpha, but we're talking about generations that are used to having apps drive everything in their life and subscriptions drive everything in their lives and sort of living like that. And I do think those theatre loyalty programs are really helping boost this box office, as well as different genres of films like anime doing really well. Just the variety of movies, horror, there's more horror in the marketplace for younger people, and so it's kind of like a perfect storm in a way right now.
Sure. Josh, I'd love for you to weigh in, but I just wanted to mention, too, that's an incredible number, 136 million. And I think that most people, when you talk about streaming habits, sort of perceive a monthly subscription as almost free. You know what I mean? Like that the content's going to be coming. So if the theaters can do anything to ensure long-term survival, it's building a subscription platform that might offer them the same.
Yeah, and the only comment that I was just going to add to that is that subscription notion also builds habit. And I think that one of the things that's happened is you have a generation that hasn't had this experience before. And the extraordinary thing, and I think what was so celebrated at CinemaCon, was the power of this theatrical experience, both emotionally, communally. And I think, yes, it does speak to some element of escapism, but I think where they're escaping to and that sense of community and that sense of sort of emotional engagement is actually what is also, once they're getting a taste of it, once you're meeting them where they are, once you're giving them great content, but they're also having their actual engagement is really delivering something that is quite special. And I think that's what we as theatrical marketers are really trying to hold on to and to give as a gift to the next sort of generation, to experience what made us love movies so much.
Sure. And also, Blair, you pointed me to a really fascinating NRG study published in August of last year that I think that Alpha looks to moviegoing as a group experience to a multiplier of up to 12 people going for one movie, whereas Gen X considers a group going to the movies 2 people, which is date night, I guess. I don't know what else to say. But that's...
We experienced that with Minecraft to a very large extent. I mean, that is the biggest sort of example of that I can think of. We hadn't seen anything quite like that before.
Absolutely. Talking about
It's about this connected, it's like a connected social experience, right? It's why marketing is changing. It's why we have to do much more experiential marketing and connect people, whether it's on streaming, with what you're doing, or theatrical. It's like you have to feel these points of connection that are socialized, because this kind of constant disconnection is starting to numb people, and that's why they're seeking something else, you know?
I was just going to say, 10 years ago, maybe, there was this sort of cultural pattern around immediacy and some of the conveniences of immediacy. And you see, binge behavior and in-home behavior on the rise because it was novel at the time, and maybe a little longer than 10 years ago. But now, really, what you're seeing are these new patterns. We've seen it with The Pit, the habituality of people wanting to come every week and saying that they're grateful for that. I mean, we would not have expected 10 years ago that people would be grateful for that, but that is in fact the case. And, as early as last night in the Philippines and across the Nordics, we were doing massive events for Euphoria. So the experiential side of entertainment is a much more important one, and building sort of long-term habituality is a really important piece.
Absolutely. And for you, Shauna, specifically, I know that it was sort of teased during the Warner presentation at CinemaCon, but there will be a new Game of Thrones theatrical film chapter coming that I'm sure will do crazy business for your library properties, and also serve as your show will be bridge content. And I'm sure that in 10 years' time, The Pit will have a little indie that Clockwork will release, and everyone will be excited.
Everything's a franchise these days. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, you've heard it sort of all day, I'm sure. But look, Game of Thrones is this incredible IP that seems in some ways infinite, and we saw just a couple of months ago with Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which is really lighter fare of that IP, just kind of goes supernova all over the world. And so there's clearly a lot of demand. I think this theatrical endeavor will be no exception. House of the Dragon's coming later this summer. So it feels now like it really has an audience that has long-term expectations. And again, habitual expectations. They don't really want to wait a couple years for every installment.
Speaking of genre, I think that one of the most obvious takeaways from CinemaCon, from looking at all the slates coming up for the year, is that video game adaptations are now sort of like, I think, much larger cultural events than I would say even superheroes in some ways. Like, Dwight, the incredible success of Super Mario Galaxy movie. Blair, you have Street Fighter with Paramount coming out this year, and
we have it together.
That, I think people were losing it for even your character posters on the floor in Las Vegas, and you did a fan event. So I just wonder, also, by the way, Josh, they showed a little sizzle reel of their intention to build a really, really significant investment around Call of Duty, written by Taylor Sheridan, directed by Pete Berg. So this is going to be an ongoing concern on your desks for years now. And what do you think is finally behind this big push that this is what the new thing people want?
Well, I think when you just sort of think about it, in my generation, right, you had Lord of the Rings sitting there as 3 books on that shelf, and then there was the comic books that we read as kids, and I just think that video games really came of age, and they're seeing a world that they engaged with and that they lived in now brought to life onto the screen. And I think it was sort of an evolutionary kind of process by which these games really mean something, and then the ability of narrative, from Minecraft to, Call of Duty. These are things that are deeply important, and they have that sense of community around them. And so I think it's just a bit of an evolutionary process, but it is the sort of IP of our moment in terms of that next phase of things.
Yeah, I'll just add 2 things. One is the Mario, for example, is 40 years old. Right? So you've got fans in a household that are multi-generational. That certainly helps. And then the second thing is most of those video game movies are in the PG range, where they're family events. And if you're a super fan, you don't feel like it's too young if it's authentically representing the thing you grew up on, like Josh was talking about those 3 books in that volume. But if you're a parent who grew up on it, you can now take the whole household. And so PG is driving. If you look at the success of PG movies, that's driving a significant amount of where our box office success is coming from.
Yeah, we have Street Fighter coming out, and it'll be PG-13. But the other thing that really plays into that, and I think in a different way plays into Mario as well, is nostalgia. So our movie takes place in 1993. It's based on Street Fighter 2, and we're seeing already like that this kind of nostalgia being a kind of cultural sort of magnet for people, and going back to a time where, you know, you used a throwaway camera and you used to have to take it to the pharmacy to develop your pictures, and like people are really craving what used to be, and so that's playing into it. I think, you know, a lot of them are PG, but we're going for PG-13 with this. It's a different audience. It does have that kind of multi-generational play though. But I also think, just as a baseline, like, you know, we're here to talk about marketing, but we need great product to market. And I think as an industry, everyone's gotten a lot better at figuring out how to adapt these things into movies, whereas in the earlier days of game adaptations, candidly, the product wasn't so terrific. And I think that's really changed, and people are really understanding on the creative and production side those unlocks and kind of what was meaningful in these adaptations to the audience. And as marketers, I think we're the beneficiary of that.
Right. I mean, I think the joke is that on the first Mario that was made as a live-action movie, the copy line was, "This is no game," and they were like, at its essence, they were sort of denying its roots. And I do think that it's actually giving honor to what it is that they love about these games. And I just want to say a couple seconds just about nostalgia, because I do think nostalgia is playing such a powerful role in the theatrical business. You know, we saw both with Scream and now with Scary Movie, these franchises that have been dormant for a while, and then when they come back, and that sort of sense, you know, nostalgia is that longing for home and that emotional connection. And you see it with Mario, you see it with, you know, Minecraft, you see it with Street Fighter, and I think that nostalgia.
Miami Vice, 85.
I think it's happening with The Pit, because I think it reminds us of ER and that, like, that spending an hour with a show on a certain night, you know.
But I think there's, so before I got to HBO, I worked at Riot Games, and I produced a show called Arcane. And it, you know, what was amazing about that, the time that I spent on that show, was just understanding, you know, on average, the players of League of Legends, you know, they would spend 1,000 hours in that game. And so when you go to a fan base that big and work on something that's that important to them, you really have to take it quite seriously. And we talked about, you probably have heard all day, you know, really nurturing the core audience. So I think the amount of time and energy that goes in, for a long time it was discussed as a game curse. Now I think Hollywood's really figuring out, you have to really work with the core, you have to work with the players, because it's not like comic books where they were sort of base source material. Now games are this virtuous cycle where, you know, you watch a movie and then you play the game more, and so the in-game experience has to get richer too. So I think it's a really interesting time. Game IP for sure is going to be the biggest IP over the next, you know, 2 decades.
Totally. Dwight, I heard that there was a 4-page list of do's and don'ts for how to market the Mario characters because of how reverent they are. Like, Yoshi can never be positioned as a sidekick. Princess Rosalina can only be referred to with her royal title.
Yeah, I can neither deny nor confirm.
Do it.
But I will say,
Confirm
you know, working with our partners at Illumination and Nintendo, there were strict rules about what we could do and what might constitute out of canon and what might constitute a spoiler, and so on and so forth. So yes, there were very strict brand guidelines, and I think to the point that Shauna made about gameplay, think about when you're playing hours and hours of a game, you're the creator of the narrative, right? So filmmakers, studios, we've got to take real care to design a narrative where the audience says, oh, I see myself in that narrative too. It may not have been the one that I remembered when I was playing, but that suits what I want from this experience in the theater.
Yeah.
And Rebecca, I mean, obviously this year alone, Searchlight has had Ready or Not 2, which is fantastic. And you guys are getting ready to release Super Troopers 3, which could not be more of a cult. No. You know what I mean? And also, like, not really Searchlight movies, but how exciting that they can sort of move the membrane of what it means to be a Searchlight film.
Yeah, that's a fun one to actually, for us to work on, because it's not, as you said, it doesn't fit the traditional Searchlight model. And you'll notice, of course, that we released our trailer and our posters on 4/20, and we had a countdown of 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Why?
So totally just playing into that core audience there. Yeah, we also have we have a lot going on, which is really interesting. Actually, I think a lot of what we went through during COVID and after COVID was this sort of like inflation on budgets, and now we're trying to get back to the model that we had that was so successful, and I feel like we're getting a grip on it. We have a film later this year dated Martin McDonagh's Wild Horse 9 as well, with Sam Rockwell and John Malkovich, which
That's a Searchlight movie.
It's going to be a fun one for everyone. And so, look, we love our model. We love our auteur filmmakers. They are our brand. Everybody else here works with different kinds of brands, but our filmmakers are our brands, and they're really important to us, and that's kind of our bread and butter as a business.
Absolutely. So I can't believe we're already running out of time. I thought I would end, but first of all, by the way, it's just so thrilling to have you all here in one place, and also that things seem to be going well. That's just all that we could, a variety, and I'm sure you and the audience could hope for, that things are looking up in this sector of the business. But I did want to end on one thing, as he is wont to do. Tom Rothman started a lot of conversation, the chairman of Sony Pictures and CinemaCon, by sort of, some might say lecturing, some might say heavily suggesting to the theater owners that they need to cut the pre-show content that includes almost 25 minutes of advertising, which I know is a huge source of revenue for the theaters, then 20 to 25 minutes of trailers. And his argument was that non-habitual moviegoers are horrified by how many commercials, how much they're being advertised to, and habitual moviegoers don't show up until 2 minutes before the screening might actually start, so they're missing all of your trailers. And Tom said, and I'd love to hear all your thoughts on this too, that like the trailers ahead of movies in theaters are still the best way for you guys to interface with the movie-going market. So where do you all land on that, and is there a workaround to that problem he says is an issue?
I think it's a really fine line, because trailers are still the best way. You're capturing someone in the church they want to be in, right? Watching the movie they want to watch, and they are a habitual moviegoer. Often that's likely. So of course, as distributors, we're going to want to have our trailers in front of movies, and as many trailers as possible. He is right. It's a long pre-show. And now with reserved seating, of course, you don't have to show up until the last minute if you don't want to. I actually love sitting through all the trailers and the ads. That's just me. I like to know what's coming, and I like to see how people
You want to see the Coca-Cola couple ends up together?
But I think what's the question is not the greatness of the trailers in that experience, but rather the need for revenue by selling it to some third party where, you know what, you're watching HBO and you don't have commercials, and then you go to a movie theater and you do, and you feel that's separated out from the magic of getting a sample of your movie in the format that it's meant to be communicated. I mean, you see, great trailers are still part of that magic. And I think, listen, we just want the business to be robust and to be a great experience, and it's an exciting time in the business just in terms of the sort of return of theatrical, and I think that's just something that we all are just passionate about, even in the streaming space, just that it all drives a very sort of powerful ecosystem, because movies in theaters have a different cultural impact, and that's really ultimately what's special. And I think we want to sort of maintain that experience for another generation, but it's also that it cuts through into culture, and then these same product can kind of have this long life cycle. The reasons we talk about windows is because we've created something that actually has cultural impact that then has value along the way. And I think it's just about maintaining the value and the specialness of that movie-going experience. We just, listen, the business just has to be robust enough that the theaters can be really not short-term interested in terms of their short-term revenue, but long-term interested in creating this great experience that has...
Yeah, there's a reason why the trailer hasn't really been disrupted. It still works.
Yeah.
Data proves time and time again it still works. it works on streaming platforms, it works in theaters, it works on your television screens. So we keep doing it because it continues to work. And I think, you know, now you're seeing all these new records break all the time with trailers.
That's every movie is the biggest one.
Consumers are still looking for it. And so we're here to serve.
Anybody else? Amen.
I want to yes and what Josh said, because it's really about keeping the business alive, right? Investing in movie-going, getting people back into theaters so that the revenue derived from the box office can maybe replace some of the revenue that's cluttering up the screen. In the old days, a trailer would occur to you when you sat down in your seat. You didn't know what you were going to see. You didn't click, oh, Mario, right? It would occur. It would reveal itself. And there's something magical about that. So I would agree that we want to retain that magic.
Discovery is the greatest experience in the world. Right? Discovery is like falling in love. It's that just moment of finding something.
Yeah. So how do we do that? You know, go to the movies, people.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, amen to that, right? Well, thank you so much, you guys, and thank you for keeping all of us talking about movies no matter where they appear. Can you give it up for the presidents, please? Thank you.
Up next, a conversation with Jack Harris, Innovative Artist, moderated by Cynthia Littleton, co-editor-in-chief, Variety.
Hey everyone, thank you so much. Appreciate you sticking with us all afternoon. Thank you. We'd appreciate everyone settling down. It's kind of hard to hear up here when there's a lot of noise. Thank you, appreciate it. Oh, thank you, everybody did quiet down. All right, thank you. I am so excited to be here. We have been talking, we knew going in that this was going to be a creator-heavy, people talking about creators, influencers, new avenues of marketing, and we have absolutely, I'm so excited to do this because we have somebody who is right there in the sweet spot. Jack Harris, he runs the creator department for Innovative Artists, a long-established talent agency. And you know, like other major agencies, recognizing that there is so much heat in the creator economy. The creator economy is actually starting to make real money, and therefore it has attracted the attention of Hollywood talent agencies. And Jack brings great perspective. You have walked a few miles in the shoes of a creator. You've done some YouTubing yourself, and so. Jack, and again, running the creator department and Innovative, this is your prime opportunity, a room full of marketers, and we're going to talk about kind of do's and don'ts, how marketing brands, how they can work best with creators, what not to do. So Jack, why don't you set the table and talk a little bit about the spark, what made Innovative want to launch this department, and how did you come to lead it?
Well, of course, in today's world and with where the entertainment business is at, I think everybody's looking for opportunity. Honestly, I think a lot of people are very scared. Obviously, in the traditional part of the business, there's less production and consolidation and all that. But at the moment, I firmly believe that there has never been a time period where there has been this much opportunity. And the rise of the digital platforms and digital creators represents so much of that opportunity. And well, I think to answer the first part of your question, I need to go back to the beginning. So I entered my journey in the digital space as a creator. I dropped out of film school at Chapman University to chase my dream of being a content creator, which was relatively successful, but like you said, it was before the real money part. So
And Chapman will forgive you, I know.
Yeah, hopefully one day. But anyway, so I worked with lots of tourism boards and lifestyle brands. And from there, I started meeting lots of people in the space, as you do when you travel in a specific area of the business. And eventually, I became friends with a lot of other fellow creators, which led to me helping them with their inboxes and helping them make deals. And I remember the first time I negotiated a deal on a friend of mine's behalf who was also a creator talent. And I thought to myself, wait a minute, I can argue with people for a living. I got to do this.
Was it literally like a eureka moment? Did you feel like, I can do this?
Well, I realized that it was very fun to fight for someone else. And I loved the idea of figuring it out for someone else. That was something that I found really fulfilling. It's a lot more fulfilling than doing something for yourself, at least in my opinion. So that's what led me to kind of fall in love with representing talent. So from there, just to speed things up, I became a talent manager, worked at a top firm for creators for years. Then I came to Innovative to build their creators division. And the reason why is because Innovative is an agency that has succeeded and been successful for a long time because it looked at the market differently a long time ago.
Known for representing truly auteurs.
And looked at the market differently and said, everybody's fighting for the biggest stars and talent right now. Why don't we focus on building up talent with potential? And for 40 plus years, Innovative has championed people with potential and turned potential into superstardom. And if you know anything about the creator world, so much of that is about building. So much of the creator world is a constant build. Even when you're a top tier macro creator, we have the pleasure of working with some of the biggest creators on the internet. You are constantly building, finding new revenue streams, finding a way to stay relevant, and ideating and constantly forming new ideas. So what better place to be than the place that was built by finding potential and bringing it to the next level.
Well, thank you for bringing us to where you are today. So let's get right down to it. Name 2 things, 3 things that brands do that is when they approach a creator or even think about a creator strategy that they shouldn't do, or things that they should think about before they want to go into doing a deal with a creator.
Yeah, well, first things first. For any marketing needs, first thing you should do is call Innovative. No, I'm just kidding. No, look,
He's a marketer after all.
On a more serious note, fundamentally, I would urge brands, no matter what stage they're at, whether you're a Fortune 500 retailer or a startup, pay attention to what's going on tomorrow and not today. It's so easy to get caught up in your daily life, and everyone here is so busy, and that's obviously great, but think about what's going on tomorrow. What is the next generation watching, and how are they watching, and how are they consuming content? Then when I say next generation, I'm not talking about me. I'm old. I'm 27. I'm talking about 12, 11, 13. What are kids? What is the next generation of consumers doing? They're not watching network television. They're watching digitally native creators. They're watching their favorite YouTubers. They're watching their favorite Twitch streamers. They're not growing up with Cartoon Network and Nick like we did. They're growing up with creators. So when they come of age, creators will be the next mainstream media. I mean, it already is kind of happening, but it will really solidify itself at that point. So first of all, I would say to people in the brand space and the marketing space, make sure you pay attention to what's going on tomorrow. And second of all, one thing I think is so important, and I've had the blessing of having the perspective of being in between brand and creator so many times. The magic happens when a brand and creator find the right delta between brand KPIs and goals and creative freedom. There is no better magic than when you allow a creator to sell a product to their audience authentically with their own voice than when you provide a script for them and make them read something. I mean, it's such a simple concept to sort of compartmentalize it. If you're sitting at a table with your friends, like you might be right now, and you pull out a script to tell them that you think that this shirt you're wearing is amazing and you should buy it, versus just authentically telling them why you like it, they're more likely to buy it if you're just authentic about it. It's that simple. But on a more granular level, creators know how to sell product to their own audience better than anybody.
They are the ultimate hustlers. I mean, it's from what you just said, yeah.
Yeah. So to that end, I would say, with respect to your brand's goals and identity, understand that creators have their own brand and their own identity. And people that follow a creator for a specific reason often will respond better to the creator being allowed to authentically portray a partnership.
Yep, I mean, I think that we've heard that on numerous panels. Let me ask you about, there's a lot of talk about, of course, we know the biggest of the big, the Mr. Speeds, the I Show Speed, sorry, the Mr. Speed, the Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast.
the I Show Speed. We know that they're bazillions of followers, but we're also hearing quite a bit about engagement and the importance of speaking to the right 100,000 or 200,000 people. How do you demonstrate that? If you're trying to break somebody new, if you know somebody in your roster is perfect for what this brand wants, but they're not a known name in the creator world, what are some of the measurements? How do you show them, like, oh my God, this person gets this level of engagement, and that is going to make the whatever product fly off the shelves or off the e-commerce shelves?
It's a great question. I would say that engagement is sort of the entry point for creating interest for a brand. But what matters most is on a level of representing talent and understanding how to properly place talent with brand, because our brand partners and marketing agencies are just as much our clients as the brands are. We want everybody to be happy. If both parties aren't happy, we didn't do our job properly. So essentially, to that end, what we really think is important to find is understanding of the different verticals in the creator space, right? So whether it's culinary, whether it's beauty, whether it's fashion, whether it's gaming, you want to start with investing in a creator that in some way travels in your specific niche. It could be something as granular as there's a creator on TikTok who loves making coffee with a manual espresso machine, and you own a coffee company. You're going to get more ROI from a small creator that has a dedicated fan base surrounding coffee than somebody who is a lifestyle creator that will do an ad for your coffee brand, right? So obviously having targets in mind that are in these specific verticals, which are different markets, different groups of people, are really where you find the most success. And then of course, you want to genuinely be a fan of the creator. They should authentically represent your brand well, rather than you trying to get them to inauthentically represent your brand. I think that's one of the most important things. And I will say, on a positive note, that I think the marketplace is becoming more and more educated. Things are becoming more and more targeted. I say all the time, we are very much in the expert era. Although creator spending is increasing significantly, the width of talent that are being casted is sort of narrowing, because brands have come to realize that investing in expert creators, if you are a Fortune 500 retailer, somebody that frequently talks about the clothes they love to wear, the products they like to buy, is going to perform better than somebody who is completely outside the space of apparel, right? So I think understanding the market and understanding and targeting talent that specifically represent the brand in a organic way, rather than trying to work backwards, is a very good place to start.
It really does feel like the era of a star holding up a Coke can is rapidly receding. Like, it has to be somebody who just, loves that particular brand of Coke. Let me ask you the flip side of that question. When you're working with creators and they come to you, is it the same as with a writer or an actor? Sometimes you see a lot of promise, but they're a diamond in the rough and you need to work with them? Like, do you find that there's a learning curve for creators to be good at what you just said, knowing exactly how to sell to their audience that doesn't feel like it's a commercial?
I think everybody has their own learning curve. And I think one of the most interesting things experiencing so much creator work and so much talent representation is, at Innovative, being a company that is so heavy in traditional representation, lots of actors, lots of legacy talent. Part of what we do that's different to a lot of other agencies is we possess the skill set to actually help talent that have been in entertainment forever build these digital businesses and succeed on these digital platforms. And in the actor sense, I find that nobody can sell a product better than an actor. Nobody can naturally talk to camera better than an actor. So teaching them the right fundamental skills of how to post content effectively, what works, what doesn't, how long your videos should be, what you should be about. I think we tend to sort of separate the creator world and the traditional talent world, and I think that's going to come to an end really quickly, because at the end of the day, the next generation of talent, whether you're an actor, comedian, host, it's going to be a digitally native beginning. We've seen this so many times. It's the best way to sell tickets to a show. It's the best way to get people to live events. So in the acting space, we have helped so many talent that have been on big series, big films, have had incredible careers, learn the nuances of these digital platforms, and once they learn the trick of the trade and start to produce, it's amazing what happens, because there's already a fan base on these platforms waiting for them. So we found a lot of success on both ends. Of course, representing digitally native talent and helping them build things. Everyone has their own learning curve, of course. A lot of creators need to learn how to diversify their content, how to make it more effective, how to make their content more sellable, how to create fans. We're very, very hands-on with our strategy, and I always say there's a big difference between having followers and having fans. Followers watch what you do, fans buy what you sell. And for brands, that's a really important thing to track. Having what people call a cult following is probably the most important thing you can look for if you're looking to sell product.
How do your creators, the creators that you represent, do most of them, do they, do it in their homes? Do they have more sophisticated setups to produce?
Well, I think we're seeing the market become more and more creative because, yes, I mean, a lot of the boom started in people's homes. We have to remember that the creator market took off in its most rapid growth cycle during the pandemic, of course, where everybody
we were
was
all
home,
stuck at home,
right?
yeah.
And a lot of our biggest talent actually started creating because they were bored at home in the pandemic, right? So I would say that people tend to create everywhere, especially depending on what your content is. Like we represent somebody who's a pilot. We represent a couple pilots actually, but obviously they have to be flying a plane to make content. So, it depends on what, of course, your medium is. But I would say that in general, the algorithm rewards creativity. For example, we represent a creator named Sophie Silva, who's quickly become one of the hottest people on the internet. She just did a campaign for The Devil Wears Prada, which hasn't gone live yet, but what I can say is she actually came to the agency and filmed in the office to recreate some famous movie scenes. And thinking outside the box like that is where you're gonna get the highest level of delivery for your brand partners. And we're focused on doing everything from helping with shooting locations to all of the work that a talent agency does. And of course, all that strategy is a big part of it.
And she was directly hired by 20th Century Studios?
It was a partnership between The Devil Wears Prada and Samsung for the Galaxy S25, the new phone that just got released.
Right, these are the connections we've been talking about. The world is now a patchwork quilt of leveraging brands and audience. Wherever you find audience, you're gonna have value there. All right, in our waning minutes here, ROI, it's been a theme of the day. I'm sure there are no two metrics are exactly the same, but what are some of the common ROI? What are some of the things that brands want to see after 30 days, 45 days, or 2 days? What are the metrics that really matter, that make a difference in your deal making?
I mean, I think it depends on what the brand's goals are, right? Of course, we do lots of brand awareness campaigns where the goal is simply to just generate a lot of attention. And then, of course, there are performance-driven campaigns where the goal is to sell a certain amount of product, get a certain amount of clicks on a website. So it really just that depends on the brand's goals completely. So we always try to do a really good job of understanding what the brand wants and then pairing the brand with talent that are going to complement and hopefully begin what is the start of a long relationship. So, we're very focused on connecting brand with talent that makes sense for the ask. So I think that we always have a significant advantage when a brand is willing to come to us first or a marketing agency is willing to come to us first and say, this is our specific goal for the campaign, rather than, hey, we're doing a campaign.
How much do you get the incoming call, and how much are you working with talent and thinking, this person would be perfect for Hyundai or, whatever brand?
I think it really depends. I would say that both pieces of the business are significant. It's hard to kind of do one without the other. When there's a big cultural moment, so part of what we've seen this year that's been mind-blowing, and I've heard a couple of people mention this today, is tentpole events in the country have become such hubs for digital marketing.
We have heard about moments, creating moments, being part of moments.
So things like the Super Bowl, Coachella, we're aware that brands are going crazy during those times with activations and campaigns. So we do a lot of proactive outreach to help our talent secure those opportunities. And then, of course, should there be something like a movie premiering or, a event that people want attention for that's specific and dated, we'll get a lot of inbound calls for stuff like that. So it really just depends. But I think the recipe for being a good representative of talent is having the skill set to connect your talent with brands. Like, that's why I say that brands and marketing agencies, in my opinion, are just as much our customers as the talent.
I think that is the way of the future. And as you know, as our world becomes more splintered by niche and platform, as you say, those big events that above it all, more valuable than ever. Jack, any words of wisdom you'd like to leave this group with? Remember, these are the people that you want to give the best practices to in terms of working with creators, hiring creators.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I would circle back to the fundamental message that I said in the beginning is don't forget to think about what is going to happen tomorrow. And beyond that, when you're looking to sell a product, get clicks on your website, whatever your KPIs for your campaign are, think about who authentically represents your brand. Think, if I gave a campaign to this talent and didn't tell them what to do, would they nail it? And I think if people approach the marketplace with perspective like that more often, we're gonna see a lot more success and a lot less uncertainty. And lastly, call Innovative if you need help with marketing.
He can't help himself. Thank you, Jack. Thank you so much. This was fun.
Introducing a keynote conversation with Pam Abdy, co-chair and CEO, Warner Brothers Pictures Group, moderated by Cynthia Littleton, co-editor-in-chief, Variety.
Thanks, everyone. Once again, appreciate you sticking with me. I know you're sick of me by now, but I promise you this is my last panel. Pam, thank you so much for coming in. And
thanks for having me.
And as the co-head of the studio that is the reigning Best Picture winner, I think a round of applause for Warner Brothers. One battle after another.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And that is a good, that's a really good place to start. You know, much has been written in Variety and elsewhere. Of course, it's in Variety, it's true. But much has been written about the incredible year, incredible streak that you had. And I mean, I can't think of it. It's been a long time since I can think of a studio that's had that quite of a streak, capped by the exclamation point in the business of the creative excellence of an Oscar. And you had the high-class problem of having a number of titles in the running, so it was it was a very good year. And we talked about wanting to, it was also incredible, the breadth of the movies that you put out, everything from horror to deep adult drama, really thoughtful, provocative work from Paul Thomas Anderson to absolutely the dazzling work of Sinners, which felt so new and fresh, and also, Weapons was also a movie that you opened, and that one, in some ways, that one had really the hardest job of explaining what it was to the audience without, the filmmakers that had the renown. And of course, Zach Kreger, the director of Weapons, now he's a bold, he is absolutely a bold-faced name. I wanted to just get your perceptions on, you had to market many different movies, but looking at those three, what would you say what were the avenues that allowed you to express to the audience what these movies were about, and got them to the multiplexes, allowed them to open? You could start with anyone. I know each has a different story.
Well, I think you have to roll back and start with Mike and my philosophy and strategy on an eclectic slate. Try to find different movies, diverse movies, and something for everyone, and who is that dedicated audience that you're making that film for. And I think last year really illustrated everything that we believe in and our philosophy, from everything from Minecraft movie to Sinners to Weapons to One Battle After Another to Final Destination, Conjuring. The whole slate is really indicative of what we believe. Something like Sinners, I'll take for an example. One of our greatest assets marketing that film was when Ryan spoke to the audience, and he filmed himself talking about aspect ratio, almost in an academic way. And that piece went viral, and audiences were like dying to go see this movie in the way that he described it and how he intended the audience to see it on the 70mm IMAX, on the big screen. And that was like so special. And, you know, anecdotally, we went to Clarksdale, Mississippi at one point because a young man named Tyler Yarbrough wrote an open letter to us and to Ryan saying, we don't have a movie theater, and I had to, in our town, in this town that you made Sinners about, and I had to drive 90 minutes to go see this movie. I invite you to come to Clarksdale. So we went to Clarksdale and we brought a movie screen to them, to the community, and we spent a weekend and talking through the film, and Ryan and Ludwig and all the musicians that they gathered for that film came to this Q&A, and we spent the day there, and I have to tell you, it was life-changing, and that's the power of storytelling. And Ryan invited Tyler to be his guest, and he was at the Oscars with us. So it just is incredible. So, you know, it's marketing tools like that. Like, who knew that that was gonna ignite the audience? Cut to, you know, weapons.
Can I ask you, in terms of that piece with Ryan, when did you release that? How many months or weeks out?
No, it was only a few weeks before we released the movie. And, you know, obviously the combination of Michael B. Jordan and Ryan and their legacy as filmmaking collaborators fed into, you know, they speak to a generation authentically. And that's how, you know, we really leaned on them and their social media and connecting with the audience directly. You know, if you go over to weapons, we released this website, you know, what happened to the Maybrook 17, and we did all these activations that happened at 2:17 a.m. that tied into when the kids at 2:17 a.m. start running out of the house with those crazy arms. And
that's an image I haven't been able to get out of my head as a mom.
Yes, you can never get it out of your head. And people recreating it on social media was hysterical afterwards. But if you remember, we did not show you Aunt Gladys before the movie opened. We let the audience discover Aunt Gladys, and it was this mystery marketing tool that we used with what happened to these kids, so that it almost played like this really happened in real life. So we saw that, and then with One Battle, I have to say, generationally, which was so amazing, was seeing how, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio is not on social media, but Leonardo DiCaprio was on social media for One Battle After Another. And that connectivity between him and Chase Infinity and Chase and her growing social presence and her engaging with the audience. That's the thing I feel really strongly that with all of these movies, and there's no one size fits all. Each movie has to have its own intention and own campaign, and you know, there's many things that go into it, but that speaking, the characters, the cast, the filmmakers speaking authentically, directly to the audience, letting the audience feel, like Mike and I call it participatory theater, like, and you saw that with Minecraft, with the chicken jockey scene, like that weekend, when the kids were like throwing, I went with my daughter to watch it happen, it was hysterical, and they were like throwing popcorn everywhere, and you know, at first the theaters were like, we have to control this, and then they didn't want to control it anymore because it was just people buying more concessions.
Exactly, there was an end game, but also if they were that involved, right? You know, if they were that involved. And I just going back to Aunt Gladys, I want to say, Aunt Gladys took that all the way to you are the reigning supporting actress winner as well. Amy Madigan, like you just could not, there was no better story. There was just no better story for her.
And we're developing a prequel.
Get that. With Aunt Gladys?
With Aunt Gladys.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's awesome, that's great. With Zach?
Yes, he's writing it, yep.
Awesome. Let's talk, I mean, I think these are just great. It sounds to me like, one thing as you're talking about this, like you had very distinct audience, I don't want to say niches because that seems very limiting, but you had clear audiences that you were going for with these films. And I'm guessing then the magic is when you get that core audience, but then you get the word of mouth.
Yes.
Widens the circle.
Yes, I mean, that's the key, and that's always the challenge too, when we're, you know, you have to understand, when Mike and I are greenlighting movies, we're greenlighting them basically 2 years out.
Right.
So, you know, right now we're greenlighting movies for 28 and 29, you know, 26 we're releasing, 27's basically cooked and everything's in post, and we're getting all those marketing campaigns, or stuff is starting to shoot, and we're getting marketing campaigns together. So you have to really know who is that dedicated audience, and then how do you broaden out? What elements of the story are going to allow the movie to broaden out? And listen, you always aim high. You always try to make the best movie you can. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes if you don't get that core audience, it's harder, it's just more challenging to get a more general audience. I think we saw that, with the movie like Sinners. Our core audience was African-American audience, but by Sunday, because the movie was so powerful, and cinephiles showed up in that first round too, the movie really sort of balanced out by gender, age, race, and it really became a movie that you had to see in the theater. And that's why, by the second weekend, we only had a 5% drop domestically, which is, I've never had that in my career.
And for me, as a longtime Buddy Guy fan, it was really fun to see him to get that. I wanted to step back a little bit. You and Mike DeLuca, you've worked together very successfully at other places. You came to Warner Brothers in 2022, and I know one of the first things you did was really take a look at the marketing apparatus, and you changed it quite a bit. Can you talk about what it was that what you needed to rebuild, and how that helped you get to where you wanted to be?
Sure. We felt, we took our time. We had great success in that first year. We were lucky enough to inherit Barbie while it was shooting, and Wonka while it was shooting. And we really learned a lot on those movies. It's global. The business is global. There's no more like domestic marketing, international marketing. It's one marketing. And we felt very strongly that under global head of distribution, one global head of distribution, which is different than a lot of places do, and global marketing, and then separate out creative marketing, which is also different. So John Stanford, we elevated John Stanford, who's head of creative marketing, who reports directly into Mike and I, and then Christian Davin and Dana Nussbaum as co-heads marketing, and they oversee all the different aspects between digital, partnerships, everything. That's our marketing team, and they're incredible. And we tasked them with a real challenge at the beginning. We made a change at the beginning of 2025 and said, this slate is indicative of who we are as a studio and what our philosophy is, and here's the challenges, here's the opportunities, how are we gonna do it? People are receiving their advertising very, very differently. I was recently talking about, I roll back to when I started in the 90s, and it was very simple. In a weird way, it was simple. You cut a trailer, you saw it in the movie theater, you cut TV spots, you put them on linear television, you had people show up at the movies. We didn't have social media. We didn't have distractions.
And think about it, when you're saying there's no domestic marketing, international marketing, nowadays, if you're a fan, the minute that key art or whatever goes up, there's no, they'll see it in Germany in 6 months. It happens instantaneously.
It happens instantaneously.
And that's a different mindset.
It's a total different mindset. And I do feel that now, movie marketing, it's very digitally focused. It's not that you don't have spots on linear, because we do. And sports is an incredible, sports is incredible for us in how we advertise marketing. There's an incredible audience base there, both male and female, especially with football. That you have to look at all the different elements on how are you going to get the biggest audience possible to show up opening weekend.
Is there a new platform or a new form of marketing that has impressed you in the last couple of years that has come on that moves the needle for you?
Interestingly, on Sinners, we did this Fortnite collaboration where we had a Sinners activation in Fortnite. You can go in and play, and it was the first ever you can then leave Fortnite and go buy tickets. So we did a partnership there. We did a really cool thing on Wuthering Heights with Pinterest. We did a collaboration with them, again, where you can then leave and then go to, be directed. So I think some of that stuff has been amazing.
And you tapped that audience.
You tapped that audience that's there.
Yeah, and which it seems like, you don't want to generalize, but that seems like a really nice fit with Wuthering Heights.
It is.
Let's be real.
It is. And then, we also did one of the largest another aspect of marketing now is our partnerships. Brand partnerships are huge for us. And it's so exciting. I think, listen, we had a lot of partnerships on Barbie, but then we went into Beetlejuice, and we had an even bigger partnership program on that. We did Fanta cans with all the characters from Beetlejuice that was shipped out all over the world. And that led to, what we're also seeing is, even on our rated R films, creating brand partnerships. We had a lingerie line on Wuthering Heights. We had a candle partnership. I mean, you have to figure out how do you engage different audiences where they're being met with their advertising.
Is it challenging, because back to what you said, you're working 2 years out, you're greenlighting. Is it challenging at all with brands to do that so far ahead when you don't have film to show them, you don't have as much tangible?
It depends on the film. I mean, listen, we had the Minecraft deal with McDonald's, which was one of the biggest programs they ever did, and those characters sold out after the first weekend. And it was an incredible partnership with McDonald's, the amount of impressions, the amount of marketing that went behind that. But it depends on the title. Is it easier to get brand partnerships with Superman or Batman than it is with an original film? Sure, but as an example, we just premiered some of our footage, at CinemaCon last week.
Yeah, Digger with Tom Cruise.
Digger was there.
Got quite a Alexander Inarritu and Tom Cruise. That's a potent combination.
Yep, I'm very excited. But a movie like Practical Magic, we just dropped the trailer this week, and we're getting all these calls now for partnerships for that film. It just depends. I think what ends up happening is brands see the movies, they see if it works for their audience, is there a collaboration? And that to me is super exciting on the marketing level that I didn't experience, when I started.
Mm-hmm. That whole world of everybody leveraging their audience is so important. My goodness, our time is flying by here, but I do want to button up with a conversation at the highest level. Obviously, you're a senior leader at a studio, and as you know, it's no surprise across Hollywood there has been a lot of turmoil. Obviously, a lot has been going on under the Warner Brothers shield that are just a beloved studio in our business. And I want to talk to you about, for you, being a leader at times when there's just uncertainty. There's uncertainty in, the movie going, although today has been so heartening. There's been so much talk about Gen Z really embracing that.
And Gen Alpha.
I know that must warm your heart.
It does.
Can you talk about sort of what have you found, what have you leaned on to be a leader and to drive a team that is achieving exceptional results, even in uncertain times?
I mean, that's my job. My job is to show up, to be present, to be transparent with our teams, to give them the resources and the support they need to be the best versions of themselves. And we have a job to do, Mike and I. There's no time for worrying about things that you can't control. What we can control is the quality of the films. We can control the films we're choosing. We can control how we're marketing these films. And, I love what I do. I love it. I love making films. I love working with our teams. I think we have some of the most exceptional, talented people in our company. And Mike and our job is to inspire them every day, to inspire them through challenge and to see what opportunities are out there to make these movies, soar with audiences. And that's all we can focus on, and that's how I show up every day, with enthusiasm, with passion, with our door always open for anyone that has to ask a question. But that's our responsibility. We have to give them the space to be the best versions of themselves.
And given the expansiveness of your slate, I have no doubt that you can always go head down on something and really make it incredible.
Yeah, I mean, we started, when we got there, they had made, I think it was 6 films, then we got up to 11, then we were up to 14. Our aspiration is to get up to 18. And, we just launched a new label.
I was just going to ask you about that. Yeah. And that in and of itself must be inspiring for folks, because if you're launching a label, Clockwork, if I got it right, and it's for a little bit more sort of esoteric films, that says so much about what you think about the marketplace.
Yeah, we felt like we were missing that space at Warner Brothers, and Mike and I love what A24 and what Neon has done and Searchlight over the years. As a producer, I worked at Searchlight many times, and we really feel like, especially because Gen Z and Gen Alpha are engaged, do want to go to the theater, that there is a space that we're missing. So we launched this label with Christian Parks, and we're absolutely excited about it. The other thing we did, which we come online this year, which we really dedicated time, resource, and energy to animation. Warner Brothers made some great animated movies over the years with Lego Movie, but there wasn't a consistent strategy. So we have built an animation studio from the ground up, and we brought in Bill Damashki, who's a longtime veteran of DreamWorks, and he's incredible, and he has an incredible slate, and we have, our first movie comes online this fall with Cat in the Hat, and we have movies greenlit and in production all the way through 29.
That's got to be exciting. I love it. It is hard to believe, as you say, Warner's has had the occasional, Space Jam over the years, but like you said, the consistency.
Yeah. It has to be part of the strategy, that family business. And that audience is dedicated, and they need more movies to take their kids to the theater to see.
Well, you all have had a really big impact on a really important brand in our business in a very short time. And we all know that there's a lot transition there. And I think I speak for everybody in this room to say there is so much love for Warner Brothers and so much hope that it has a very, very bright future. And keep that shield high.
We will. We're very grateful. This has been, it's a job of a lifetime. And Mike and I and everybody, there's a joke at Warner's, if you work there, you bleed Warner's blue. And we all do.
Pam, thank you so much for taking the time out with all you've got going on.
Of course. Thank you for having me. Thank you. Please welcome Entertainment Entrepreneurs Tell-All, moderated by Mark Malkin, Senior Editor, Culture and Events, Variety.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm Mark Malkin, like the voice of God just said. I'm the Senior Editor of Culture and Events here at Variety. We have a great panel here. People who know branding, they know their brand. So we're just going to start off, just a little introduction. Bobby Burke, Patrick Ta, Leah Kateb, our animatics, and Sharif O'Neal. Come on. So I was looking at everybody's social media, and together, the five of you could kind of rule the world with the amount of followers you have. And I just looked at Instagram and TikTok alone. So we're going to get into how important that is. But I want to start off with Bobby. Obviously, you've got your brand, you've got your name. Your name is your brand. Tell me, you started, then you got Queer Eye, left Queer Eye, and kept expanding the brand. Take us on that journey a little bit.
So I started my brand in 2005, 2006, and it actually just happened. I was working for a furniture company who went bankrupt, And literally that night, I registered BobbyBurkeHome.com and cloned the e-commerce division that I had built for them. And I'm like, maybe I'll sell a sofa or two while I look for another job. But I sold more than a few, and it did really well. And I turned that online business into furniture stores around the US, Atlanta, Miami, LA, New York. And that did really well. And so then I expanded into a design firm, which a year after that is when Queer Eye started calling. And did Queer Eye for 9 seasons. And obviously that was a huge catapult for many, many things that allowed me to expand licensing and branding. And yeah, I mean, it's just been a crazy, crazy ride. But I think for me, always being authentic to my brand and being accessible has been very, very important from day one. I opened up my first store November 2007. And then January 2008, the whole market crashed. So I learned, I was like, this was the worst decision I ever made. But luckily it wasn't. I learned right then and there. I was like, all right, I have to be accessible. I have to meet people where they are right now if I want to stay alive in this business. And that worked for me. And so I've always made sure that, you know, some people, when they get on TV, they're like, oh, I'm going to go super luxe. I want to go fancy. No, I'm accessible. Yeah.
Patrick. Every once in a while, I wear a little foundation.
Ooh, thank you.
But not today. But you could be a person who's like completely makeup free. They never wear makeup, but they know who Patrick Ta is.
They've seen your face on Sunset.
We have seen your billboards. You start getting, you're working with the biggest names, Rihanna, Kim Kardashian, Ariana Grande, Gigi Hadid. So, I mean, those are the faces you want to work on. When did you realize it was time to take that work and say, you know what? I want Patrick Ta beauty.
So my brand was started 6 years ago, but I have been a makeup artist for the last 14 years. I believe that this brand now is a result of my entire life's work. I'm probably the only person on this panel that has filed bankruptcy. I filed bankruptcy at the age of 21 and
18.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. So I'm not,
over
so
like
I'm not
$5,000. I was so stupid.
Anybody else file for bankruptcy?
So for me, that experience has really driven my entire life's work to never feel that way again. I launched the brand 6 years ago, and to be able to have to be able to create products that women are able to experience a little bit of my artistry. As a creator, I just want to create and to be able to give people who aren't able to have a makeup artist have that little bit of love within the products that I create. A lot of my products are inspired by my artistry. I'm known for my blushes, which are a cream and powder duo. And for me, I really want people to be able to use my products however you intend them. And I think with the boom of social media, it's really given me this platform to do more.
Amazing. Leah, 6 million followers on Instagram. 6 million. What is it, 5.5 million on TikTok?
Yeah, we're getting up there.
You're getting up there. You become a fan favorite from Love Island, but now you're the CCO of a fragrance company.
Yes.
How do you go from Love Island to 6 million Instagram, 5.5 on TikTok, and now a chief creative officer?
Well, obviously, everyone got to watch the show. I think it was literally the #1 watch show in the world, which is insane because we went on it thinking it was still this small thing, and then we came out and it was this huge, just chaos. I mean, Ari got to see it in real time. I honestly have no idea what the heck was going on out there. I was just vibing. But when I got out, I was really happy to see that people were engaging with my old TikToks. And one of the ones that blew up was my smell good shower routine. And then it honestly just from that point forward, people started like posting what kind of perfume do you think she wears and things like that. And then I made my favorites on TikTok of like my favorite perfumes. And Skylar, Vanilla Sky, was one of them. And then literally after I posted that TikTok, I think we had a meeting with them that next month. And then from there, they were like, we need you a part of this brand. And, you know, their original founder had stepped down, and they were saying, like, we really want a new founder, we want a refounder, which is what I am, and also the creative chief officer. So it's really, like, amazing and fun, and it's been really fun. So I'm really grateful and thankful, and we're just getting started with it, too.
So I imagine, like when I hear Patrick and Bobby's story, it was very intentional. You were design, you were makeup. Did you ever in your mind think, okay, one day I'm gonna take all of this and turn it into some sort of fragrance branding?
Oh, absolutely. Like even when I went in, so when I was in the villa, I actually made body balms. Like I made them at home, and then I brought them with me to the villa, and all the girls and the guys were using them, and they were all natural. They were cruelty-free. They were hypoallergenic. I love animals. I haven't eaten meat in 13 years. Like all of that kind of stuff is really important to me, and Skylar already also had that foundation. So it was really important that it was something that aligned with my morals as well. But now I feel like I'm obviously I can do it on such a bigger scale, and like we're in Sephora, which is insane. When I launched my first fragrance, Double Dates, it was #1 in Sephora. Like it was insane. It was so much fun, and I feel like I'm not gonna stop at fragrance because I feel like everyone knows me for like my layering routines. So we've been cooking, literally and figuratively.
She smells so good.
Ariana, you have taken reality TV. You went on, obviously, hosting Love Island, competing on Dancing with the Stars, making your debut on Broadway as Roxy in Chicago.
Yeah.
Tell me about your evolution of, again, from a reality TV star to making your debut on Broadway, which is incredible. You probably worked with my friend Greg for dancing, yes?
I did, yes. I love Greg.
And then you turn around and you open a sandwich shop. So your branding is diverse.
Yes, variety is the spice of life, as they say. Well, I feel like, much like what you guys have talked about already, I feel like the sandwich shop, Broadway, all of those things feel a little bit of like an extension of myself as well. And I feel like doing reality TV gives people a unique opportunity to get to know you on a different level. And so, you know, I went to school for theater, so, you know, doing Broadway and acting and everything, that made total sense to me. And then my co-owner, Katie Maloney, she had a dream of one day opening a sandwich shop. And when she brought the idea to me, we were chatting about it, it felt not just like something that made sense for us in terms of the actual shop, but again, an extension of us, an extension of our friendship, an extension of the things that we're passionate about. And for us with the shop, you know, it is a brick and mortar place, but it's more than that. I feel like it's evolved into kind of like a lifestyle brand. And we always say, you know, we want to romanticize lunch. So we want people to be able to come into the shop, feel connected to us, be able to have a piece of the merchandise, and also kind of partake in this moment of stopping during your lunch hour or whatever it is, and romanticize those little moments in life. Because so much of what you see, especially when it comes to lunch places, is that you're stopping, you're grabbing something, and you're on your way. And we wanted to create a place where people felt like they were home and that we could connect with them. So yeah, it's an extension of me and an extension of Katie, and I feel like it's definitely part of that very big variety of things that I'm passionate about.
What was it like when the shop first opened? It was the lines on Robertson were insane. insane. And
Yeah.
the shop is pretty small. It's not like a big restaurant.
No, it's tiny. I think we're 750 square feet total. And I think we seat about like 20 to 25. We had more seats, but the city of West Hollywood made us get rid of our outdoor patio, and we're still bitter about it. Just kidding. But the lines were crazy long to the point where we were, at the end of the day, just try to go down the line and at least say hello to people. It was pure mayhem.
Sharif, obviously we know who your dad is, Shaquille O'Neal. But you have stepped out of his spotlight and stepped into your own. Talk about that journey, being Shaquille's son. Were you nervous? Did you feel like you had to prove yourself more than maybe other people had to?
I would say for me, my family did a good job of hiding it. People didn't really find out till I was about 16 years old when someone came and filmed one of my basketball games and put it on YouTube, said Shaq's son. So like one summer I come back to school and I'm treated completely differently. So I wasn't really nervous. I didn't really feel any pressure. You know, I kind of felt like my own person. Before I was playing basketball, I was a huge skateboarder. Like nobody really knew that. I only played basketball because I was tall and I was really good at it. So I was doing that. But after that video, it took me so far to, you know, getting college offers. I went to UCLA, and freshman year I had to get open heart surgery. So that's when I kind of decided I need to figure out other things. I need to find myself that I'm good at. Continued to play pro, got to play with the Lakers a little bit after my heart surgery, but you know, injuries kept coming back, the health issues, so my dad asked me to come take over Reebok and Shaq brand. I did Reebok last year, you know, we helped sign Angel Reese, did a lot of stuff, and I wanted to have a little bit more pull with the brand, so I asked if I can do Shaq brand stuff, so now we're making affordable shoes all around the world for people.
I was reading 470 million pairs of shoes you've sold?
Yes. Yeah.
What's the #1 seller?
I would say right now it's a shoe called the Dunk Man. It's a new shoe that came out, but the 470 million is from when we started the Shaq brand stuff, and I'll give a little background on that. I want to say my dad was playing in Orlando, and a lady just decided to yell at him after the game, like heckle him crazy. Not about basketball, but about how his Reebok shoes were too much for some kids that couldn't afford them. A lot of these, you know, shoes, I don't want to call out any brands, but like a lot of shoes sell their shoes for $200, all that. A lot of people can't afford that. So my dad, you know, he had this genius idea. He's, you know, I'm going to start my own stuff, Shaq brand, and I'm going to sell shoes for $20, $30 for kids that can't afford those big player shoes. So that's the whole
That came from someone heckling him about his Reeboks.
Yeah, it was a lady. She's like, you can't charge these babies $200 for these shoes, and then I think he kind of understood, because he said when he was growing up, he grew up on an army base and he was getting shoes for like $5, $6. So he's like he could relate to that, so that's why he wanted to change it.
That's incredible, incredible, great work. So let's go back to social media and how I think everyone here on this panel could say social media is a huge part of your brand, a major impact on your brand. Just go down the line, or whoever wants to speak up. The pluses and minuses of being on social media a lot. Your life is there. People think they know you and they could do anything to you in public. So talk about the sort of pluses and minuses of building your brand through social media.
I mean, I think it's been a huge plus. You know, I started my brand in, again, I think 2005, and I don't think it was just Facebook back then, but I was utilizing it back then, and I was utilizing it not just for online, but for the local locations, and then Twitter came out, and then Instagram, and it's always been something that I have understood as a huge, huge plus for any brand. A lot of brands back then didn't want anything to do with it, but I did. And obviously now, having been on TV, that has catapulted that. It has allowed me to do other things. It's allowed me to build other brands really quickly. I just am launching a collection of wellness retreats around the States right now. It's allowed me to scale those quite quickly in ways that most companies would have to spend, which they do for us, luckily, spend tons of money to promote those brands. You know, we obviously have those internal sound machines that we can do it ourselves. So yeah, I think it's been very great. The negatives, obviously, though, are people do think they know you. When you have to, you know, I think one of the the superpowers that we have up here is we allow people into our lives, and that's why people want to work with our brands. They want to buy from us because we authentically show them who we are, and that's always been a very big, important part of my brand, is being authentic and sincere and as real as possible. But that opens us up to people just coming and sitting down at the table with you when you're out with your husband at dinner, thinking that they know you, and you sit there nicely and listen to them, and then 5 minutes later they go, "Oh, I'm sorry, this is weird, you don't know me." And I'm like, no, but that's okay. So yeah, pros and cons.
I think the dream is to have an engaged audience,
Yeah.
right? And people who, when you put something out or when you talk about something that you're passionate about, that you want to do, that they're right there with you and they're supporting you. But yeah, of course, that engagement does sometimes come with a price as well of, sometimes there can be not so nice people as well. But I think the pros overall always outweigh the cons, because you do have those people who will follow what it is that you are doing next, and they're excited about it. And I think that that's invaluable, because like you said, so many companies, you pay so much money to try to build that sort of audience, and if people are seeing all of us and connecting with us, we're able to do that without that. It's a huge plus.
I started my career on social media. Some would say, like, 15 years ago that I was selfie-made, and the reason why this article wrote that about me is because I was like in a time where it was absolutely like not okay to take your phone out and take behind-the-scene photos like with your clients. 15 years ago was I moved to Los Angeles. I had just filed bankruptcy. I was so hungry to make something of myself and to be successful. So I was just hungry to work with people, and it was really exciting for me whenever I would get a chance to work with someone that I admired. I would take a picture of it, I would post it on social media, and that's how I built my career as a makeup artist. And my social media became an online portfolio of my work. And how social media has played such a big part of the success of my brand now. I launched my #1 blush duos 5 years ago. But it was only 3 years ago is when they actually started getting traction. And I would say for me, TikTok kind of rebirthed me as a person and me as a brand, because on Instagram, I use that more as world building, and I used to only post the finished product of my makeup. I never really showed people the start from point A to Z, but how could I? Because taking the picture of the celebrity or the person was already difficult enough. I'm finished doing the makeup. I'm like, please, can I get a shot? And that experience, for me, I wasn't able to share the raw before and after. It's always just the ending. So people are just like, how am I going to achieve that? And I think the biggest value now and why my brand is successful, I've been doing this technique, cream over powder, and how that came to life is I started my career at Mac, and I was taught to do a 150-step makeup application to get a full beat down. And I did full coverage, heavy makeup. And when I moved to LA, I really wanted to expand who I was working with. I wanted to work with actresses, work with models, and I knew that I needed to change the style of makeup that I did, and that was doing a little bit more natural. So that's how I started buying creams and liquids to put into my kit, and I just they weren't formulas that I was used to using. Powder was what came naturally to me, but I would always put cream at the very end, just to say oh my god, I'm natural. But that created my cream over powder technique, and I realized when I started sharing and educating, people just want to learn I realized like whenever I post something that actually people can take something and use that back into like their own life and do on themselves, that's when I get the most engagement. That's when I like sell the most products, because no one cares about like, I mean, for me, like, I think people care about what like Leah's doing, but for me, like, no one cares about like if I'm going to the gym or if I'm partying here or there. But when I actually teach and educate and give them a reason why they need this product or what this can do or how this can transform, I think social media can completely change a brand overnight. Like we, from 2022 to 2023, like we tripled our year-end sales. So it was like wild for me.
That's awesome. You're doing something right. Leah, what about you?
Social media, I've found out, it's a lot. But I also think it's a lot in two spectrums. Like on one end, it's so amazing, and like I've obviously built such a beautiful community that is literally irreplaceable. But I've also like figured out like how kind of strange people can be. And as someone who before I went on this show, I did not really post on social media like at all. Like I was not. Like it was never trying to give like influencer, like anything of those sorts. I did not have like a bunch of followers. That wasn't like my goal. So I think like when I came off, it was really overwhelming. I remember like my first few weeks out, my team would literally be like, Leah, you have to post more. Like you're not posting anything. And I was like, oh my God. So now I feel like it's a little more like ingrained into my brain that I'm like, okay, like now it feels like second nature, but it's almost 2 years of being out now. But I also think that a brand this day and age, like can't survive without social media. I feel like that is like the driving force behind everything. It's like marketing is so important these days. How you market something is how you sell something. And I think it's really important to have that type of knowledge, but I also think it's important to know like when is enough. I have a time limit set on mine. So I only go on it for an hour and 45. Yeah, no.
Like, what's the point if I can just hit ignore?
No, I can't ignore it. I had my boyfriend put in a secret code because I'm like, I just don't want to see it. After an hour and 45 minutes, I'm done for the day. I don't care what's going on. I don't want to see it. So that's enough for my brain for the day, because it's just, it gets to a point. As if it's not work, I don't see how like it's gonna bring anything positive to me. Like when I'm on there, I want to make sure it's meaningful, and then we move on. So, yeah.
I was going to ask.
Admirable.
I was going to ask all of you, do you have your own rules for whether it's a daily social media detox or 5 o'clock, it's shut off, I'm not looking?
I should, but I don't.
I have the
My
rules,
screen
but I break
time is actually frightening.
Sharif, you mentioned you had open heart surgery. A lot of people in this room know that 13 months ago I had open heart surgery. I've been very open about it on social media. I don't have numbers like you guys. But you've been very open about your health issues. Was there any trepidation to do that? Or were you right away saying, you know what, I'm going to do it, 1, this is me, 2, it could help someone?
So the announcement for that was, so it was pretty hard to think about at the time. The time I was getting my heart surgery, I just came out of high school. I was the #1 player in California going to UCLA, and I had such a big following just from, the first time when people found out whose son I was, and we weren't gonna announce it at first. We were just gonna go MIA, go missing. I was gonna go missing for a few years and get back regular, but I told my mom, I said, I want to document this. I want to post it. I want to show people that, everything's not perfect, that I can come back from this. That was really my thing. I wanted to show people that I can, be at the top, go to the bottom, and come back up. And I didn't know the impact it was going to have on people. Still to this day, people come up to me and they say, you're such inspiration. And, I had open heart surgery. We got to connect today just through the open heart surgery stuff. So I'd say my social media helped me more with the heart surgery stuff over than the brand. And now I had like a little break of social media after I stopped playing basketball because I didn't have any basketball stuff to post. And I thought that's all my followers wanted to see. But, you know, I realized that people wanted to hear me talk about my story, see what I'm doing after basketball. So, you know, I got to connect with millions of people. And the biggest thing that happened to me from social media, I got to meet a kid. His name is Jordan out in Vegas, 13 years old. He just went into heart surgery about last month. His mom reached out to me. I flew out to Vegas, surprised him and everything, you know, took him to eat, did all that. So just that little connection right there, you know, that made me feel like one of the coolest people in the world. That was better than any basketball moment I ever had, so, yeah.
With social media comes, you could post one thing and it could turn your brand upside down. I imagine how much you're paying attention, especially now, to, okay, I'm gonna post this, reading over it over and over, making sure, you know, am I gonna get so-called canceled or not? Are people gonna come after me? How much does that play into your head, or is it just like, this is me?
For me, it plays in a lot. There's been things that even my team thought were okay to post. Right. And I'll reread it. I was like, oh, no. We're going to offend these people and these people and these people and these people and these people. And you're always, you know, we have to think, like, we might think this is funny, but there's a group of people who won't. So I'm always trying to look at it at every lens I could. You know, who is this leaving out? Who is this upsetting? And so it is something that every single post we do, we think about. Because we have messed up before. We have posted something that, not really offensive, but that people were upset about. You know, what do you mean sage green isn't cool anymore? You know?
I think people are offended like a lot these days, and I also think it's like fun to bring back fun. Yeah. So I think for me, people loved my personality from just being my personality. So I think it's like actually on the opposite end of that, really important loved your answer. Really important to be yourself and show like all, like, no, I mean all, like if you have like this dirty secret, don't share it. But it's like, I feel like it's like fun to show like all versions of yourself. And like, I was on a show where everyone got to see me great and also not so great. But I think that's also what makes people bond with you is like, we're all human at the end of the day. Like we all go through so much. And I think people just want to feel that kind of like closeness and just honestly relatability. So I think like being aware of what you're posting, but also being aware of like, honestly, people just want community. And so I think it's like important to have like a balance between that.
Yeah, there's definitely like a fine line because there's certain things that of course you want to be as inclusive as possible and you want to make sure that you're not saying something that you don't mean to say and things like that. But then there comes a time when maybe you are really passionate about something and you know that speaking about how you feel about that thing might piss some people off. But if those are the people that you don't mind pissing off because you are really passionate about what it is that you're saying, I think that then you're like, okay, well then that's one that I can deal with. Because yeah, I feel like all of us up here are very passionate about the things that we believe in. I think we're all kind of okay with some of those people not being happy.
I would say I watch what I post. I have a lot of kids following me. And I remember the first time I said a curse word on Instagram was this year, and I asked both of my parents if I was allowed to post it. And I'm 26 years old.
You asked your parents if you could curse?
I was like, can I curse on Instagram? And my dad was like, you're a grown man. I was like, okay. So I know I have a lot of kids following me, and that's really what I look at when I post stuff. You know, I want to be a good role model.
Fun question. Start with you, Sharif. Who has slipped into your DMs where you're like, oh my God? Keep it kid-friendly.
Kid-friendly.
Does it have to be like, it can be anybody? Like
anybody.
Okay, I'd probably say the best DM I ever got was when I was going through my heart surgery, I know that was a bad time, but like just the amount of people that reached out to me, you know, Kobe, LeBron, all these people, Snoop Dogg, I got to talk to some cool people right before I got on my surgery. So I would say like some people like that. There's some people that I grew up listening to, watching. So Kobe, LeBron, Snoop Dogg, I say that's probably the coolest DMs I have.
And when you see a DM come through from Kobe or Snoop, are you like, is the verified blue check there? Is that really them?
Yeah, it was, the Kobe one was strange because like I grew up seeing him like play with my dad and all that, and like we'd only talk at the games, but when like he DM'd me, he's like, good luck in your surgery, call me if you need anything, and then just puts his number. I'm like, this is Kobe Bryant. I'm like, it's crazy. So that's probably the coolest DM I've ever gotten in my life was a Kobe DM.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Ariana?
Oh, well, I think, to be honest, not a lot of people DM me. My DMs are open, by the way. Please, by all means, please, everyone DM me. Someone asked me this question earlier, and I was like, no one ever DMs me. I never get crazy cool DMs. But I did get one the other day, and it's top of mind because we were talking about you and your dad and everything. I'm from Central Florida, and the other day I got a DM from the Orlando Magic that to me was the coolest DM I've ever gotten. And they asked me if I wanted like a jersey or something, and I about freaked out. I think I told everyone I know. I was like, yes, please, I will take that.
Leah?
Well, for me, I actually have shut the DMs off because I was not having fun with the nasty ones I was reading.
Were you answering them?
No, never. Okay. God, no. No. There's way too much fun to life to sit there and fight with people on the internet. I don't encourage that for anybody. It's what the time limit's for. Lock it, put it down. Easy fix. But before I locked it and before like I turned it all off, I feel like I had so many people. I still like to this day, like I'm like, wow, like when I meet people out, like it's just really cool. Like Tobey Maguire was like saying he was such like a really big fan, and I was like, this is insane. Like you're Spider-Man, I'm a big fan, and he was so much fun. Like, and he's so nice, and I feel like everyone I meet is so nice.
Is he your favorite Spider-Man?
He is, and I don't care what anyone says. He's the best Spider-Man. I don't care, like actually. But I think like a lot of people, like again, people are so nice, but also people are mean. So like my DMs are closed, sorry.
What about you, Patrick?
Oh my God, that's such a tough one. I feel like my entire career, I like use my social media for my work. So I feel like whenever someone is engaging or someone is clicking the follow button, it's like a exciting feeling for me because like maybe I get the opportunity to work with them. But I feel like one of the most exciting ones was me just moving to Los Angeles and getting a follow by Kim Kardashian. For me, like as a makeup artist, you dream to work with someone who like loves makeup just as much as you do. So to get a DM from her back then, like I mean, still to this day too, I like get giddy.
And is that what led you to working with her directly?
I'm sorry.
That's what led you to work with Kim?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so keep your DMs open. That's What about you, Bobby?
I think one that stands out for me the most over the years is Viola Davis slid into my DMs. And her starting line was, I don't know if you remember, but we met at blah, blah, blah. And I was like, are you kidding? You don't... It was like one of the biggest moments of my life. What do you mean you don't know if I remember? Just the most lovely, humble. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm like, I actually saw you at the bungalows the other day. And she was like, oh, I saw you too, but I didn't know if you'd remember me. And I'm just like, you're Viola Davis. You're royalty. What? And so just to have somebody like her so humbly just be like, and then she ended up, she's like, I want you to design my daughter's room. And I was like, all right. But just like the most lovely, wonderful person. But yeah, just having her slide into my DMs and being like, I don't know if you remember me, but yeah, very sweet.
Amazing. Well, we have to wrap it up. Thank you all. This is incredible, and you should follow them on social media. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.